Oh my god, I know why I'm not hearing sound. That's not why. Aha! There we go. Hello? As I was going live, I realized that I didn't have the right equipment plugged in to stream. Hey, Noah. You know, I never read any of the Night of the Living Dummy books, nor did I watch any of the episodes, so I'm very excited to finally see why people love it so much. Right? I was always terrified of puppets, so this is gonna be like immersion therapy. This is my favorite, also on time. I'm on time too. It's weird, right? That never happens. Let me make sure all of my various tech is working since I just plugged it in while I was going live. How do I sound if I do this? Hey, sexual vampire. Let's see. 1, 2, 1, 2. Do I sound all right? I'm fine, but I sound quiet. Hang on, guys. Sorry. View the thumbnail. What? Huh. I synced the thumbnail. Hang on 1 second. Let me fix it. I gotta fix things. Glad I'm on time. Turn this up. Can you guys hear me better at this level? Can't hear you at all. Barely. Okay. Let's see. Hang on, guys. Is this better? Hey, Ellery. Wild D&D update, yes. D&D update, yes. Oh, now I can be heard. I sound like I'm coming from my computer, but I'm here. Don't know why that is. But all right. Let's just make sure. Does that make it better or worse? Probably worse, right? Your audio has returned. That's nice. Well, that's good. Did I just mess it up? Hey, Adriel. Your audio has returned. That's nice. Yeah, I have no idea what's been going on with the audio. I think the battery was dying, so I switched the battery, and I think that fixed it. So, hi, Cameron. Oh my gosh. Hey, Kale. Crunchy? Oh, hang on. Hello. 1, 2, 1, 2. Crunchy? Oh, hang on. Hello. Got you. How was the last Goosebumps book? It was... Hey, Rachel. Thank you for being here. It was interesting. Chat can probably feel even better than I can alone, but basically we had a... what am I trying to say? Evil mirror that turned people invisible and then yeeted them into, like, the shadow realm. And then they got replaced by their doppelgangers. And that was a lot. That was a whole lot. It was very mid. That's fair, yeah. I'm texting my textbook brother just to make sure I'm doing everything correctly. Hey, Rex. Yeah. Actually, let me fix that first. I'm trying to make sure audio is okay, and apparently the thumbnail didn't update. I'm seeing the thumbnail that I uploaded. Why is that? Let's see. Yeah, it's showing me that it's showing me the correct thumbnail. That's very weird. Hang on, guys. 1 second. I became a villain and went mad with moderator power. I thought you said monster power. see here. Maybe I just need to re-upload the thing. Maybe just re-upload the thumbnail. Like it didn't listen the first time. It's just weird because I'm seeing the regular thumbnail. I'm seeing the right thumbnail. I don't know why I got a different thumbnail than everybody else. Oh, and of course, hang on, guys. Give me 1 second. So how is everybody while I'm fixing this? Thumbnail looks fine to you. Okay. I'm glad my mom died. Well, the book is so good and well written. Fuck, it's awful. I've heard it, exactly that. That's why I haven't read it yet. I'm sure it's great. Correct thumbnail on my end. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Maybe you're in the mirror dimension. You update one of whatever our gunslinger. It's a banished prince whose bloodline is cursed. Ooh, and we're going to the Feywild so he can uncurse his bloodline to be able to. Oh, wow. So cool. Super cool. Okay, so it's a fine thumbnail. I guess I'll just resubmit it just to make sure. I don't know why some people are getting different thumbnails than others. I don't know why YouTube's doing that, but hey, YouTube did some things that I actually like. I like that we now have a different tab for streaming and a different tab for shorts. That we did for, oh, thank God, that we did than we do for regular videos, which means I don't have to keep these videos privatized anymore. Hell yeah. I can just straight up let them go public after this because they're not going to go in the regular video feed. There we go. Sorry, I noticed a slight discrepancy with the thumbnail while I was fixing it, so now I'm being OCD about it. Sorry. My cat is screaming. They do that. Hey, Patrick. I thank you so much for sending me stuff. I got your packages today. I have not gotten a chance to open them because I have not had a chance to sit and open mail yet. It's been a pretty long day, but I'm very excited to open them. I've had a commercial for Natasha's shot. Good joke of only a perfect 20. Every time made it sound like she purposely made her dice rigged. I know. No, we thought that was so funny. We were like, and then we were like, because Spencer, my brother, he was like, well, it has to have that really sped up, like disclaimer at the end. Because all those infomercials did. So we were like, we'll just say that it rolls a perfect 20 every time. And then the disclaimer is that it doesn't do that because of course it doesn't do that. Yeah, we had a lot of fun with that one. Scary for a different reason, maybe because the monster is a real thing and most people are scared of these and other. Yep. Yeah. I think you're right. So yeah, if anybody didn't see, I'm very excited about this. We now have separate tabs. I don't have a shorts tab, and maybe that's just because I've never uploaded shorts, but everybody is supposed to be getting soon. I have a separate tab for live streams, and I'm also supposed to be getting a separate tab for shorts soon. So I will have a better way to organize content, which I'm very, very, very happy for. Which means I can make all of the live streams actually public instead of, I mean, I'm going to keep them on the list that I have them on, but we'll be able to actually have them public instead of technically unlisted. It'll just be easier to find them. So I'm excited. Turn stupid kids invisible. Yeah, pretty much. Sorry about the last stream. I'm the real Cameron. Got replaced by my mirror duplicate. Okay, that's pretty funny. Props for that comment. No wonder they popped up out of nowhere. Has anybody, I've been specifically telling it to turn off notifications. Are you still getting notifications as I'm making them public? Because I'm very sorry. I specifically told it not to do that. Bye, boy, live Zach and Aaron. Yeah, that's pretty much the summation. Oh, still getting, updates. Sorry about that. And I've been going through like painstakingly and like trying to tell it to turn all the notifications off and then updating it one at a time. And apparently that's just not working. So I might just, sorry, you guys might just get, well, it'll cap you at 3 notifications, but sorry, you will probably get that is not correct. What did I just do? I just completely put the wrong thumbnail up. Sorry, guys. I'm talking and trying to do 6 different things. Apparently, I'm not good at multitasking. I can't walk and chew gum at the same time. Yeah, so you guys might just get a lot of notifications. And if that's the case, I'm very sorry. I tried. But yeah. Yeah, I've been going through making them public because I had them privatized because that was the only way I could keep them out of the regular video feed. And that drives me crazy. Hey, Daniel. Can't wait for a live stream next Friday. What time do you want to start? I'm good to start anytime you want to start, man. What time works for you? I know we're in different time zones. But I'm very excited. There we go. Now it should be the right thumbnail, hopefully. Oh, God. Now it's showing me the Welcome to Dead House thumbnail. I just don't know sometimes. Hey, Adam. Needed a good live stream tonight. Well, hopefully this will be a good live stream. Yo, Avery, got crazy news? What's up? This is forward. I've got it working. Kind of. It's working. I'm going to keep working on it to make it a little smoother. I think there's a way I can run it a little smoother, but it's running. It's just a little bit grumpy. But I'll send you a demo so you can see. Okay, fine. Hang on, guys. Fighting with my thumbnails for some reason. Good and not some stupid cat witch thing. I mean, we know the villain will be memorable for sure. I kind of have beef with Slappy for obvious reasons, but I'm very excited to read this book. Yeah. Oh, wow. Hi, 20 concurrent chat viewers. Let me put us on desk cam so that we can actually see what book we're reading. We're on book number 7, the original Goosebumps. Oh, by the way, I don't know if you guys noticed because this is literally just my regular clothes. You can't see my skirt, but I'm test running my Velma costume for my family group costume. You'll be surprised by it, the book. Oh, nice. While trying to survive the circuit puzzle at the end of the deadly device. Oh, God, Allie, I'm so sorry. That circuit puzzle is a bitch. Hey, Pop. It was something. Oh, wow, I haven't seen that yet. That's probably something for sure. Oh, shout out to Goosebumps Completionist, by the way. For all, I know you guys really love Goosebumps. Obviously, you're here. Go watch Goosebumps Completionist. He's got a whole channel about it. We stream Thursday and Friday, December 1st and 2nd. Oh, I'm so sorry. You have to get surgery. That sounds unfun. Oh wait, I need to get caught up on the D&D updates. Said Gunslinger has had some serious audacity asking the guy's spouse to pet his war horse because he did not take the deposits. God, I love when the DM tries to give hints to players that we just don't take. I'm the worst at this. I encountered my druid grew up in the same orphanage as in the woods, traveling through, and he's joined the party, so he gets to reconnect with him after like 5 years. Nice. Sell the first 5 books in California Diaries on eBay for less than $20. Pretend to be surprised when you find them in your P.O. box. Daniel, that's so sweet of you. Thank you so much. I am so excited. Those will be really fun streams. You guys are the best. We need to run a poll who's seeing what, because potentially you could be seeing one of 3 thumbnails at this point, because apparently this is how streams just are. They're just chaos. Just opened a story from someone I follow on Instagram, and they opened a box of merch from the Goosebumps musical. Ooh, Cameron, give me some time. Let the wound heal from the last moderator run, and we'll see. Oh my gosh. The thumbnail has just gone rogue. Okay. So cool. Hi. You see the dummy thumbnail. Okay. Everybody sees the right thumbnail except for me now. I see the wrong thumbnail, but everybody else sees the right thumbnail. Interesting. Okay, well, hi guys, if you're just coming in. If you're seeing Welcome to Dead House or Let's Get Invisible thumbnail, sorry, that's not what we're reading. We're reading Night of the Living Dummy, the first one. Hopefully you're not seeing that. I have not shown Maddie and Natasha yet. I was telling Spencer about it. Being a moderator is a privilege given, not asked for. Yeah. Oh, wow, by the way. Speaking of which, I was on time, but I'm still as disoriented as always. I'm going to blame it on the ear infection and the fact that I got a COVID booster shot today. Oh my gosh. It's a lot. Oh. Now, speaking of our moderators, say hello to our moderators. Tonight we have Rex is a moderator, and Ellery is also. Both of them have are going to be our moderators, or are our moderators for tonight. So, or just in general. So, thank them for being here and not banning all of us, including me. Let's see, maybe you should. I'm good. I'm not like, I don't feel sick or anything. I this is actually just a nice, chill, stationary thing for me to do. Starts book yet. I'll have to leave and be back as soon as I can. Okay, it'll be another couple seconds. We have to log it on Goodreads and do the things. Gotta go deliver a gas dryer. I'll be back in a few. Good luck, Daniel. Camera. Is the camera going to do the camera things tonight? Hopefully. Mag is my druid, was so traumatized as a child that she only barely remembers him, and she's a changeling who used a different face back then, so he doesn't recognize. Oh, trauma! I'm telling you guys, Ellery's campaign is like my version of a soap opera. I'm so enthralled by this ongoing story. What are we doing? What am I doing? Oh, yeah. Going to Goodreads. That's what I'm doing. Cam, let's go here. Changelings are so interesting, aren't they? Druids are also interesting. We did write a review for last night. Last night was just chaos, and I forgot in the middle of that we had actually ended up writing a review. Night of the Living Dummy. There we go. Look at that. Look at this absolute nightmare fuel. Set it to currently reading. Yes, we are currently reading it. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so YouTube, if you guys haven't seen yet, made some changes that I'm very excited about. I was talking about this a second ago, but we now have a tab for live streams. So if you guys get just like a notification that it looks like all of the live streams posted, sorry. Apparently I can't help that happening now that we are able to let them be live. Context of trauma. When she was 12, her parents were publicly executed for me. Ooh. And 2 years in the woods before a kind merchant gained her trust into future. Yeah, I'd say that'd do it. That'd give you some trauma. That's horrible. I feel so bad. bum, 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 bum. Cool. Sorry, I went silent for a second. We need an extra mod tonight. I'll actually be able. Cool. Cool. Yeah. I'm just going to leave you as a moderator, Paolo, and whether you're in here or not, you'll just have that status so that if you're in here, you can help out if you feel like it. But obviously no pressure too. If you're not here, just, not really engaged super in chat. Old cover and new cover aren't too different. The old is more creepy though. The old is more creepy. Let me go back to my desk cam. The old is more creepy, I think, just because it's a more realistic looking dummy. Like, this is the same thing that happened with, cool. I'll have to beat a bunch of other people out to the Curse of Hera videos. Yeah, but it's like what they did with in the movie. Like, Slappy is less scary, in my opinion, in the movie. And I think that's just because he's a little more uncanny valley, usually, Yes, so here we go. I think we're finally... Dolls don't scare me, but I will say puppets are legit terrifying. It's amazing that I love Jim Henson as much as I do. I think it's just because Jim Henson Company puts so much work into giving personas to all of their characters, and they don't feel like puppets, you know what I mean? I got a message about being yeeted. I'm a little scared. Wait, what? Oh, no, sorry. It should just be giving you, YouTube updated today and prompted me to set, guidelines for, the first time it should only do it for people who are coming in for the first time. Agreed, except Big Bird is terrifying. Let me go back to that in a second. So yeah, I just put chat rules for people that are just coming in, hopefully, so that people just giving people a fair warning before they are mean and we eat them. 2015. Yeah, so Big Bird. Have you ever seen Hank Green's TikTok about Big Bird being a predatory bird because his eyes are facing out, and usually predatory animals are the ones whose eyes face out and not to the side. And then he's like, also canonically, Big Bird is 6 years old, which means when he grows up, he's going to be a very big bird. What kind of computer do I have? The trackpad looks massive. The trackpad is massive. When I got this computer, it's a Dell something. I can't remember the exact specs. I'll look it up and get back to you. It's a Dell, and when I got it, yeah, I was shocked by how big the trackpad was too. What you calling dummy? He's already big enough, he is. I don't want to think about that. Jim Henson puppets are also soft and cuddly looking in most cases. Yeah, they look more like stuffed animals, right? Camera? No. I literally just rebooted this whole system. There's no reason it should be having problems. Dude, you're getting a Dell, right? I used to love those commercials. Does anybody remember the episode of Monk where they had he was trying to learn how to use a computer and they did that very obvious Dell product placement? That was when they were doing the whole Dell customize your laptop case thing. And I wanted a customizable laptop case back then so bad. It was such a mid-2000s thing. There's a species of goat that had forward-facing eyes. Interesting. All right. So roll call, who's read this book before? Because I definitely haven't. Let's read the back of it. Introducing Slappy the Dummy. He's made of wood and up to no good. Find out how the evil began in this special collector's edition of the classic thriller that has sold more than 2 million copies worldwide. Don't miss the return of Slappy in Goosebumps Horrorland 1, Revenge of the Living Dummy, which we'll also have to stream at some point. Me. Nice. I don't know why I waved, but hi. I haven't read any Goosebump books, surprisingly. Only ever watched the TV show. Yeah, I know that I read some of the books, but I must not have read them very well because I don't remember that much of them. Another cover revamp. Yes, this is one of the ones in my collection that is not the original cover, and I really enjoy, like, I agree that we were just talking about how the original cover is scarier, but I think this is a pretty solid redesign, you know? Gets the point across. Definitely not as horrible as the Let's Get Invisible redesign. I'm very glad that I don't own that version of the book. I'm not usually a stickler when it comes to books covers, but like which edition, but damn. Isn't this one a Twilight Zone ripoff? Kind of. So it's very similar to that one Twilight Zone episode with a talking dummy. People have argued for a long time whether or not it was a ripoff or not. I don't remember the Twilight Zone episode enough to comment, but I mean, honestly, there's so many talking dummy trying to kill you kind of things out there. I think it's just kind of a popular concept in general. No, I'm not going to run software management. What did that say? The original cover looks hella familiar, but I have no memory of reading it. I feel that way with a lot of these books. I feel like I just, like, read them, but I remember that I read them, but I don't remember anything about them. Maybe it was, like, trauma, and I'm blocking it out. I watched the AI-generated Goosebumps cover, and those were terrifying. I still have that in my watch later. I need to watch it. I got forward-facing eyes, because we had to see where we're going when we jumped through the trees. Interesting. Night of Living Dummy 2 redesign is way better. Night of Living Dummy 2, it came from beneath the sink is the one right next to it. Ah, yes. This one is a good cover. I can't wait to read this one eventually, too. This will be really fun. But it is 1:30, so I am going to get started with this one that we're going to read. I think the only one of the original Slappy that I own in its original cover is 3. Living Dummy 3. Looks like. Where did I pull this off the shelf from? Damn it. There we go. There we go. God knows if they're all out of order, my OCD will never let me forget it. I like to think of stories like this and the camera story in relation to Twilight Zone as like a way to introduce kids to these stories, concepts. Exactly. And I think R.L. Stine was I think he just is such a lover of horror that he really just enjoys adapting broader horror concepts for children, you know? Almost like a nod to it, you know, because it's his own story. It's just like, he's just like, oh yeah, this type of thing scared me as a kid, and now I'm going to scare children with it. Perpetuate the cycle. I avoided the Chucky series, but I seen the talent show episode of BTV's, which had a living dummy in it. Interesting. I finally just watched Chucky last Halloween for the first time because I was always too scared as a kid. And I was very proud of myself. No, don't open DaVinci. I don't need DaVinci open right now. You know you edit way too much when you just out of habit click on the editing software and you're like, oh, I don't need that right now. Stine, kind of based off of R.L. Stine TBH. It came from beneath the sink was a terrible Goosebumps episode. Deep Trouble was even worse, unfortunately. Yeah, I haven't read either of those books, so I'm interested to see if the books are any better. If not, they'll just be memeable, you know? I can't tell what's more fun, reading a really bad book on stream or reading a really good book on stream. But let's just get started. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Chucky isn't scary. Yeah, it's not scary nowadays, but I had a huge fear of dolls and puppets, and as a little kid, it was definitely scary. I think I'll ever watch Chucky. I'm too chicken. I was teased by my siblings' phobia. Yeah. The biggest thing that keeps me from making videos is I don't know how to edit, and it seems really hard. So I'm going to do an editing stream soon. If you guys still want, and I can show you how I edit. I'm by no means the best person to be teaching, but There are lots of resources. I would very much encourage you to, because like if I can learn how to edit, I know you can, and so like I would encourage you because I think that would be really cool to get to watch your videos. Really, mid-book is the best choice because you can meme it guilt-free, but you're not entirely frustrated by how bad it is. Yeah, you should. It'll be helpful. Okay, I'll definitely do it. No, I'm not editing right now. Go away. Thank you. Sorry, yelling at my software. I'm back. DaVinci was like, you rang? No, but I can do, because I have a video that I have not posted yet that I've been sitting on just because I've had other things, like bigger projects that I've been trying to get out the door. So I'm going to, it's a haunting hour. Or no, it's not. It's a video about the Nightmare Room because Daniel was telling me about it. So then I wanted to watch it. So I watched it on camera. But yeah, I can edit that on stream and just show you guys how I do it. I use DaVinci Resolve, which it has a very comprehensive free version, and I recommend it to people. It can be a little hefty for your computer to run, but if you have a decent computer, it should be fine. There's obviously other editing softwares that you can go with too, and they're all more or less the same. So if I show you guys what I do, you can basically do what I do on any software of your choice. Hey, Texas/cat. Just got back from high school. Report card night. Camping trip still on despite 11-year-olds. Oh my God. Oh no. 104. That sounds awful. I hope they're okay soon. Yikes. But hi, I'm glad to hear from you. Let me put a bookmark in chat and come back. So that I can actually, let's see, how many pages in the first chapter? Usually the first chapter is, that's actually not too long. Usually the first chapter is one of the heftier ones. All right. I'm going to get started on the book. Yes, literally right now. All right, chapter 1. Kris Powell struggled to get her twin sister's attention. Lindy Powell glanced up from the book she was reading to see what the problem was. Instead of her sister's pretty face, Lindy saw a round pink bubble nearly the size of Kris's head. Nice one, Lindy said without much enthusiasm. Nice one. With a sudden move, she poked the bubble and popped it. Hey, Kris cried as the pink bubble gum exploded onto her cheeks and chin. Lindy laughed. Gotcha. Kris angrily grabbed Lindy's camera. Don't you dare. Kris angrily grabbed Lindy's paperback and slammed it shut. Whoops, lost your place. Strong start, yeah. She exclaimed. She knew her sister hated to lose her place in a book. Doesn't everybody? Lindy grabbed the book back with a scowl. Kris struggled to pull the pink gum off her face. Sisters! That was the biggest bubble I ever blew, she said angrily. The gum wasn't coming off her chin. I've blown much bigger than that, Lindy said, with a superior sneer. I don't believe you two, their mother muttered, making her way down way into their bedroom and dropping a neatly folded pile of laundry at the foot of Kris's bed. You even compete over bubble gum? We're not competing, Lindy muttered. She tossed back her blonde ponytail and returned her eyes to her book. Both girls had straight blonde hair, but Lindy kept hers long, usually tying it behind her head or on one side in a ponytail, and Kris had hers cut very short. It was a way for people to tell the twins apart, for they were nearly identical in every other way. Both had broad foreheads and round did I almost say blue noses? What would that even look like? Round blue eyes. Both had dimples in their cheeks when they smiled. Both blushed easily, large pink circles forming on their pale cheeks. Both thought their noses were a little too wide. Both wished they were a little taller. Lindy's best friend, Alice, was nearly 3 inches taller, even though she hadn't turned 12 yet. Did I get all of it off? Kris asked, rubbing her chin, which was red and sticky. Not all, Lindy told her, glancing up. There's some in your hair. Oh, great, Kris muttered. She grabbed at her hair but couldn't find any bubblegum. Gotcha again, Lindy said, laughing. You're too easy. Kris uttered an angry growl. Meh. Why are you always so mean to me? Me? Mean? Lindy looked up in wide-eyed innocence. I'm an angel. Ask anyone. Exasperated, Kris turned back to her mother, who was stuffing socks into a dresser drawer, who was sorry, getting distracted. Who was stuffing socks into a dresser drawer. Mom, when am I going to get my own room? On the 12th of never, Mrs. Powell replied, grinning. Kris groaned. That's what you always say. Her mother shrugged. You know we don't have a spare inch, Kris. She turned to the bedroom window. Bright sunlight streamed through the filmy curtains. It's a beautiful day. What are you two doing inside? Mom, we're not little girls, Lindy said, rolling her eyes. We're 12. We're too old to go out and play. Yes, 12-year-olds definitely should not be playing games. How dare they? Did I get it all? Kris asked again, still scraping pink patches of bubblegum off her chin. Ask your mother. Don't ask the sister. She's just going to lie to you. Leave it. It improves your complexion, Lindy told her. Ah. I wish you girls would be nicer to each other, Mrs. Powell said with a sigh. A parental sigh. They suddenly heard shrill barking coming from downstairs. Oh, God, there's a dog. What's Barky excited about? The dog's name was Barky? I wonder how they came up with it. Mrs. Powell fretted. The little black terrier was always barking about something. Why not take Barky for a walk? Sorry. Don't feel like it, Lindy muttered, nose in her book. What about those beautiful new bikes you got for your birthday? Mrs. Powell said, hands on her hips. Those bikes you just couldn't live without? You know, the ones that have been sitting on the garage since you got them. Okay. You don't have to be sarcastic, Mom, Lindy said, closing her book. She stood up, stretched, and tossed the book onto her bed. You want to? Kris asked Lindy. Want to what? Go for a bike ride. We could ride to the playground and see if anyone's hanging out at school. You just want to see if Robbie is there, Lindy said, making a face. So? Kris said, blushing. Go on, get some fresh air, Mrs. Powell urged. I'll see you later. I'm off to the supermarket. Kris peered into the dresser mirror. She had gotten, not a mirror, not again. She'd gotten most of the gum off. She brushed her short hair back with both hands. Come on, let's go out, she said. Last one is a rotten egg. She darted to the doorway, beating her sister by half a step. The dog's name is worse than... It's just a funny name, because it's just like, Barky, really? She darted to the doorway, beating her sister by half a step. As they burst out the back door with Barky yipping shrilly behind them, the afternoon sun was high in a cloudless sky. The air was still and dry. It felt more like summer than spring. Both girls were wearing shorts and sleeveless t-shirts. Lindy bent to pull open the garage door, then stopped. The house next door caught her eye. Look, they've got the walls up, she told Kris, pointing across the backyard. That new house is going up so quickly, it's amazing, Kris said, following her sister's gaze. The builders had knocked down the old house during the winter. The new concrete foundation had been put down in March. Lindy and Kris had walked around on it when no workers were there, trying to figure out where the different rooms would go. And now the walls had all been built. The construction suddenly looked like a real house, rising up in the midst of tall stacks of lumber, a big mound of red-brown dirt, a pile of concrete blocks, and an assortment of power saws, tools, and machinery. No one's working today, Lindy said. They took a few steps toward the new house. Who do you think will move in? Kris wondered. Maybe some great-looking guy our age? Maybe great-looking twin guys? Yuck, Lindy made a disgusted face. Twin guys? How about... how drippy can you get? I can't believe you and I are the same family. Kris was used to Lindy's sarcasm. Both girls liked being twins and hated being twins at the same time. because they shared nearly everything, their looks, their clothing, their room. They were closer than most sisters ever got, but because they were so much alike, they also managed to drive each other crazy a lot of the time. No one's around, let's check out the new house, Lindy said. Kris followed her across the yard. A squirrel, halfway up the wide trunk of a maple tree, watched them warily. They made their way through an opening in the low shrubs that divided the 2 yards. Then, walking past the stacks of lumber and the tall mound of dirt, they climbed the concrete stoop. A sheet of heavy plastic had been nailed over the opening where the front door would go. Kris pulled one end of plastic up and they slipped into the house. It was dark and cool inside and had a fresh wood smell. The plaster walls were up but hadn't been painted. Careful, Lindy warned. Nails, she pointed to the large nails scattered all over the floor. If you step on one, you'll get lockjaw and die. You wish, Kris said. I don't want you to die, Lindy replied. Just get lockjaw, she snickered. Ha ha, Kris said sarcastically. This must be the living room. She said, making her way carefully across the front room to the fireplace against the back wall. A cathedral ceiling, Lindy said, staring up at the dark, exposed wooden beams above their heads. Neat. This is bigger than our living room, Kris remarked, peering out the large picture window to the street. It smells great, Lindy said, taking a deep breath. All the sawdust, it smells so piney. They made their way through the hall and explored the kitchen. Are those wires on? Sorry, I looked up at chat because now I'm having anxiety about the time that I just couldn't be heard all of a sudden. Are those wires on? Kris asked, pointing to a cluster of black electric wires suspended from the ceiling beams. Why don't you touch one and find out, Lindy suggested. You first, Kris shot back. The kitchen isn't very big, Lindy said, bending down to stare into the holes where the kitchen cabinets would go. Stood up and was about to suggest they check out the upstairs when she heard a sound. Huh? Her eyes widened in surprise. Is someone in here? Kris froze from the middle of the kitchen. They both listened. Silence. Then they heard soft, rapid footsteps. Nope. Close by, inside the house. Let's go, Lindy whispered. Mm-hmm. Kris was already ducking under the plastic, heading out the doorway opening. She leaped off the backyard stoop and started running toward the backyard. Lindy stopped at the bottom of the stoop and turned back to the house. Hey, look, she called. A squirrel came flying out a side window. It landed on the dirt with all 4 feet moving and scrambled towards the maple tree in the Powell's yard. There we go. Lindy laughed. Just a dumb squirrel. Kris stopped near the low shrubs. You sure? She hesitated, watching the windows of the new house. That was a pretty loud squirrel. When she turned back from the house, she was surprised to find that Lindy had disappeared. Hey, where'd you go? Over here, Lindy called. I see something. It took Kris a while to locate her sister. Lindy was half hidden behind a large black dumpster at the far end of the yard. Kris shielded her eyes with one hand to see better. Lindy was bent over the side of the dumpster. She appeared to be rummaging through some trash. What's in there? Kris called. Lindy was tossing things around and didn't seem to hear her. What is it? Kris called, taking a few reluctant steps toward the dumpster. Lindy didn't reply. Then slowly she pulled something out. She started to hold it up. Its arms and legs dangled down limply. Kris could see a head with brown hair. A head? Arms and legs? Oh no, Kris cried aloud, raising her hands to her face in horror. Oh boy, should have left it. Asbestos, yeah. Let's see, where did I leave off in chat? And go to full cam for a second. Dolls freak me out, though weirdly got through a few Annabelle movies without wigging. Because I was playing. Yeah, they made the doll look ridiculously scary in Annabelle to the point where it's like comical because The real Annabeth story is based on a Raggedy Ann doll, and so when they made Annabeth, they were like, or Annabelle, they were like, that's not scary enough, so they made it look horrifying, so when the mother takes it out of the box for the first time, it's like, look at her, she's gorgeous. It's like, who sees that thing and is like, yes, I will put this on my child's wall. Don't watch Dead Silence, is creepy AF. Noted. I'm not the strongest of opening titles. But last night's book had a strong opening title and a mid rest of the book, so maybe it's the reverse this time. Gotcha must be R.L. Stine's favorite word because he uses it multiple times in every book. Yes, and he loves saying things in triplicate. If anyone reads Kingdom Keepers, there is a chapter where all the dolls from Small World come to life and goes after the hologram kids to attack. Guess what came in the mail today, Hannah? Now that you mention it, I remembered that I had a random book or two in the Kingdom Keepers series, but I didn't own all of them and not the first one, so I bought a few that I found on eBay pretty cheap, and so I'm planning at some point to read those on stream. They'll obviously need more than one stream per book, but I'm very excited. They'll be fun streams. And yes, there is a very terrifying scene in It's a Small World. Here's the introduction to the bad parents. I mean, so far, she's not an egregious parent. Like, so far, she's just kind of a normal parent, right? 12th of never, LOL. Hey, Jay. Not to be pedantic, but how does one mutter a growl? I have no idea. It's like whenever they say, like, she said inaudibly, and it's like, but, if you say it, it can't be... If it's inaudible, then you weren't pedantic. I'm also pedantic. Mark your spot. Yes, I did. Thank you. Like muttering and is distinctly soft and growls are generally sharp. Yes. I get you. I'm an angel. If I'm lying, then let the devil take me away. Crack opens. Right. What's better to get siblings to bond than going through intense trauma, right? Isn't that how all siblings bond? Not another dog. R.L. Stine, why? I mean, one hasn't died since Dead House, to be fair. That one just got traumatized and that other one just got traumatized, but they were fine. And the one that died is probably living a very happy zombie ghost life somewhere. Barky's such a stupid name. I'm laughing at the name Barky. If you're watching this and your dog is named Barky, I'm very sorry to make fun of your dog's name. It's like a harumph, but in dog language. The name is worse than the last. I prefer the name Barky to Whitey. I don't know why. They're both bad names for dogs. Barky is just so hilariously on the nose. What do we name this thing? Well, it barks. It's sort of like, does anybody remember when I covered the Furby movie, that really awful animated Furby movie, and they were like, they say Furby, that's what their name must be. And it's like, my brother pointed out, that would be like if you named your cat Meow, because that's what it said. You stupid kids, go get some fresh air. Yeah. Yeah, she's not so far horrible so far, but she did like try to get her kids out, her 12-year-olds out of the house. Who leaves power tools at a job site? You'd be surprised. Oh yeah. The builders who built a bunch of houses on my street had a bunch of stuff stolen, I'm pretty sure, because they just like left stuff. Lockjaw, nice foreshadowing, Slappy, yeah. Guess that's what it's supposed to be. Yeah, I like it. Very sly foreshadowing in terms of Goosebumps world. Just wanted to get a little tetanus. Like baby tetanus for babies. Yeah, it's like, you got a tetanus shot, you'll be fine. Captain Percy Jackson Disney Plus show is coming out in 2024. Copy you. Did they break into another house? Apparently. Can you break in if nobody lives there yet? I feel like it's a gray area. Yay, the kids are fantastic role models. Of course. Be nice to the squirrel. He didn't do anything to you guys. Let the squirrel live in peace. Sure, let's break into another house. It's fine. It's probably a dead bird or something. Well, that was fast. Yeah. I like when we get right to it with Goosebumps stuff, because we only got like 130-ish pages. I feel like we need to get to what we're going to get to. An antique dummy at an estate sale once. I said to myself, hell no. I couldn't bring myself to go near it. I literally rounded the corner in an antique shop one time and jumped because I saw like a huge, like very scary dummy. And the guy who owned the antique shop found it hilarious. And so he like went over to it and started like puppeteering it kind of from behind me, like, little girl. I'm like, stop. I don't. And I ran to the other side of the store. It was very funny. Well, my dolls can be cute, but if you look at them long enough, you can be like, so these are adorable. Like, these aren't scary at all. These are just adorable. These are just adorable dolls. Again, these all have the same quality, I think, as like Jim Henson's Muppets, where I feel like I think of them more as like stuffed animals, which I don't feel are terrifying at all. I think it's more just like the porcelain dolls that get to me sometimes, personally. Yes, the Kermit flail arms. Actually have a Slappy dummy on my bed right now. Ooh. Headed for over 2. He would have killed you if he wanted to already, so it's fine. Gotcha was also just incredibly mid-90s. Yes. I still say gotcha, which is probably very dated of me, but you know. Stein seems like Stephen King light. Yeah. Also, what does pursing lips mean in books? I mean, I kind of think about it as somebody kind of doing one of these, like, just kind of like scrunching up your lips. I don't know. Apollo. Better name for cats after. Yeah, maybe. We had when I'll much. Oh, I'm about to. I'll go off on this side tangent in a second. Do more reading. I love your cat's names, Darth Sidious, though. After fruit and sports ball. Love it. We took in a cat at the shelter that I volunteer with sometimes, and people just name them whatever they can think of in the moment when they get brought in to be filled out intake forms for. And so somebody just named one of them iPhone 5, and we were like, iPhone 5, really? They're like, needed something for the paperwork. Call it whatever you want. Given the track record of these books. Yeah, the poor dogs in these books. Yes, Percy Jackson is still very popular. It'll be funny to write those reviews because people probably will definitely find those. Saga have multiple pieces of concept art for the cover. Yeah. Some dolls enter the uncanny valley because they're detailed enough to almost be mistaken for having realistic faces. Yeah, I think that's what it gets me. Yeah, he did leave it off at a cliffhanger, like we were supposed to think that it was a live human person, which is kind of disturbing. Saw a cat in a shelter and it was named Pomegranate, and I was like, hey, that's copyrighted. I did it first. Firstborn was named Loaf. Oh. All right. Let's get back. Ooh, not a very long chapter. Everybody who knows me knows I love when chapters are short. You're an aspiring writer. Keep your chapters shorter. I'll probably read it faster. All right. Chapter 2. A child? Kris uttered a silent gasp, staring into horror as Lindy lifted him out of the dumpster. Why is that their first thought? Oh, right. She came wrinkled. Thank you for saying that. Forgot I was giving this one a break for a second. Staring in horror as Lindy lifted him out of the dumpster. She could see his face frozen in a wide-eyed stare. His brown hair stood stiffly on top of his head. He seemed to be wearing some sort of gray suit. I guess it is a gray suit. I always thought it was black. His arms and legs dangled lifelessly. Lindy, Kris called, her throat tight with fear. Is he alive? Her heart pounding, Kris started to run to her sister. Lindy was cradling the poor thing in her arms. Is he alive? Kris repeated breathlessly. She stopped short when her sister started to laugh. No, not alive, Lindy called gleefully. Nope, not alive, I guess is how she said it. And then Kris realized that it wasn't a child after all. A dummy, she shrieked. Lindy, is Kris okay? I just have to know. Dark gray that looks black. Yeah, I can see it. Lindy held it up. A ventriloquist dummy, she said. Someone threw him out. Do you believe it? Yes, he's in perfect shape. But how are the previous owners? It took Lindy a while to notice that Kris was breathing hard, her face bright red. Kris, what's your problem? Oh, wow. Did you think it was a real kid? Lindy laughed scornfully. No, of course not, Kris insisted. Lindy held the dummy up and examined his back, looking for the string to pull to make his mouth move. I am a real kid, Lindy made him say. She was speaking in a high-pitched voice through gritted teeth, trying to not to move her lips. Dumb, Kris said, rolling her eyes. I am not dumb. You're dumb. There we go. The you're dumb reference always. That's always the classic comeback. Lindy made the dummy say in a high, squeaky voice. When she pulled the string in his back, the wooden lips moved up and down, clicking as they moved. She moved her hand up his back and found the control to make his painted eyes shift from side to side. He's probably filled with bugs, Kris said, making a disgusted face. Throw him back, Lindy. No way, Lindy insisted, rubbing her hand tenderly over the dummy's wooden hair. I'm keeping him. So this whole saga was Lindy's fault. The 15 or however many books where this dummy has just terrorized people. She's keeping me, she made the dummy say. Kris stared suspiciously at the dummy. His brown hair was painted on his head. His blue eyes moved only from side to side, and he couldn't blink. He had bright red painted lips curved up into an eerie smile. The lower lip had a chip on one side so that it didn't quite match the upper one. Oh my god, it's evil Woody from Toy Story. Oh gosh, I've never made that connection. The dummy wore a gray double-breasted suit over a white shirt collar. The collar wasn't attached to his shirt. Instead, the dummy's wooden chest was painted white. Big brown leather shoes were attached to the ends of his thin, dangling legs. My name is Slappy, Lindy made the dummy say, moving his grinning mouth up and down. Dumb, Kris repeated, shaking her head. Why Slappy? Come over here and I'll slap you, Lindy made him say, trying not to move her lips. Kris groaned. Are we going to ride our bikes in the playground or not, Lindy? Are we going to ride our bikes to the playground or not, Lindy? Afraid poor Robbie misses you, Lindy made Slappy ask. Put that ugly thing down, Kris replied impatiently. I'm not ugly, Slappy said in Lindy's squeaky voice, sliding his eyes from side to side. Ooh, you're ugly. Your lips are moving, Kris told Lindy. You're a lousy ventriloquist. I'll get better, Lindy insisted. You mean you're really keeping it? Kris cried. I like Slappy. He's cute, Lindy said, cuddling the dummy against the front of her shirt. Ugh. I'm cute, she made him say, and you're ugly. Shut up, Kris snapped to the dummy. You shut up, Slappy replied in Lindy's tight, high-pitched voice. What do you want to keep him for? Kris asked. Following her sister toward the street. I've always liked puppets, Lindy recalled. Remember those marionettes I used to have? I played with them for hours at a time. I made up long plays with them. I always played with the marionettes, too, Kris remembered. You got the strings all tangled up, Lindy said, frowning. You weren't any good at it. But what are you going to do with this dummy? Kris demanded. I don't know, maybe I'll work up an act, Lindy said thoughtfully, shifting Slappy to her other arm. I'll bet I could earn some money with him. You know, appear at kids' birthday parties, put on shows. Happy birthday, she made Slappy declare. Hand over some money. Kris didn't laugh. The two girls walked along the street in front of their house. Lindy cradled Slappy in her arms, one hand up his back. I think he's creepy, Kris said, kicking a large pebble across the street. You should put him back in the dumpster. No way, Lindy insisted. No way, she made Slappy say, shaking his head, his glassy blue eyes moving from side to side. I'll put you in the dumpster. Slappy sure is mean, Kris remarked, frowning at Lindy. Lindy laughed. Don't look at me, she teased. Complain to Slappy. Kris scowled. You're jealous, Lindy said, because I found him and you didn't. Kris started to protest, but they both heard voices. Kris looked up to see the two Marshall kids from down the block running towards them. They were cute red-headed kids that Lindy and Kris sometimes babysat for. What's that? Amy Marshall asked, pointing at Slappy. Does he talk? Her younger brother Ben asked, staying several feet away, uncertain expression on his freckled face. Hi, I'm Slappy. Lindy made the dummy call out. She cradled Slappy in one arm, making him sit up straight, his arms dangling at his sides. Where'd you get him? Amy asked. Do his eyes move? Ben asked, still hanging back. Ben has the right idea. I'm with Ben on this one. Do your eyes move? Slappy asked Ben. Both Marshall kids laughed. Ben forgot his reluctance. He stepped up and grabbed Slappy's hand. Ouch! Not so hard! Slappy cried. Ben dropped the hand with a gasp. Then he and Amy collapsed in gleeful laughter. Ha 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 ha. Lindy made Slappy laugh, tilting his head back and opening his mouth wide. I don't think Slappy knows how to laugh. I don't think Slappy has ever known joy. The two kids thought that was a riot. They laughed even harder. Pleased by the response she was getting, Lindy glanced at her sister, Kris. Oh, hi, Milo. Her sister. Kris was sitting on the curb, cradling her head in her hands, a dejected look on her face. She's jealous, Lindy realized. Kris sees that the kids really like Slappy and that I'm getting all the attention, and she's totally jealous. I'm definitely keeping Slappy, Lindy told herself, secretly pleased at her little triumph. She stared into the dummy's bright blue-painted eyes. To her surprise, the dummy seemed to be staring back at her, a twinkle of sunlight in his eyes, his grin wide and knowing. Damn it, Lindy. Yes, agreed. Yes, a child. I thought the same thing. Not a child. Find short chapters relatable, huh? Ooh, that would hurt my feelings if I was ashamed of being short. What a great sentence to start a chapter. No, those twins are dummies, yeah. Unfortunately, yes, he is alive. Yeah, little did they know. Slappy might be in perfect shape, but after a few days, you guys sure won't be once he's through with you. Yeah, I'm like, what about his previous owners? Are they in perfect shape? Probably not. What's worse to a fictional 12-year-old? Finding a child in a dumpster or finding a dummy? I mean, finding a child in a dumpster just sounds awful. Dummy doesn't sound good either. R.I.P. kids, when Slappy gets through with them, they will be dummies. Yeah. He's aware, dummy. Throw him back. You don't know where it's been. Yeah, right. It's probably just, aside from it being evil, it's probably got so many germs on it. Could have rabies. You never know. Don't you miss being a kid and not worrying about, like, germs? The way my Slappy's mouth moves is by pulling a string in the back of his neck, though it's not really strong enough. That's how this one moves, so I guess it's a pretty authentic one. I feel old. The hit Disney song Let It Go was 9 years ago. Oof. I remember when they would play it on, like, mainstream radio. They have versions of Slappy in Toy Story 4. They did. I forgot about that. W Slappy. What I'm getting, Lindy came up with Slappy's personality. She's responsible for all this. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is all Lindy's fault. I feel like we all need t-shirts with Slappy on it that just say, thanks a lot, Lindy. Camera. Calm the fuck down, please. Smelly, creepy doll child. Nickelback's Hero was released in 2000. Oh, that's 20 years ago. Put that thing back where it came from, or so help me. I quote that all of the time. Put that demon back where it belongs in the garage. In the garbage bin. Put that ugly freak of nature back in the garbage. Smelly, creepy doll child. So a kid came up with Slappy's persona. Interesting. So this is like evil Toy Story, before Toy Story. Well, yeah, this was before Toy Story. Barely, I think. I think Toy Story would come out the next year. Other children recognize the demon for what it is and smite him, right? Hey, Milo, how are you? Has today gone better than yesterday, I hope? And in today's episode of Bad Ideas, yeah. I had this nightmare about Slappy when I was a kid. Oof. You hear Slappy's laugh like Skeletor. Yeah, okay, cool. Pirates of the, yeah. He doesn't know joy, only laughs for evil. True. It was like he didn't seem to move on his own, but every time I went to a new place, he was there. Oof. It's like that really scary horror game about the knockoff Furbies. His teeth sharp. He didn't do anything. He just felt really sinister. I would have been terrified. So he'd be like, thank you. It smelled in that garbage. So Goosebumps history was made, all because of a 12-year-old who was trying to annoy her sister. Ain't that the way of the world? All this happened because a 12-year-old took Slappy out of the dumpster. Everything would be different and good if Slappy stayed in the dumpster, right? All the trauma of Slappy World. We wouldn't have had that whole series. I would trust less with Slappy than Lindy. At this point would be Jane in the other night's Drew game. Or Lefty, I guess. Jane and Lefty, I think, come from the same parallel dimension of Demon Spawn. Why there's more to it than all of you realize. Yeah, I'm excited to see more of this book. I was so worried about germs as a kid. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't really worried about germs. I just was always getting sick, though. I think I just was like, I'm gonna get sick no matter what I do. Hey, Laser, how is everybody? I was hypochondriac, extreme. I convinced myself several times that I was dying of meningitis. I mean, I definitely know the feeling of having a lot of, I don't think I have hypochondria necessarily, but anxiety around health is definitely a thing. Like, I was listening to Moist Critical talk about hypochondria, and it sounds like OCD so much that I just was like, oof, I feel this. I'm told my evil mirror duplicate kicked you off the stream. Huh. I do kind of remember something about Cameron being on stream last night, but it's all kind of a hazy blur, you know? Has anyone tried to set him on fire? No one ever tries setting the demon dolls on fire. I feel like they should. Laser got kicked off in a blind power grab last night, so I think Laser's a little bit frightened of the mods. You can trust the mods. The mods are cool. Slappy talking on his own right now. The girl's doing it technically, but he's about to not be. Today's been better, but yeah, I was really sad yesterday. I'm okay now. I'm glad you're doing better. I hate those days. Spring season in Australia. Yeah, it's very, very fall-like right here in Georgia. Being an episode on the first book are not true. Yeah, they just started with Night of Living Dummy, too. Surprised there wasn't an episode of the first book. It would always confuse me, too. Probably a form of OCD in its own right. Probably. Because OCD and OCPD are two different things anyway. Literally Legend of the Vampire in a nutshell. Yeah, pretty much. They definitely threw Chucky in the fire, didn't they? They did. They did throw him on fire, and then his little body parts still came back to life. They also shot him a bunch of times, too. Damn thing won't die. Yeah, throwing him in the fire doesn't work either. Camera. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Oops, that's definitely not what I wanted. Streamception. One of my friend's first roommates tried to tell everyone my friend was a hypochondriac and fake her illnesses, even though my friend literally almost died from how sick she was. Jesus. It's terrible. And second books were basically interchangeable, so they just skipped to the second one. I have heard that. Basically, like, they're similar, but the second one is better. Don't be worried about being yeeted, Hannah. You're good. The Mad with Power episode of Avery Talks About Stuff was so damn entertaining. It really was. It was stressful in the moment, but it's entertaining looking back. OCD and hypochondria are, if I remember from my unfinished psychology degree, in the same family of disorders. Yeah, that makes sense. Hey, Late Horror Show. How are you? Each in the concrete. Oof. Mine's for Austin Powers. Why won't you die? And the terror of Cameron was pretty entertaining. Grew out of it after a certain age, thankfully. Though I do still have a lot of health-based anxiety. Yeah, I had really bad tics as a kid, and then they got better, and then they kind of fluctuate throughout my life, right? So, like lately, my OCD checking tics specifically have been really, really bad. Hospitals make me really nervous because they're so germy. Yeah. Main character in the next book. Thanks, Lindy, right? It's up again if you give me moderator power. We're good. We got 3 moderators. We're cool. All right, let's go back to this camera and read chapter 3. Everybody's feeling it. Woo! 20 concurrents. I love how much we all love Goosebumps. All right. Chapter 3. Who is that on the phone? Mrs. Powell asked, shoveling another forkful of spaghetti. Mr. Powell asked, shoveling another forkful of spaghetti into his mouth. Lindy slipped back into her place at the table. It was Mrs. Marshall down the block. Does she want you to babysit? Mrs. Powell asked, reaching for the salad bowl. She turned to Kris. Don't you want any salad? Kris wiped spaghetti sauce off her chin with her napkin. Maybe later. No, Lindy answered. She wants me to perform at Amy's birthday party with Slappy. Your first job, Mr. Powell said, a smile crossing his slender face. Amy and Ben liked Slappy so much they insisted on him, Lindy said. Mrs. Marshall is going to pay me $20. Ooh. That's great, their mother exclaimed. $20 as a 12-year-old in the 90s, that's pretty dope. She passed the salad bowl across the table to her husband. It had been a week since Lindy rescued Slappy from the dumpster. Every day after school, she had spent hours up in her room rehearsing with him, working on his voice, practicing not moving her lips. Thinking up jokes to perform with him, Kris kept insisting the whole thing was dumb. I can't believe you're being such a nerd, she told her sister. She refused to be an audience for Lindy's routines. But when Lindy brought Slappy into school on Friday, Kris's attitude began to change. A group of kids had gathered around Lindy outside her locker. As Lindy made Slappy talk for them, Kris watched from down the hall. She's going to make a total fool of herself, Kris thought. But to her surprise, the kids hooted and howled. They thought Slappy was a riot. I'm a little surprised too, honestly. Even Robbie Martin, the guy Kris had a crush on for 2 years, thought Lindy was terrific. Ouch. Watching Robbie laugh along with the other kids made Kris think hard. Becoming a ventriloquist might be fun. And profitable. Nothing like changing your hobbies to get a date. Lindy was going to earn $20 at the Marshall's birthday party, and when word got around, she'd probably perform in a lot of parties and earn even more money. After dinner that evening, Lindy and Kris washed and dried the dishes. Then, Lindy asked her parents if she could practice her new comedy act. That's routine. Damn it, I didn't think they'd reuse the word routine so quickly. On them. She hurried up to her room to get Slappy. Mr. and Mrs. Powell took a seat on the living room couch. Maybe Lindy will be a TV star, Mrs. Powell said. Maybe, Mr. Powell agreed, sitting back on the couch, a pleased smile on his face. Barky yapped and climbed between Mr. and Mrs. Powell, his tiny stub of a tail wagging furiously. You know, you're not allowed on the couch, Mrs. Powell said, sighing. But she made no move to push Barky off. Poor Barky, he's already got a stupid name. Kris sat down away from the others on the floor by the steps, cradling her chin in her hands. You're looking glum this evening, her father remarked. Can I get a dummy too? Kris asked. She hadn't really planned to say it. The question just popped out of her mouth. Lindy came back into the room carrying Slappy around the waist. Ready? She asked. She pulled the dining room chair into the center of the living room and sat down on it. Well, can I? Kris repeated. You really want one too? Mrs. Powell asked, surprised. Want what? Lindy asked, confused. Kris says she wants a dummy too, Mrs. Powell reported. No way, Lindy said heatedly. Why do you want to be such a copycat? It looks like fun, Christy replied, her cheeks turning bright pink. If you can do it, I can too. She added shrilly. You always copy everything I do, Lindy protested angrily. Why don't you find something of your own for once, camera? Arg. Hey, Tony. Go upstairs and work on your junk jewelry collection. That's your hobby. Let me be the ventriloquist. Girls, Mr. Powell started, raising a hand for quiet. Please don't fight over a dummy. I really think I'd be better at it, Kris said. I mean, Lindy isn't very funny. Everyone thinks I'm funny, Lindy insisted. That's not very nice, Kris, Mrs. Powell scolded. Well, I just think if Lindy has one, I should be able to have one too, Kris said to her parents. Copycat, Lindy repeated, shaking her head. You've been putting me down all week, you said. It was nerdy. You said it was nerdy. But I know why you changed your mind. You're upset because I'm going to earn some money, and you're not. I really wish you two wouldn't argue about everything, Mr. Powell said disgustedly. Well, can I have a dummy? Kris asked him. They're expensive, Mr. Powell replied, glancing at his wife. A good one will cost more than $100. I really don't think we can afford to buy one now. Why don't you both share, Slappy? Mrs. Powell suggested. Huh? Lindy's mouth dropped open in protest. You two always share everything, Mrs. Powell continued, so why don't you share Slappy? But, Mom, Lindy whined unhappily. Excellent idea, Mr. Powell interrupted. He motioned to Kris. Try it out. After you share him for a while, I'm sure one of you will lose interest in him, maybe even both of you. Kris climbed to her feet and walked over to Lindy. She reached out for the dummy. I don't mind sharing, she said quietly, searching her sister's eyes for approval of the idea. Can I hold him just for a second? Lindy held on to Slappy tightly. Suddenly, the dummy's head tilted back and his mouth opened wide. Beat it, Kris, he snarled in a harsh, raspy voice. Get lost, you stupid moron. Before Kris could back away, Slappy's wooden hands shot up and he slapped her hard across the face. Wonderful. My eye makeup is running into my eyes. I have tics too, luckily, I guess. My main tic is kind of quote-unquote normal. I basically do a big... This is casual observers. I have a cold or allergies. Yeah, my main tic is... Well, it used to be sorting. Now it's checking. At this stage of my life, it kind of shifted. I don't know when. I've always had checking as a tic, but it's become kind of the main one now. Got nervous and puts my safety helmet back on. Right? Germaphobe and deal with OCD daily. Wish I was a worryless kid at times. Yeah. Then I have bigger full body tics. Yeah. Okay, camera. I've had it. I've really had it, camera. Hang on. Figure out how to fix this. Overheating a little. I imagine all the Night of the Living Dummy kids meeting up and everyone gives Lindy the death glare. Yeah. Yeah, when they show up to group therapy, they're just like, and we were the ones that brought this random doll to life, and all the other kids, like, knock down the door. They're like, what did you say? It was you? And Kris is like, it was Lindy, really. Oh, don't remind me about Pete's tooth. I might get sick. I'd imagine some of the kids would want to fight. Oh, yeah. $20 to bully people with the doll is pretty sweet even these days. Honestly, yeah. Kris is just jealous that Lindy has a hobby. I think she's mostly just jealous of the fact that the guy she likes is more interested in Lindy's hobby than he is about anything to do with her. Yay! Tony Afterverse has joined the chat. You know, like, obviously Slappy is very bad and sinister, but I have the idea that ventriloquism as a whole is creepy, or ventriloquism. I mean, it's mostly just puppets. Like, the idea of ventriloquism, like, it's fascinating to me that people can do that, but the puppets themselves can often be creepy, in my opinion. Oh, you hate the idea. Yeah. Ventriloquism is cool. Puppets are usually just creepy, but the puppeteers are very talented. When I didn't finish my psychology degree, it was because I was making my own hypochondria worse. Yeah, I can imagine that can be a huge triggering thing. BRB. Okay, Anna. I'm a middle sister, so I understand both of their perspectives. I'm the oldest. So I understand the, oh, no, not the, why don't you share? Yeah, I understand the fear of sharing. You're the oldest, and then your younger sibling is born, and it's like, share. It's like, but this was mine. That's the most annoying thing parents can do, yeah. Again, for good this time, what's happened last time they found Slappy in the trash. So Lindy has been practicing a lot with it and now has a job and is getting a bunch of attention for being a ventriloquist. And Kris is jealous, and so they're arguing over Slappy. So now they're going to share Slappy. So they're both going to hang out with Slappy. Yes, now both the kids will... now both their kids will get possessed, yeah. Hey, kid, let me volunteer. Your property is now joint property. My parents used to always say, I mean, we bought it, so it's really our property that we let you use, so you should let your brother use it. Joint custody of Slappy. Slappy is like Mario or Sonic of Goosebumps. Yeah, he's the mascot for sure. That's twins who barely can share a room without starting a war to share an expensive cursed item they found in the trash. Yeah, and for a second I thought we might get decent parents in this one. Not as bad as making fun of your kid for needing water, but still not great parenting. Your hair looks nice, thank you. It's back in a bun. One, because I'm testing out my Velma costume for Halloween, and I don't know exactly what I want to do with my hair because it's a lot longer than Velma's right now. And two, it's just not a great hair day, so I'm just like, put it back in a bun. That's the beauty of having long hair. You can just tie it up, and then nobody knows what a terrible hair day you're having. Split him in half, that would solve the issue. Yeah, like the story of King Solomon and the baby. One of you gets the top half, and one of you gets the bottom half. Slappy be the poor kid caught in the messy divorce, yeah. Lindy needs a hug after all this is over. I mean, I think, yeah, but also, Lindy has now brought trauma upon dozens of children. Slappy versus E.T. any takers. I love E.T. so much. I want to believe that E.T. could take Slappy, but I'm afraid for him. It's a bad way to raise kids, too. Yeah. So it was Lindy all along, eh? That doesn't have the same vibes as Agatha. No. Slappy's the poster child. They have no property of their own. They never learn to take care. Yeah, and also, like, never learn, like, the boundaries of, like, this is mine. I could say that is mine. Welcome, Dave's Archives. I might disagree about ventriloquism being good. Oh my goodness. I'm going as Daphne. I talked my whole family into being the mystery gang together, so my mom and dad are Fred and Daphne. I'm Belmo, my brother is Shaggy. Our little tiny dog is Scooby-Doo. And my grandmother wanted to also participate, so she's going to be the bad guy that gets unmasked. We're very excited. Yes, E.T. could take him. That makes me comforted to hear. E.T.'s my boy. To a friend's house, and I asked if we could play her Game Boy for a while, and she was like, no, my sister's playing with it right now. And I was like, well, tell her to give it back. Yeah. Basically, Lindy and Kris, or Andy to Slap. Yeah. Something like that. So cute. Thank you. I'm being a Sith Lord. Nice. Darth Maul saber staff from Galaxy's Edge. Nice, nice, nice. Your Christmas present. And she was like, yeah, but none of my toys are mine. They're for all of us. Yeah. Yeah. Now, every time I hear the Scooby-Doo theme song in my head, I think about the way that Velma sings it at the end. I'm going to be Will Byers because I basically have a bowl cut. Aw, so cute. Just joined. Are we talking about Halloween costumes? Yes, we are. We're about to start chapter 4 of Night of the Living Dummy 2. To catch you up, both of the girls are now sharing Slappy the Dummy, which they found in a trash can, and he should have been left there. Welcome, Amanda, by the way. Okay. Chapter 4. Oh. Kris screamed and raised her hand to her cheek, which was bright pink. She stepped back. Stop it, Lindy, that hurt. Me? Lindy cried. I didn't do it. Slappy did. Don't be dumb, Kris protested, rubbing her cheek. You really hurt me. But I didn't do it, Lindy cried. She turned Slappy's face toward her. Why were you so rude to Kris? I really thought it was going to be a fake out. I didn't think he was actually coming to life yet. Mr. Powell jumped up from the couch. Stop acting dumb and apologize to your sister. Oh, we're calling our kids dumb now. Now we're really going into bad. There's the bad parenting we know and love from Goosebumps. Let me go back to this. Desk cam. Yep, desk cam. What do we mean by sharing? They both want to be ventriloquists, so they have to take turns spending time with the evil possessed dummy. I'm sorry, she made the dummy say. No, in your own voice, Mr. Powell insisted, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Slappy didn't hurt Kris, you did. Okay, Lindy muttered, blushing. She avoided Kris's angry stare. I'm sorry, here. She dumped Slappy into Kris's arms. Kris was so surprised she nearly dropped the dummy. Slappy was heavier than she'd imagined. Now what am I supposed to do with him, Kris asked Lindy. Lindy shrugged and crossed the room to the couch where she dropped down beside her mother. Why'd you make such a fuss? Mrs. Powell whispered, leaning close to Lindy. That was so babyish. No, I don't like name-calling your kids. Lindy blushed. Slappy is mine. Why can't something be mine for once? Sometimes you girls are so nice to each other, and sometimes Mrs. Powell's voice trailed off. Mr. Powell took a seat on the padded armchair across the room. How do I make his mouth work? Kris asked, tilting the dummy upside down to examine its back. There's a string in his back inside the slit in his jacket, Lindy told her grudgingly. You just pull it. I don't want Kris to work Slappy, Lindy thought unhappily. I don't want to share Slappy. Why can't I have something that just belongs to me? Why do I have to share everything with her? Why does Kris always want to copy me? She gritted her teeth and waited for her anger to fade. Camera. Adjusting it while we're here. Later that night, Kris sat straight up in bed. She'd had a bad dream. I was being chased, she remembered, her heart still pounding. Chased by what? By whom? She couldn't remember. She glanced around the shadowy room, waiting for her heartbeat to return to normal. The room felt hot and stuffy, even though the windows were open and the curtains were fluttering. Lindy lay sound asleep on her side, but on the twin bed next to Kris's. She was snoring softly, her lips slightly parted, her long hair falling loose about her face. Kris glanced at the clock radio on the bedside table between the two twin beds. It was messy. It was nearly 3 a.m. Even though she was now wide awake, the nightmare wouldn't completely fade away. She still felt uncomfortable, a little frightened, as if she were still being chased by someone or something. The back of her neck felt hot and prickly. She turned and fluffed up her pillow, propping it higher on the headboard. As she lay back on it, something caught her eye. Someone sitting in the chair in front of the bedroom. Nope. Bedroom window. Someone staring at her. Nope. After a sharp intake of breath, she realized it was Slappy. Yellow moonlight poured over him, making his staring eyes glow. He was sitting up in the chair, tilted to the right at a slight angle, one arm resting on the slender arm of the chair. His mouth locked and in a wide, mocking grin. His eyes seemed to be staring right at Kris. Kris stared back, studying the dummy's expression in the eerie yellow moonlight. Gives me creeps. Then, without thinking, without even realizing what she was doing, she climbed silently out of bed. Her foot got tangled in the bedsheet, and she nearly tripped, kicking the sheet away. She made her way quickly across the room to the window. Slappy stared up at her as her shadow fell over him. His grin seemed to grow wider as Kris leaned closer. A gust of wind made the soft curtains flutter against her face. Kris pushed them away and peered down at the dummy's painted head. She reached a hand out and rubbed his wooden hair, shining in the moonlight. His head felt warmer than she'd imagined. Kris quickly jerked her hand away. What was that sound? Had Slappy snickered? Had he laughed at her? No, of course not. Kris realized she was breathing hard. Why am I so freaked out by this stupid dummy, she thought. In the bed behind her, Lindy made a gurgling sound and rolled onto her back. Kris stared hard into Slappy's big eyes, gleaming in the light. Gleaming in the light from the window. She waited for him to blink or to roll his eyes from side to side. She suddenly felt foolish. He's just a stupid wooden dummy, she told herself. She reached out. Camera. She reached out and pushed him over. The stiff body swung to the side. The hard head made a soft clunk as it hit the wooden arm of the chair. Kris stared down at him, feeling strangely satisfied, as if she'd somehow taught him a lesson. The curtains rustled against her face. She pushed them away. Feeling sleepy, she started back to bed. She had only gone one step when Slappy reached up and grabbed her wrists. Wonderful. Love that. His hands are like weapons. Just reminds me of the episode of Psych. I had a cast on, which is obviously a clear advantage. It's like having a weapon attached to your arm. Oh, no. Yep. Nope, so much nope. Yep. Slappy slapped her. It's in the name. Don't have a costume plan this year. Numerically spooky clothes, so I'm sure I'll come up with something. Yeah, that's the best thing. Sometimes you just pull something together, and that's the most fun way to do it. Welcome back, Hannah. I know you're back now, but I just saw your welcome back message. 2 decades later, Lindy, I found Slappy. I wanted to finish him. Yeah, like, it's like her version of Halloween, with, like, Jamie Lee Curtis being like, I gotta finish this for all of us. Just gonna wear a cape and tell people I'm a vampire. I like it. Somebody be 3-hole punch Jim. Chapter 4 plot is happening so fast, so exciting. I know, it's really well paced so far. Got slapped by a dummy named Slappy. There's a story for the grandkids. Yup. Slappy should slap those parents. Name Slappy just coincidentally happens to be perfect. I mean, I think he got his personality from her. I think he takes on some of the personality that she gives him, so I think that's why. Halloween events this past weekend. I went as Alice in Wonderland. Ooh, I love Alice in Wonderland. Neighbors need to call CPS. Yeah, that's kind of how siblings work, Mrs. Powell. Out there slapping people. Sibling dynamics, you should have. Well, technically they're twins. To be fair, they're twins. They didn't really have any control over that. Yes. Unless I can get stand. Stay puffed Marshmallow Man. I love both of these ideas. Once you have a sibling, you will never have a personal belonging again. True. To be fair, if one of my younger siblings told me I didn't hit our sibling, the puppet did, I probably would think it was a lie, so I can't blame the parents for that. Yeah, no, I can't blame the parent for thinking that she hit her sister. It's just the use of, you're being really dumb. It's like, oh no, we don't. That's probably not a good idea. Drop one off at the fire station. Oh my god, can you imagine? Desire for individuality and autonomy is difficult enough to deal with as a kid. That your parents and everyone else treating two siblings like one person. Yeah, and most siblings have stories like that, or a lot of them have stories about like feeling like they don't really have their own personality because they're always together and they're always wearing the same clothes and all that stuff. In Toy Story 4, where like 5 Slappy puppets chased after Woody to harvest his organs. Yes, I do. And I couldn't believe that they managed to pull that off. I can't blame the parents for name calling their kids meme names. Yeah. He's alive! It's a mass one by a Richard named home. Oh, that's cool. 1, 2, 3, oh hell no. Yeah. That's a 1, 2, 3, oh hell no for me too, Crazy Hannah. The tagline for this is he walks, he stalks. Right. I forgot to put that down. Let me put that down really quick. Not the grinning and peering. No, we don't care for that. I wonder why they didn't have the slogans on the reprints. It's interesting. He walks. He stalks. Cool. Hands are like weapons. I'm a pro wrestler anyway. Most of what I know about women's wrestling. I don't know too much about wrestling as a whole. 1, 2, tie my shoe. 3, 4, run out the door. 5, 6, being chased by a stick. 7, 8, oh, too late. 9, 10, Slappy killed me for my sin. Perfect. Feeling Slappy. It's much more. God damn it. Oh, that took a turn. Yeah, you caught that weird phrasing too. I was like, actually, that's a child. Yeah, can we just unleash Slappy? Or really any of the monsters on the parents? I think we've talked about this. Parents should have to fight all the monsters their kids have to fight. Slappy just reminds me of the slap. Oh my god, that unlocked a memory. I forgot about that character. Colby. How are my ears doing? A little bit better. I've done like 3 or 4 rounds of ear drops, and I think it's starting to clear up. The dizziness was slightly better. I think mostly right now I'm just feeling a little rundown from the COVID booster, but very glad to have the COVID booster. Welcome back, Daniel. So they found Slappy in a garbage can. Lindy then proceeded to be obsessed with Slappy, name him, give him a personality. And then the sister Kris was, you know, kind of jealous of like all the attention. So she now also wants to play with Slappy. So now they're both hanging out with the possessed doll. And the chapter that we just read, Kris woke up in the middle of the night to Slappy staring at her, and she went over to look at him, and she swore that he chuckled at her. The fact that Slappy would likely have been perfectly chill if Lindy had been the only one to handle him is absolutely awful to imagine, because it seems like he'd be content to be only Lindy's puppet. I wonder if it's that, or I wonder if it was because Lindy was playing him as a mean-spirited puppet that he got the way that he was. It's interesting, right? I guess we'll find out. These streams are very relaxing, Avery. Thanks for doing them. Oh, thank you. I find the Late Horror Show super relaxing. Which sounds funny because it's called the Late Horror Show, but it's just like I just love the old radio. It's just very calming. How many boosters have you had? In total, I mean, I had when the vaccines first came out, I had the 2 rounds because I had Pfizer. And then I guess this is my second booster. I had a booster last year and a booster just today. How can you look at that cover without cowering in fear? Honestly, this reprint cover I think is less scary than the original cover. I have the reoccurring nightmare of a kid. He drags me away from my house. My family is standing on the porch, waving and smiling. That sounds like the kind of dream I would have had as a kid. I had some bizarre dreams. I used to constantly tell my parents for some reason when I was like, I don't even remember this. Apparently, I was just barely talking, and I would always run into their room and be like, there's a white wolf in my room. And I don't know why or how I even knew to say that. Yeah. So then somebody told me once, maybe the white wolf was protecting you from the monsters. So ever since then, I've seen white wolves as like a good luck thing. And I was looking, when I found a bunch of books at Goodwill the other day, one of them was an A to Z Mysteries about called The White Wolf, and I was very excited. Milo, that's terrifying? Yeah, that's terrifying. So like if the parents hadn't asked her to share, nothing would go wrong. He was fine before he was handed over to Kris, too. Yeah, that's true. That's interesting. The white wolf is a friend. Yes, I love white wolves. Just wolves in general now, especially white wolves. My family was there, but they weren't helping me. Yeah. Yeah, those kind of dreams are terrifying. Sure, Slappy's evil essence would have corrupted Lindy if she didn't have to share. Oh yeah, I used to have nightmares so constantly, like nightmares and night terrors so constantly that I was like, wait. I remember being like 10 or 12 and being like, wait, some people have like good dreams? Like I was always having bad dreams. Pumpkin time, good night all. Night, Texas. Sorry for starting to talk about bad dreams just this late horror show. It's like, wow, this is really calming. I'm glad that it's calming. Manage everything to help manage my nightmares. Yeah. It was a process for me too. Early 90s era. If you look it up, you'll get it. Yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah. When you're in my room and it's always so vivid. Oh, that's cute. Imagine how fucked up Slappy would be. He was first controlled by Jane. Oh, God. Jesus. Don't even want to think about it. All right. Chapter 5. My aunt lived in the country when I was a kid, and she had a wild fox den in her backyard. So when I spent the summers with her, I came back obsessed with foxes. That's so cute. Apparently, if you sleep on your left side, you're more likely to have nightmares. Interesting. I've been told I move around and throw things occasionally in my sleep. All right, chapter 5, short chapter. Oh, yeah, Milo. It sounds like we had similar experiences for sure. I'm sorry, you can relate to that. Oh, as the hand tightened around her wrist, Kris cried out and spun around. To her surprise, Lindy was crouched beside her. Lindy had a tight grip on Kris's wrist. Kris jerked her hand from Lindy's grasp. Moonlight through the window lit up Lindy's devilish grin. Gotcha again, she declared. You didn't scare me, she insisted, but her voice came out a trembling whisper. You jumped a mile, Lindy exclaimed gleefully. You really thought that dummy was the dummy grabbed you? Did not, Kris replied. She hurried to her bed. Oh, Lindy, you have no idea. What were you doing up anyway? Lindy demanded. Were you messing with Slappy? Oh, I had a bad dream, Kris told her. I just went to look out the window. Lindy snickered. You should have seen the look on your face. I'm going back to sleep. Leave me alone, Kris snapped. She pulled the covers up to her chin. Lindy pushed the dummy back to a sitting position. Then she returned to her bed, still chuckling over the scare she'd given her sister. Kris rearranged her pillows, then glanced across the room to the window. The dummy's face was half covered in shadow now, but the eyes glowed as if he were alive. And they stared into hers as if they were trying to tell her something. Why does he have to grin like that? Kris asked herself, trying to rub away the prickling feeling on the back of her neck. She pulled up the sheet. Slappy is an ASMR artist. She pulled up the sheet, settled into the bed, and turned on her side away from the wide staring eyes. But even with her back turned, she could feel them gazing at her. Even with her eyes closed, the covers pulled up to her head, she could picture the shadowy, distorted grin, the unblinking eyes staring at her, staring. She drifted into an uncomfortable sleep, drifted into another dark nightmare. Someone was chasing her. Someone very evil was chasing her, but who? It was Slappy, probably. On Monday afternoon, Lindy and Kris both stayed after school to rehearse for the spring concert. It was nearly 5 when they arrived home, and they were surprised to see their dad's car in the driveway. You're home so early, Kris exclaimed, finding him in the kitchen helping their mother prepare dinner. I'm leaving tomorrow for a sales conference in Portland. Maine or Oregon, I wonder. Peeling an onion over the sink with a small paring knife. So I only worked half a day today. What's for dinner? Lindy asked. Meatloaf, Mrs. Powell replied. If your father ever gets the onion peeled, there's a trick to not crying when you peel an onion, Mr. Powell said, tears rolling down his cheeks. Wish I knew it. Just had a flashback to our Julia Childs video. How was chorus rehearsal? Mrs. Powell asked, kneading a big ball of red ground beef in her hands. Boring, Lindy complained, opening the refrigerator and taking out a can of Coke. Product placement. Yeah, we're doing all these Russian and Yugoslavian songs, Kris said. They're so sad. They're all about sheep or something. We don't really know what they're about. There's no translation. Mrs. Powell, Jesus. Mr. Powell rushed to the sink and began splashing cold water on his red, runny eyes. I can't take this, I wailed. He tossed the half-peeled onion back to his wife. Crybaby, she muttered, shaking her head. Kris headed up the stairs to drop her backpack in her room. She tossed it onto the desk. Let me try that again. She tossed it onto the desk she shared with Lindy, then turned to go back downstairs. But something by the window caught her eye. Spinning around, she gasped. Oh, no. The startled cry escaped her lips. Kris raised her hands to her cheeks and stared in disbelief. Slappy was propped up in the chair in the front of the window, grinning at her with the usual wide-eyed stare, as seated beside him was another dummy, also grinning at her. Oh, shit. They were holding hands. What's going on here? Kris cried aloud. Oh, shit. Say your goodbyes. The kids won't survive the story. I'm more worried about Barky, honestly. I do gymnastics in my sleep. Apparently, I'm a soccer star in my sleep. Yup. Moon Knight. No, Moonlight. I think Moonlight is what I said. Everyone says I kick a lot. I thought you were reading Let's Get Invisible again. Is it the same? Is it still showing you the wrong thumbnail? It's supposed to be the thumbnail that shows this book. I'm so confused. Confused at YouTube, not at you guys. Dream symbology can actually be really helpful to figure out what you're dreaming. Yeah, it is really interesting. Yeah, I write down all the dreams I remember now. They're usually quite disturbing, but sometimes kind of funny. Oh, I used to be known for writing short horror because based off of all the night terrors I used to have. I used to sleepwalk when I was little. Apparently, when I was 12, my parents found me trying to leave the house. Oh my gosh. It terrified them. It would terrify me too. I don't really sleepwalk, but I do this thing where I apparently have full conversations where I'm not awake enough to remember said conversation later. Because more than once, apparently, my brother has come into my room and I've sat up and had a conversation with him. And then later, I'm like, what conversation? And they're like, my brother's like, over, when we were talking about that thing. And I'm like, I don't remember talking about that thing. I've also sent text messages in my sleep, which is hilarious. Dreams about the actor who plays boys in the dream. Detective, not like real magic, but illusions. He has a friend who's like a vampire. Oh, that's interesting. I remember hearing an old episode of This American Life about sleepwalking and nightmares. Sometimes it's a chemical imbalance in the brain, and other times it's trauma. Yeah. They solve crimes. I actually want to see this show now, Milo. I want to see this turned into a show. More media should have more high disasters like myself. I agree with that sentiment. Stupid sheep songs. Crybaby. Wow, they're shit to each other too. LOL. Yeah. I keep crying while cutting onions is to wear contacts. I swear I've never cried. I mean, as silly as we looked, my mom's like weird ski mask looking thing was actually the only thing that helped us when we tried all the different ways. So I think literally just sealing your eyes off is the best way to do it. Oh no, there's 2 of them. I didn't think we get 2 of them yet. Scissors to cut onions. Interesting. They've multiplied. Who spilled water on them? Oh god. Imagine if R.L. Stine and Steven Spielberg teamed up to make some kind of Gremlins / Goosebumps-esque movie. Hey. At least the mom is just like that, and it's not. She talks to her kids. What a low bar. Insulting her husband as well as her children is somehow an improvement by R.L. Stine mom standards. Yeah, she's just horrible to everybody. Thumbnail is correct. Okay, that's good. Throw them both out. Thumbnail's fine. Okay, that's good. It must have just processed finally. He reproduces like bacteria. You sleep sing? That's actually kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? That sounds very calming. I don't know if it's calming for you in real life, but sounds lovely. I apparently meow in my sleep, like full volume. Oh wow. Split off like mitosis. You want us to remove comments that spoil things? No, you don't have to. Unless it's bothering everybody else, but it doesn't bother me. Oh yeah, I've had dreams that felt super real. Showed your mom earlier today and she loved it. Aw, tell your mom thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for showing her. A few times finishing sentences out loud, continuing from a dream conversation. Done that, yeah. Dreamed I was in the middle of a zombie apocalypse. I was trying to find where my brother was. Solution was to sleep through it. I used to be really good at waking myself up. As a kid, I knew that if I realized that I was dreaming, I knew how to wake myself up because if I went to sleep in the dream, I knew that I'd immediately wake up. It was weird. I was really good at it. And then I grew out of having that ability and it sucked. Sleep within sleep, yeah. Someone's give me thought my Furby would turn into one. Yeah. Oh gosh, I need to figure out where my Furby is. Remember when it went a little bit insane? It then disappeared. I need to find it. I've heard if you put a glass of water next to the onion, particles that hurt your eyes. We actually didn't try that one. We should have tried that one. We were trying all the ones that Julia Child was listing off. Only if you fall asleep in a dream, you'll go into a coma. That's not true at all. Yeah, somebody told me once that, like, yeah, the whole, like, well, if you die in your dream, you'll die in real life. It's like, that's not a thing. You just wake up. The awful nightmares where I kept finding out that I was still asleep. Oof. I hate that, like, sleepception. Or, like, when you wake up from a nightmare and then you go back to sleep and it just picks up where it left off. I have only had sleep paralysis twice in my life, and I'm grateful because people that have it chronically, I cannot imagine. It was very scary both times. I've said in my sleep I tried to go for Grover, but I couldn't do it. Furby is watching you from the walls. Oh god. I'm a spoiler on two legs. Furbies are inherently haunted, probably. Amount of Inception dreams I've had are uncanny, yeah. You let a Furby escape? Oh no, with the things that loose. With that thing loose and taking all society. Oh god, yeah. I'll have to track him down. So damn weird. I managed to get to my house, my room, which had a hole in the ceiling, clear view of the night sky. And I said, and I dozed off. I was already awake. Interesting. This time has made a Gremlins story. It's Monster Blood 4. That is true. I haven't read Monster Blood 4, but I can see from just reading the synopsis the resemblance. Feeling for a while. Oh. Campaign came true last week. Ooh. Yeah, that's creepy when you dream something and you're like, oh. Then it like happens and you're like, oh. It's in your walls. Oh god. Okay. And sorry, Natty, I don't know if I understand. Oh, just the amount of moderators. We have 3 moderators tonight just to make sure that no spam is caught because we were dealing with so much spam last night. System dream, we're being chased by murder. Ooh. Cole! How are you? We've missed you. I hate it when I wake up from nightmares. Oh, that sounds terrifying, Daniel. I hate it when I wake up from nightmares. Oh, yeah, that's terrifying. All right, hang on. I will put another bookmark in chat and come back. Pages are in this particular one. Not spoiling myself. Without looking at the 132, so pretty typical. Chapter 6. Do you like him? At first, Kris thought that Slappy had asked the question. She gaped in stunned disbelief. Well, what do you think of him? It took Kris a long moment to realize that the voice was coming from behind her. She turned to find her father standing in the doorway, still dabbing at his eyes with a wet dish towel. The new dummy? Kris stammered. He's for you, Mr. Powell said, stepping into the room. The wet towel pressed against both eyes. Really? Kris hurried over to the chair and picked the new dummy up to examine him. There's a tiny pawn shop on the corner across from my office, Mr. Powell said, lowering the towel. I was walking past, and believe it or not, this guy was in the window. He was cheap, too. I think the pawnbroker was glad to get rid of him. I wonder why. He's cute, Kris said, searching for the right word. He looks just like Lindy's dummy, except his hair is bright red, not brown. I always wondered where that discrepancy came from. Wondering why the dolls sometimes had red hair. Probably made by the same company, Mr. Powell said. His clothes are better than Slappy's, Kris said, holding the dummy out at arm's length to get a good view. I hate that stupid gray suit on Lindy's dummy. The new dummy wore blue denim jeans and a red and green flannel shirt. And instead of the formal-looking shiny brown shoes, he had a white high-top sneakers on his feet. So you like him? Mr. Powell asked, smiling. I love him, Kris cried happily. She crossed the room and gave her dad a hug. Then she picked up the dummy and ran out the room, down the stairs, and into the kitchen. Hey, everybody, meet Mr. Wood. Mr. Wood, she declared happily, holding the grinning dummy up in front of her. Barky yapped excitedly, leaping up. They're very imaginative with the names. Has beef with the knockoff. She declared happily, holding the grinning dummy up in front of her. Barky yapped excitedly, leaping up to nip the dummy's sneakers. Kris pulled her dummy away. Hey, Lindy cried in surprise. Where'd you get that? From Daddy, Kris said, her grin wider than the dummy's. I'm going to start practicing with him after dinner, and I'm going to be a better ventriloquist than you. Kris, Mrs. Powell scolded. Everything isn't a competition, you know. When you have a sibling, it definitely is. Burn both of them, yes. I already have a job with Slappy, Lindy said with superior sneer, and you're just getting started. You're just a beginner. She started like a week ago. She's a beginner. Mr. Wood is much better looking than Slappy, Kris said, mirroring the twins' sneer. Mr. Wood is cool looking. That gray suit on your dummy is the pits. You think that ratty old shirt is cool looking? Lindy scoffed, making a disgusted face. Yuck. That old dummy probably has worms. You have worms, Kris exclaimed. Your dummy won't be funny, Lindy said nastily, because you don't have a sense of humor. Oh yeah, Kris replied, tossing Mr. Wood over her shoulder. I must have a sense of humor. I put up with you, don't I? Copycat. Copycat, Lindy cried angrily. Out of the kitchen, Mrs. Powell ordered with an impatient shriek. Out! Get out! You two are impossible. The dummies have better personalities than either of you. Ooh! Ouch, Mom! To your own children? Thanks, Mom, Kris said sarcastically. Call me for dinner, Lindy called back. I'm going upstairs to practice my act with Slappy for the birthday party on Saturday. It was the next afternoon, and Kris was sitting at the dressing table she shared with Lindy. Kris rummaged in the jewelry box and pulled out another string of brightly colored beads. She slipped them over her head and untangled them from the other 3 strands of beads she was wearing. Then she gazed at herself in the mirror, shaking her head to better see the long, dangly earrings. I love my junk jewelry collection, she thought, digging into the depths of the wooden jewelry box to see what other treasures she could pull out. Lindy had no interest in the stuff, but Kris could spend hours trying on the beads. But wait, fingering the dozens of little charms, running her fingers over the plastic bracelets, jangling the earrings, her jewelry collection always cheered her up. She shook her head again, making the long earrings jangle. A knock on the bedroom door made her spin around. Hey, Kris, how's it going? Her friend Cody Matthews stepped into the room. He had straight white blonde hair and pale gray eyes in a slender, serious face. Cody always looked as if he were deep in thought. You ride your bike over? Kris asked, removing several strands of beads at once and tossing them into the jewelry box. No, walked, Cody replied. Why'd you call? You just want to hang out? No, Kris jumped to her feet. How dare you think I just want to hang out? Oh no, I know what chat is saying without even looking at chat. I feel it, Hannah. I can sense it. I sense the disturbance in the force. She walked over to the chair at the window and grabbed Mr. Wood. I was practicing my act. Children's book. Children's book. I want to remind everybody this is a book for children. Cody groaned. I'm the guinea pig? No, the audience. Come on. What is an audience if not just a group of guinea pigs for your act? She led him out to the bent old maple tree in the middle of her backyard. The afternoon sun was just beginning to lower itself to the clear spring blue sky. She raised one foot against the tree in the clear spring blue sky. I was like, that didn't really make sense. She raised one foot against the tree trunk and propped Mr. Wood on her knee. Cody sprawled on his back in the shade. Tell me if this is funny, she instructed. Okay, shoot, Cody replied, narrowing his eyes in concentration. Kris turned to Mr. Wood to face her. How are you today? She asked him. Pretty good. Knock wood, she made the dummy say. She waited for Cody to laugh, but he didn't. Was that funny, she asked. Kinda, he replied with enthusiasm. Keep going. Do you think R.L. Stine wrote in certain lines just to meme the parents that he knew would be reading this out loud to their kids? Is that what we're doing? You're a communal force to be reckoned with. Oh, God. Kris lowered her head so that she was face to face with the dummy. Mr. Wood, she said, why were you standing in front of the mirror with your eyes closed? Well, answered the dummy in a high-pitched, squeaky voice, I wanted to see what I look like when I'm asleep. Kris tilted the dummy's head back and made him look as if he were laughing. How about that joke? She asked Cody. Cody shrugged. Better, I guess. Oh, you're no help, Kris screamed angrily. She lowered her arms, and Mr. Wood crumpled onto her lap. You're supposed to tell me if it's funny or not. I guess not, Cody said thoughtfully. Oh, I'm not on this. Sorry. Not that matters at this point to us. TV shows with dirty jokes. Plants go with it. Oh. Kris has anger issues? Yeah, I think she gets it from her mother. I need some good joke books, she said. That's all. Some good joke books with some really funny jokes. Then I'll be ready to perform, because I'm a pretty good ventriloquist, right? I guess, Cody replied, pulling up a handful of grass and letting the moist green blades sift through his fingers. Well, I don't move my lips very much, do I? Kris demanded. Not too much, Cody allowed, but you don't really throw your voice. No one can throw her voice, Kris told him. It's just an illusion. You make the people think you're throwing your voice. You don't really throw it. Oh, Cody said, pulling up another handful of grass. Kris tried out several more jokes. What do you think? She asked Cody. I feel like he just got tired of writing the jokes. And he's like, yeah, she told a few more jokes. I think I have to go home, Cody said. He tossed a handful of grass at her. Kris brushed the green blades off Mr. Wood's wooden head. She rubbed her hand gently over the dummy's painted red hair. You're hurting Mr. Wood's feelings, she told Cody. He's doing it on purpose. He's doing it on purpose. Oh, God, I'm so afraid. Stop. She's a child. She's a child. Oh, my God, where am I? Cody climbed to his feet. Why do you want to mess with that thing anyway? He asked, pushing his white blonde hair back off his forehead. Because it's fun, Kris replied. Is that the real reason? Cody demanded. Well, I guess I want to show Lindy that I'm better at it than she is. You two are weird, Cody declared. See you in school. He gave her a little wave and then turned and headed for his home down the block. Kris pulled down the blankets and climbed into bed. Pale moonlight filtered in through the bedroom window. Yawning, she glanced at the clock radio. Nearly 10. She could hear Lindy brushing her teeth in the bathroom across the hall. Why does Lindy always hum when she brushes her teeth? Kris wondered. How can one twin sister do so many annoying things? She gave Mr. Wood one last glance. He was propped in the chair in front of the window. His hands carefully placed in his lap, his white sneakers hanging over the chair edge. He looks like a real person, Kris thought sleepily. Tomorrow I'm going to check out some good joke books from the library at school. I can be funnier than Lindy. I know I can. Ah, yeah, joke books. Now you can't lose. She settled back sleepily on her pillow. I'll be asleep as soon as we turn off the light, she thought. A few seconds later, Lindy entered the room, wearing her nightshirt, carrying Slappy under one arm. You asleep? She asked Kris. Almost, Kris replied, yawning loudly. I've been studying for the math final all night. Where have you been? Over at Alice's, Lindy told her, setting Slappy down in the chair beside Mr. Wood. Some kids were over and I practiced my act for them. They laughed so hard I thought they split a gut. When Slappy and I did our rap routine, Alice spit out her chocolate milk out of her nose. Alice spit her chocolate milk out her nose. What a riot. Rap routine, huh? Oh boy. That's nice, Kris said without enthusiasm. Guess you and Slappy are ready for Amy's birthday party on Saturday. Yeah, Lindy replied. She placed Slappy's arm around Mr. Wood's shoulder. They look so cute together, she said. Then she noticed the clothing neatly draped over the desk chair. What's that? She asked Kris. Kris raised her hand from her head from the pillow to see what her sister was pointing at. My outfit for tomorrow, she told her. We're having a dress-up party. Need to see them rap battle each other? Yes. In Miss Finch's class, it's a farewell party for Margot. You know, the student teacher. But Lindy stared at the clothes. Your Betsy Johnson skirt? Your silk blouse? We're supposed to get really dressed up, Kris said, yawning. Can we go to sleep now? Yeah, sure. Lindy made her way to her bed and sat down and clicked off the bedside lamp. Are you getting any better with Mr. Wood? She asked, climbing between the sheets. Kris was stung by the question. It was such an obvious put-down. Yeah, I'm getting really good. I did some stuff for Cody out in the backyard. Cody laughed so hard he couldn't breathe. Really, he was holding his sides. He said Mr. Wood and I should be on TV. Really? Lindy replied after a long moment's hesitation. That's weird. I never thought Cody had much of a sense of humor. He's always so grim. I don't think I've ever seen him laugh. Well, he was laughing at Mr. Wood and me, Kris insisted, wishing she were a better liar. Awesome, Lindy muttered. Can't wait to see your act. Neither can I, Kris thought glumly. A few seconds later, they were both asleep. A few seconds later? Damn, I don't want to fall asleep that easily. Their mother's voice calling from downstairs awoke them at 7 the next morning. Bright, morning orange sunlight poured in through the window. Kris could hear birds chirping happily in the old maple tree. Rise and shine, rise and shine. Every morning, Mrs. Powell shouted up the same words. Kris rubbed the sleep from her eyes, then stretched her arms high over her head. She glanced across the room, then uttered a quiet gasp. What's going on? She reached across Lindy's bed and shook Lindy by the shoulder. What's going on? Huh? Lindy startled, sat straight up. What's the joke? Where is he? Kris demanded. Huh? Kris pointed to the chair across the room. Sitting straight up in the chair, Slappy grinned back at them. bathed in morning sunlight, but Mr. Wood was gone. He's dead. He died. Oh, very short chapter. Next chapter, too. Oh, God. I did my best to ignore chat for the time being. A phrase I never thought I'd have the misfortune of asking. Do we ship Mr. Wood with Slappy? Rivals to lovers are enemies to lovers. Oh, no. Kids are so annoying. The kids in these books typically are, at least at the start. Oh, God. They need the wrenches. Yeah, we get a lot of spam, or at least we were last night. And for some reason, Nightbot wasn't catching it, at least most of it, so we've had some nice people volunteer to be mods. Taking care of my grandma. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Cole. Lockjaw, and I sleep sometimes because my lower. Yeah, my jaw, I wake up with my jaw feeling super stiff. My mom and Bryn loved your commercial. Aw, thank you, Patrick. Thank you for showing them. That was a lot of fun to make. Yeah, I have TMJ, and I always wake up with that stiff feeling, like that jaw pain hurts. Great, 2 evil dolls. Hi, Patrick. Ooh. Slappy has beef with this. I mean, apparently, I have to imagine that Mr. Wood is dead. Burn it. Burn the dummy. New Slappy is an indie skater boy. Goosebumps called Slappy Beware. It's his origin story. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't know if I own that one in my collection. Dummy is Chucky, yes. It's very similar to Chucky, I would say. Burn both of them, yes. Slappy's probably going to win because he doesn't. Mr. Wood didn't get a spin-off series. Mr. Wood is playing Daddy's Strip. Oh no, not again. No and no. Somebody me just manifesting Mr. Wood murdering Slappy. Oh no, Mr. You literally got yours from the trash, an abandoned house, right? Don't. What are you gonna say, that the other doll is dirty? Mr. Wood is gonna bitch slap Slappy. Classic 90s comeback. You have worms, yeah. This reminds me of my family. Oh, the memories. This kid's personality is literally an annoying child character, nothing else. I liked the characters in Curse of the Mummy's Tomb best so far, I think. The kid characters. Your mind, she didn't. Children's book! Oh no! Yay, I'm excited to listen to this episode of Box Cutter Podcast, guys. I think the funniest thing is watching the deleted comments in the middle of the suggestive ones, as if it was thought better of, and it was like, nah, it's too much. You want a joke book that just sounds like stealing jokes? Yeah. Yeah. Our chat's already on it. Toony. Yeah, Cameron, I caught that too. It was a very... He's got to be doing it to meme the parents, right? Kris is not creative so far. Oh, God, Cam. He's nervous on the chat jokes. Me too. Gay Evil Dummies would be a great name for a band. What is their ship? Jesus Christ. Oh, this is Hell World. I've been imagining Kris Jenner the whole time. Oh my God. Like a 12-year-old version of Kris Jenner, or just Kris Jenner as she is now? Teacher's name is Woods. Oh my God. Walk off into the sunset together. Well, I feel like our hopes and dreams are going to come crashing down, because isn't Bride of the Evil Dummy a thing? I think I own that one. That's a Goosebumps 2000 book. Please don't make the dummy rap. Oh gosh. Slappy, it's Mr. Woody Goosebumps. Oh God. Rap routine? I'm imagining that bit from Teen Witch. Slappy's past life was a rapper. They look cute together. Why was this episode scrapped, actually? Like, what the fuck? This would have been a funny episode. I know we've talked about it a bit on chat, because, like, they start with Night of the Living Dummy 2. So I think it was just because 1 and 2 were similar enough episodes, and they just preferred 2, so they just made 2. Skipped over. I have no idea. Although, why did they label it 2? If I don't know. I just have so many questions. Mr. Wood and Slappy are a couple, we know. God. Oh my God. Fan art of Mr. Wood and Slappy. Oh God. If you're gonna make that fan art, please just make it safe enough that I can share it on the community tab. That's all I'm asking for. They'll get turned into kids. They get turned into dummies. Oh God. Two blonde tween girls having a ventriloquist battle? That sounds like 7 Shades train wreck, yes. Slappy the rapper. R.I.P. Mr. Wood. He is now Firewood. I guess they broke up. Does this mean Slappy is a widow now? Bathed in blood. Can't ignore us and our weird jokes. Gay. I would never ignore the gay ships. Just just some of the Mr. Wood jokes. Poor widowed Slappy. All right, I'm gonna put a pin in chat again. Actually, yeah, I've got quite a bit of chat left to read, so I'm gonna read the next chapter because it's short and then get back to it. All right, chapter 7. Kris blinked several times and pushed herself up in bed with both hands. Her left hand tingled. She must have been sleeping on it, she realized. What? What's wrong? Lindy asked, her voice fogged with sleep. Where's Mr. Wood? Kris demanded impatiently. Where'd you put him? Huh? Put him? Lindy struggled to focus her eyes. She saw Slappy sitting stiffly on the chair across the room by himself. It's not even going to say it. It's not funny, Kris snapped. She climbed out of bed, pulled down the hem of her night shirt, and made her way quickly to the chair in front of the window. Don't you ever get tired of playing stupid jokes? Jokes? Huh? Lindy lowered her feet to the floor. Kris bent down to search the floor under the chair. Then she moved to the foot of the bed and got down on her knees to search under both twin beds. Where is he, Lindy? She asked angrily on her knees at the foot of the bed. I don't think this is funny, I really don't. Well, neither do I, Lindy insisted, standing up and stretching. Kris climbed to her feet. Her eyes went wide as she spotted the missing dummy. Oh! Lindy followed her sister's startled gaze. Mr. Wood grinned at them from the doorway. He appeared to be standing, his skinny legs bent in an awkward angle. He was wearing Kris's dress-up clothes, the Betsy Johnson skirt and the silk blouse. Her mouth wide open in surprise, Kris made her way quickly to the doorway. She immediately saw that the dummy wasn't really standing on his own. He had been propped up, the doorknob shoved into the opening in his back. She grabbed the dummy by the waist and pulled him away from the door. My blouse, it's all wrinkled, she cried, holding it so Lindy could see. She narrowed her eyes angrily at her sister. This was so obnoxious of you, Lindy. Me? Lindy shrieked. I swear, Kris. I didn't do it. I slept like a rock last night. I didn't move. I didn't get up till you woke me. I didn't do it, really. Kris stared hard at her sister, then lowered her eyes to the dummy. In her blouse and skirt, Mr. Wood grinned up at her as if enjoying her bewilderment. Well, Mr. Wood, Kris said aloud, I guess you put on my clothes and walked the door all by yourself. Lindy started to say something, but their mother's voice from downstairs interrupted. Are you girls going to school today? Where are you? You're late. Coming. Kris called down, casting an angry glance at Lindy. She carefully set Mr. Wood down on his back on her bed and pulled her skirt and blouse off of him. She looked up to see Lindy making a mad dash across the hall to be first in the bathroom. Sighing, Kris stared down at Mr. Wood. The dummy grinned up at her, a mischievous grin on his face. Well, what's going on? She asked the dummy. I didn't dress you up and move you. And Lindy swears she didn't do it. But if we didn't do it, she thought, who did? Hey, he isn't dead. Slappy Beware just came out like 3 months ago. I'll send you a copy. Oh, that's so sweet of you. Thank you, Cole. You guys are the best. The thing about this family is why would you buy something that you know is going to fuel sibling rivalry and possibly add more fighting? I have no idea. It's like their own personal fight club for the parents. So yeah, Jesus Christ. Parents are still people. For all we know, that is that their parents could have been instigating assholes. Yeah. This ship names, though, it's killing me. Kris Jenner as she is now, definitely. Either version of Kris Jenner is good. Once we finish this book, I'll reveal all the Slappy lore I know, but beware. Okay. You'll be in for a scare. Ooh, I'm excited. Makes sense if Slappy was bi. I think we can safely canonize, at least head canonize that Slappy is bi. Gender, they are just two souls vibing. There you go. Just give off chaotic bisexual energy. All hail by King Slappy. Yes. You'll be in for a surprise. Oh gosh. Bisexual Slappy. Oh, our comments are amazing. Slappy up, Mr. Wood, can you... Shit, because I got some interesting details about it once the book is over. Oh, God. Make Slappy a bisexual icon, R.L. Stein. Slappy has his grind profile. God damn it. Oh my God. Oh, sweet Hercules. Someone tweeted R.L. Stein. Drawing Slappy with a bi pin. Please send it. Send it to me. Anything but Betsy Johnson. Betsy Johnson was huge back then? Yeah. Does this make Mr. Wood a drag queen icon? I think so. I think that would be great. Great outfit, terrifying entrance. Oh my. Ending gender roles, yes. Jesus. The comments. Oh my God. Betsy Johnson was selected for the It Girls of 5th grade. Better than Limited 2. Ooh, see. I remember like the one time I had Limited 2. Felt like such a 1%er. I still have some of the Betsy. I still have some stuff I bought at Claire's in like the 5th grade. Mr. W chose to wear a skirt. Mr. W is actually Miss W all along. Yeah. Have we been misgendering Mr. Wood? Let's have it. Thank you, Cole. That's so sweet of you. I appreciate you. Happy Halloween. Thank you. Happy Halloween to you, too. Do you have any fun plans? Kris Jenner, well, I guess her name used to be Kris Kardashian, and then the divorce happened, and then all that stuff. Suddenly felt old, Limited 2. And Claire's, yes. Justice dresses. Ooh, swanky. I should talk remind me of inflatable furniture and see-through electronics. Ooh, I would kill for see-through electronics to come back. They do still have Claire's. They're still open, believe it or not. Gladly take Slappy as a chaotic dummy icon as a bi guy myself. Yeah. Representation. Definitely. Space wear ghost face flannel. Nice. Cole, let me know if there are any specific Goosebump books you haven't collected yet, and I'll keep an eye out while I'm rummaging. Yeah, because Kris Jenner used to be married to Robert Kardashian, so she was Kris Kardashian, and then they got divorced, and she married into the Jenner name. God help me all. God help us all. All right, chapter 8. Tilt his head forward, Lindy instructed. That's it. If you bounce him up and down a little, it'll make it look like he's laughing. Kris obediently bounced Mr. Wood on her lap, making him laugh. Don't move his mouth so much, Lindy told her. I think you're both crazy, Lindy's friend Alice said. So what else is new, Cody joked. All four of them were sitting in a small patch of shade under the bent old maple tree in the Powell's backyard. It was a hot Saturday afternoon, the sun high in pale blue sky, streaks of yellow. Okay, cool. Copy that. I will keep an eye out. I sometimes run into ones that I don't have, like when I'm at Goodwill, and I'm just like, somebody probably needs this for their collection. Perry. Hang on, Perry. All four of them were sitting in a small patch of shade under the bent old maple tree in the Powell's backyard. It was a hot Saturday afternoon, the sun high in the pale blue sky, streaks of yellow light filtering down through the shifting leaves above their heads. Barky sniffed busily. I almost read that as Barfy, which would be a worse name than Barky. Barky sniffed busily around the yard, his little tail wagging nonstop. Kris sat on a folding chair, which leaned back against the gnarled tree trunk. She had Mr. Wood on her lap. Lindy and Alice stood at the edge of the shade. Their hands crossed over their chests, watching Kris's performance, with frowns of concentration on their face. Alice was a tall, skinny girl, with straight black hair down to her shoulders, a snub nose, and a pretty heart-shaped mouth. She was wearing white shorts and a bright blue midriff top. Cody was sprawled on his back in the grass, his hands behind his head, a long blade of grass between his teeth. Kris was trying to show off her ventriloquist skills, but Lindy kept interrupting with helpful suggestions. When she wasn't making suggestions, Lindy was nervously glancing at her watch. She didn't want to be late for her job at Amy's birthday party at 2 o'clock. I think you're way weird, Alice told Lindy. Hey, no way. Hey, no way, Lindy replied. Slappy is a lot of fun, and I'm going to make a lot of money with him. And maybe I'll be a comedy star or something when I'm older. She glanced at her watch again. Well, everyone at school thinks that both of you are weird, Alice said, swatting a fly off her bare arm. Who cares, Lindy replied sharply. They're all weird too. And so are you, Kris made Mr. Wood say. Okay, hang on, I'm going to go get the cat. How did an editor read this and be like, you're good? Yeah, right? I have no idea. I really don't. Our chaos mascot back from a secret mission. Oh, trying not to trip over all the multiple cords in this room. Hi. Yes, hi. You need our emotional support, Perry. You are purring very loud. Are you happy? You happy to chill out and read Goosebumps? A baby. She is an agent of chaos, but we love her. Hi. Say hi, Perry. You're slipping. My arm is very sore. I don't know if I can completely hold you up if you're just dead weight. Right, Perry. Whoop. You're gonna fall, Perry. Hang on. Scoot. There you go. Hi. Okay. Where was I? I could see your lips move, Lindy told Kris. Kris rolled her eyes. Give me a break. You've been giving me a hard time all morning. Just trying to help, Lindy said. You didn't have to be so defensive, do you? Kris uttered an angry growl. They can barely see you where you're sitting there. Bless Perry. Hi, Perry. She's like about to fall asleep. Do you see this? Uttering growls again, are we? Yeah. Was that your stomach? She made Mr. Wood say. Cody laughed. At least one person thinks you're funny, Lindy said dryly. But if you want to do parties, you really should get some better jokes. Kris let the dummy slump to her lap. I can't find any good joke books, she said dejectedly. Where do you find your jokes? A superior sneer formed on Lindy's face. She tossed her long hair behind her shoulder. I make up my own jokes, she replied smoothly. You are a joke, Cody said. Ha ha. Remind me to laugh later, Lindy said sarcastically. I can't believe you don't have your dummy out here, Alice told Lindy. I mean, I don't want to rehearse for the... Wait, I mean, don't you want to rehearse for the party? No need, Lindy replied. I've got my act down. I don't want to over-rehearse. What in the world are you doing? What are you doing? What's happening? It's like shouting in a quiet voice. My cats are better, probably. You probably are no match for Pomegranate and... Pomegranate and... I'm blanking on the other cat's name. They demand love. Golf ball, yes. Golf ball and Pomegranate would kick your ass, I bet. Kris groaned loudly. Some of the other parents are staying at the birthday party to watch Slappy and me, Lindy continued, ignoring Kris's sarcasm. If the kids, Perry, like me, their parents might hire me for their parties. Maybe you and Kris should do an act together, Alice suggested. That could be really awesome. Yeah, what an act. Then there'd be 4 dummies, Cody joked. Alice was the only one to laugh. Lindy made a face at Cody. That might actually be fun. I feel like this kid insulting the puppet is gonna die. Yeah, hi, I'm in the middle. I'm trying to do a thing. We're doing a live stream. I demand love, mother. Careful. You have needle hands. Knife mittens. That would be a good name for a band. Lindy made a face at Cody. That might actually be fun, she said thoughtfully. And then she asked when Kris is ready. Kris drew her breath and prepared to make an angry reply. But before she could say anything, Lindy grabbed Mr. Wood from her hands. Let me give you a few pointers, Lindy said, putting one foot on Kris's folding chair and arranging Mr. Wood on her lap. You have to hold him up straighter like this. Hey, give him back, Kris demanded, reaching for her dummy. As she reached up, Mr. Wood suddenly lowered his head until he was staring down at her. You're a jerk, he rasped at Kris's face, speaking in a low, throaty growl. Huh? Kris pulled back in surprise. You're a stupid jerk, Mr. Wood repeated nastily in the same harsh voice. Lindy, stop it, Kris replied. Cody and Alice both stared in open-mouthed surprise. Stupid moron, get lost, stupid jerk. Not you. You're fine for now. You're good, Perry. The dummy rasps in Kris's face. Whoa, Cody exclaimed. Make him stop, Kris screamed at her sister. I can't, Lindy cried in a trembling voice. Her face became pale, her eyes wide with fear. Oh, we're leaving now? Okay, we're leaving now. I can't make him stop, Kris. He's speaking for himself. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Yeah, I didn't want to go near that one. They're kids, man. 2000, I know us 2000s kids are going to have a nostalgia trip. Yup. Too easy. Yeah, it is too easy, isn't it, Cameron? Arlstein was absolutely trolling parents. You cannot tell me he wasn't. There's no God here, only Arlstein's weirdly sexual kids' horror stories. The jokes write themselves. I know, right? Jesus. My God, I know. For anybody who wasn't here for the for the stay out of the basement stream, this is basically what it was, but with Plant Zaddy. And before anybody asks, no, we cannot make Slappy a Zaddy. We cannot have Slappy Zaddy. And we should be in your P.O. box between Tuesdays and Thursdays. Thank you so much. You're the best. I do think Dusty is a very... I do think Barky is a very dumb name. Yes. So how did an editor read this? I have no idea. But remember, there was a similar... Oh, that's sad. I would have been so sad if Arlstein was close by and I couldn't meet him. We're not worthy. We are worms. Ring is 20 years old. Oh, God. Isn't the girl from The Ring the same actress who voiced Lilo in Lilo and Stitch? Agent Perry, yes. Perry is the closest thing to God that will ever bless a Goosebumps stream, and I'm okay with that. Yeah. Perry the kitty cat? Perry the kitty cat, yes. Oh, what did you miss? Oh, I wish I could have been out getting popcorn, asexual vampire. Perry bedtime story. It's like shouting in a quiet voice. She's Perry. It's in media is Steve from Gravity Rush. I haven't read that. They demand love. She's trying to save you from Slappy at Mr. W. I like that Ellery can't bring himself to say Mr. Wood. I understand. I want full attention, please. I know, right? She's such a diva. Golf ball is an orange tabby and pomegranate is a black. Oh. Oh, I should. No. Lands. Perry just trying to pet you back. Okay. Bet Needle Hands would have some killer merch. Oh, yeah. Hang on, Perry. All right, fine. I know you think you're a prisoner. Almost like 5 minutes ago. We made pizza tonight, and you know how, like, when you make pizza in the oven, and, like, a little tiny bit of it starts to burn on the bottom, and then it just, like, smells like something's burning? I just opened my door and just got, like, a waft of burning pizza smell. Weirdly made me hungry again. No. Watching your stream on my Z Flip 4, and it's a vibe. Nice. He's alive, finally. Maybe. It's nice knowing you, but the puppet has a right to defend his honor. Yeah. Mr. Wood is a shady queen. Yeah. Aw, jeez. This is Stay Out of the Basement, the sequel. Oh gosh. Night Samara is the voice of Lilo, and Lilo in Hawaiian is alone lonely, and it makes the movie even sadder. Oh. Harry's like, let me out. Aaron, cease and desist. That doesn't get burned on the bottom. We've done that sometimes. That say you can put them directly on the oven rack and use a baking sheet. Oh, we just put them on the oven rack and are just like, well, it said we could. You're good, Toonimations. I think we have the book to blame, really. Oh, PlayStation series. I clearly have no idea what that is. I thought we were talking about a book series. These live streams for some reason are not unlisted. Yeah, no, I started making them public again because we now have a special tab for them. YouTube is rolling out separate tabs for live streams and shorts so that none of those have to be mixed in with your regular videos. So I can keep everything organized without... I'm going to still keep the playlist on the homepage, but I can keep everything organized that way. Because there are a couple of streams that I had to, like... They're technically not streams, they're technically re-uploads because I had to take one or two down and cut them because YouTube has this thing about if it's over 6 hours, you can't edit them at all. So... I don't know if I can get all of them to show up there, but I'm going to get most of them to show up, and then I'll keep the playlist so they're all in sequential order. So you're hardly the most chaotic entity in this hell chat. You're fine. Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. That's the truth. I really don't think Nightbot will yeet people over the crude humor. They mostly just yeet for... too many emojis. It's kind of silly. Put myself pretty severely. Oh, I'm sorry. Everything makes me nervous. Oh, everything in the kitchen makes me super nervous. That honor goes to this guy. Oh, hi, Nightbot. We summoned thee. All right. Let's do some double time. Oh, that's not the right thing. Nope, that's not the right thing either. Damn it. There we go. Go to the hospital, though. Oh, no, that sounds awful. Right on cue, Nightbot. Never misses a cue. Slides around the corner like Tom Cruise in Risky Business, and it's just like, you rang. All right, chapter 9. The dummy glared at Kris, its grin ugly and evil. I can't make him stop. I'm not doing it, Lindy cried, tugging with all her might. She pulled Mr. Wood out of Kris's face. I didn't make it up. That's just what it says. I'm very uncomfortable. Cody and Alice flashed each other bewildered glances. Frightened, Kris raised herself from the folding chair and backed up against the tree trunk. He's talking on his own. She stared hard at the grinning dummy. I think so. I'm all mixed up, Lindy declared, her cheeks bright and pink. Kris needs to come up with better names, yes. Like half a Kingdom Hearts stream talking about what Disney characters I would smash given enough money. And I came term sugar ducky for any time you want to be a sugar baby to a fictional character. That was the most cursed thing I've ever said. Sparky yipped and jumped on Lindy's legs, trying to get her attention, but she kept her gaze on Kris's frightened face. This is a joke, right? Cody asked hopefully. What's going on? Alice demanded, her arms crossed in front of her chest. Ignoring them, Lindy handed Mr. Wood back to Kris. Here, take him. He's yours. Maybe you can control him. But Lindy, Kris started to protest. Lindy glared at her watch. Oh no, the party. I'm late for a very important date. Shaking her head, she took off towards the house. Later, she called without looking back. But Lindy, Kris called. The kitchen door slammed behind Lindy. Holding Mr. Wood by the shoulders, Kris lowered her eyes to his face. He grinned up at her, a devilish grin, his eyes staring intently into hers. Oh, yeah. Yep. I'll get to that in a second, Tootie Mations. Kris swung easily, leaning back and raising her feet into the air. The chains squeaked with every swing. The old backyard swing set, half covered with rust, hadn't been used much in recent years. The early evening sun was lowering itself behind the house. The aroma of a roasting chicken floated out from the kitchen window. Kris could hear her mother busy in the kitchen preparing dinner. Sparky yapped beneath her. Kris dropped to her feet to the ground and stopped the swing to avoid kicking him. Dumb dog. Don't you know you could get hurt? Oh, no, that can't be. No, that's foreshadowing. Oh, no. She looked up to see Lindy come running up the driveway, holding Slappy under her arm. From the smile on Lindy's face, Kris knew at once that the birthday party had been a triumph, but she had to ask anyway. How'd it go? It was awesome, Lindy exclaimed. Slappy and I were great. Kris pulled herself off the swing and forced a smile to her face. That's nice, she offered. The kids thought we were a riot, Lindy continued. She pulled Slappy up. Didn't they, Slappy? They liked me, hated you, Slappy declared in Lindy's high-pitched voice. Kris forced a laugh. I'm glad it went okay, she said, trying hard to be a good sport. I did a sing-along with Slappy, and it went over really well. Then Slappy and I did our rap routine. What a hit! Oh, God, now I just need to see this rap routine, but I don't think I want to at the same time. She's spreading it on a little thick, Kris thought bitterly. Kris couldn't help feeling jealous. The kids all lined up to talk to Slappy, Kris continued. Didn't they, Slappy? Everyone loved me, she made the dummy say. Where's my share of the loot? So you got paid $20? Kris asked, kicking at a clump of weeds. 25, Lindy replied. Amy's mom said I was so good, she'd pay me extra. Oh, and guess what else? You know Mrs. Evans? The woman who always wears the leopard skin pants? You know, Anna's mom? She asked me to do Anna's party next Sunday. She's going to pay me $30. I'm going to be rich. Wow, $30, Kris muttered, shaking her head. I get 20, you get 10, Lindy made Slappy say. I have to tell Mom the good news, Lindy said. What have you been doing all afternoon? Well, after you left, I was pretty upset, Kris replied, following Lindy to the house. You know, about Mr. Wood. I put him upstairs. Alice and Cody went home. Then Mom and I went to the mall. His tail wagging furiously, Barky ran right over their feet, nearly tripping both of them. Barky, look out, Lindy yelled. Oh, I nearly forgot, Kris said, stopping on the back stoop. Something good happened. Lindy stopped too. Something good? Yeah, I ran into Mrs. Berman at the mall. Mrs. Berman was their music teacher and organizer of the spring concert. Thrills, Lindy replied sarcastically. And Mrs. Berman asked if Mr. Wood and I wanted to be master of ceremonies at the spring concert. Oh, dear God. Kris smiled at her sister. Lindy swallowed hard. She asked you to host the concert? Yeah, I get to perform with Mr. Wood in front of everyone, Kris gushed happily. She saw a flash of jealousy on Lindy's face, which made her even happier. Lindy pulled open the screen door. Well, good luck, she said dryly. With that weird dummy of yours, you'll need it. Dinner was spent talking about Lindy's performance at Amy Marshall's birthday party. Lindy and Mrs. Powell chatted excitedly. Kris ate in silence. At first, I thought the whole thing was strange, I have to admit, Mrs. Powell said, scooping ice cream into bowls for the dessert. I just couldn't believe you'd be interested in ventriloquism, Lindy, but I guess you have a flair for it. I guess you have some talent. They only support her once she starts making money. Typical. Lindy beamed. Mrs. Powell normally wasn't big on compliments. Aw, sad. I found a book in the school library about ventriloquism, Lindy said. It had some pretty good tips in it. It even had a comedy routine to perform, she glanced at Kris, but I like making up my own jokes better. You should watch your sister's act, Mrs. Powell told Kris, handing her a bowl of ice cream. I mean, you could probably pick up some pointers for the concert at school. Ooh, sibling rivalry. Maybe, Kris replied, trying to hide how annoyed she was. After dinner, Mr. Powell called from Portland, and they all talked with him. Lindy told him about her success with Slappy at the birthday party. Kris told him about being asked to host the concert with Mr. Wood. Her father promised he wouldn't schedule any road trips so that he could attend the concert. After watching a video their mother had rented at the mall, the two sisters went up to their room. It was a little after 11. Kris clicked on the light. Lindy followed her in. They both glanced across the room to the chair where they kept the two dummies and gasped. Oh no, Lindy cried, raising one hand to her wide-open mouth. Earlier that night, the dummies had been placed side by side in a sitting position, but now Slappy was upside down, falling out of the chair, his head on the floor. His brown shoes had been pulled off his feet and tossed against the wall. His suit jacket had been pulled halfway down his arms, trapping his hands behind his back. Look, Kris stammered, although her sister was already staring in horror at the scene. Mr. Wood, he's... Kris's voice caught in her throat. Mr. Wood was sprawled on top of Slappy. His hands were wrapped around Slappy's throat as if he were killing him. It's too easy. It's too easy. It's too easy. It's just. I can't, man. Can't handle it. This is worse than stay out of the basement. How is this R.L. Stein? How did he get away with this? I don't know, but I think the man might be. He's either crazy or he's a genius. I can't tell. Do do do. Reminding me. I'm sorry, how did he get away with this? I don't know. Let his fanfic accidentally slide too much into Goosebumps. One day this man is just gonna come clean about writing some, like, really popular erotica on AO3, and it's gonna be hilarious, and we're all going... Everybody who actually read the books, you'll know, because everybody who isn't surprised will have read the books. Double checked this and went, yeah, it's good. Oh. What were your comment about Smash? Oh yeah, I said yes to Smash or Pass Hook, except for Hoffman or Walken. And you know, I stand by that answer. He... Classic film that was about the lady who saw it by Cindy Lauper. Oh my god, that just unlocked a memory. Fiona, yes. Fiona is Shrek's wife. I was answering and then I got distracted by Barky. $25. That girl got ripped off. Leopard skin pants. Dialogue is making no sense. Jesus Christ. Yes, leopard print was very big in the 90s. So they're performing at birthday parties with the ventriloquism acts. I don't care about the other one. He seems slightly distressed. Yeah. Your birthday party and some girl with her puppet shows up. Yes. I can only imagine. That's gotta be horrible. And then they start rapping. Okay, I don't like the parents. It's official. Yeah. Wow, Mom gave me a compliment. I can't believe it. That's so depressing. I'll get back to chat in a second. I need to play and catch up with myself with this book. I don't believe this, Kris managed to whisper. She turned and caught the frightened expression on Lindy's face. What's going on? Lindy cried. Both sisters hurried across the room. Kris grabbed Mr. Wood by the back of the neck and pulled him off the other dummy. She felt as if she were separating two fighting boys. Or something. She held Mr. Wood up in front of her, examining him carefully, staring up at his face as half expecting him to talk to her. Then she lowered the dummy and tossed it face down onto her bed. Her face was pale and taut with fear. Lindy stopped and picked up Slappy's brown shoes from the floor. She held them up and studied them as if they would offer a clue as to what had happened. Kris, did you do this? Lindy asked softly. Huh? Me? Kris reacted with surprise. I mean, I know you're jealous of Slappy and me, Lindy started. Whoa, wait a minute, Kris replied angrily in a shrill, trembling voice. I didn't do this, Lindy. Don't accuse me. Lindy glared at her sister, studying her face. Then her expression softened, and she sighed. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Look at Slappy. He's nearly been torn apart. She set the shoes down on the chair and picked the dummy up gently, as if picking up a baby. Holding him in one hand, she struggled to pull his suit jacket up with the other. Kris heard her sister mutter something. It sounded like, your dummy is evil. What did you say? Kris demanded. Nothing, Lindy replied, still struggling with the jacket. Oh, can you... Oh, Cole, thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. I appreciate you so much. That's amazing. I just heard a cat running through the hallways, and my first thought was Slappy. Freaky Puppets is a punk band name. Yeah. I don't know if you're saying it is an established band or it could be a band, but say it to her face, you coward. But either way, yes, it would be a great name. Just funny, the author or the owner of Slappy calling somebody else's puppet evil. Would be, yeah, it would be. What did you say? Kris demanded. Nothing, Lindy replied, still struggling with the jacket. I'm kind of scared about this, Lindy confessed, blushing, avoiding Kris's eyes. Me too, Kris admitted. Something weird is going on. I think we should tell Mom. Lindy buttoned the jacket. Then she sat down on the bed with Slappy on her lap and started to replace the dummy shoes. Yeah, I guess we should, she replied. It's just so creepy. Their mother was in bed reading a Stephen King novel. Of course she was. Her bedroom was dark, except for a tiny reading lamp on her headboard that threw down a narrow triangle of yellow light. Mrs. Powell uttered a short cry as her two daughters appeared out of the shadows. Oh, you startled me. This is such a scary book, and I think I was just about to fall asleep. Is that a slight dig at Stephen King? I was about to fall asleep reading the Stephen King novel. Can we talk to you? Kris asked eagerly in a low whisper. Something weird is going on, Lindy added. Mrs. Powell yawned and closed her book. What's wrong? It's about Mr. Wood, Kris said. He's been doing a lot of strange things. Huh? Mr. Powell's eyes opened wide. She looked pale and tired under the harsh light from the reading lamp. He was strangling Slappy, Lindy reported, and this afternoon he said some really gross things. And stop, Mrs. Powell ordered, raising one hand. Just stop. But Mom, Kris started. Give me a break, girls, their mother said wearily. I'm tired of your silly competitions. You don't understand, Lindy interrupted. They're not competing with each other, Mom. They're both agreeing. Yes, I do understand, Mrs. Powell said sharply. You two are even competing with those ventriloquist dummies. Mom, please. I want it to stop right now, Mrs. Powell insisted, tossing the book onto her bedside table. I mean it. I don't want to hear another word from either of you about those dummies. If you two have problems, settle it between yourselves. Mom, listen, and if you can't settle it, I'll take the dummies away, both of them. I'm serious. Mrs. Powell reached above her head and clicked off the reading light, throwing the room into darkness. Good night, she said. The girls had no choice but to leave the room. They slunk down the hall in silence. Kris hesitated at the doorway to their bedroom. She expected to find Mr. Wood strangling Slappy again. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the two dummies on the bed where they had been left. Mom was too helpful, Lindy said dryly, rolling her eyes. She picked up Slappy and started to arrange him in the chair in front of the window. I think she was asleep and we woke her up, Kris replied. She picked up Mr. Wood and started towards the chair with him, then stopped. You know what? I think I'm going to put him in the closet tonight, she said thoughtfully. Good idea, Lindy said, climbing into bed. Kris glanced down at the dummy, half expecting him to react, to complain, to start calling her names, but Mr. Wood grinned up at her, his painted eyes dull and lifeless. Kris felt a chill of fear. I'm becoming afraid of a stupid ventriloquist dummy, she thought. I'm shutting him up in the closet tonight because I'm afraid. She carried Mr. Wood to the closet, then with a groan she raised him high above her head and slid him onto the top shelf, carefully closing the closet door. Listening for the click, she made her way to bed. She slept fitfully, tossing on top of the covers. Her sleep filled with disturbing dreams. She awoke to find her nightstand completely twisted, her nightshirt completely twisted, cutting off the circulation to her right arm. She struggled to straighten it, then fell back to sleep. She awoke early, drenched in sweat. The sky was still dawn gray. Outside the window, the room felt hot and stuffy. She sat up slowly, feeling weary as if she hadn't slept at all. Blinking away the sleep, her eyes focused on the chair in front of the window. There sat Slappy exactly where Lindy had placed him, and beside him sat Mr. Wood, his arm around Slappy's shoulder, grinning triumphantly at Kris as if he had just pulled off a wonderful joke. All right, let's see. Arlstein, this is a children's book, not your puppet erotica fan fiction. Arlstein is like, what? It isn't. Go get him, Slappy, you wonderful chaotic Bayou. Let's give off such smug auras. I can see what dogs. Red squirrels, however. I think all squirrels are cute. This is stay out of the basement, but turned up to 1,000. I know. You think Arlstein wrote this as his own personal erotica by accidentally submitted it to his publisher as his next Goosebumps book? Do you think he was like behind on a deadline and he just like pulled out some weird erotica that he had and was just like, if I rewrite this, I think I got most of the erotic shit out, right? And then it was just like, oh, missed some, but so did the editors. As long as it's consensual, I support Slappy and Mr. Wood. My headcanon that Slappy, Mr. Wood, and Plant Daddy are in trouble. So funny. The entire book can be summed up with that one scene from The Office when Michael Scott is going, oh God, no! Yes, in every way imaginable. I'm really tempted to make human AU Slappy and Mr. W with the Sims. Do it, do it, do it! Send me some screenshots of that. They're in the OK zone. Freaky puppet shenanigans. Finally! We've been getting freaky puppet shenanigans since Mr. Wood showed up. Tummy thick. Oh, hell no. Not what I asked for. I got puppet shenanigans. Throw hands. Did you accidentally manifested this with puppet shenanigans, Darth Sidious? I would throw hands. Thank you again, Cole. That was so sweet. Oh, freestyle rapping, I love it. Burn the puppets, burn the house. Glances at the copy of Misery on my nightstand. Having big fun. Sure, strange. There was a shot at King. I guess Stein didn't like him. I can't tell if he was trying to give like a nod to him, but then when she said I almost fell asleep reading it, I was like, oh, I see you. Shady R.L. Stein, you. Although I do feel like I wouldn't be surprised if R.L. Stein was completely bored by Stephen King's style of horror, right? After writing like this kind of stuff. There's very little puppet erotica in King stuff. See, the mom is an instigator, yeah. Home Jesus mom sucks. Mom Slappy and Mr. Wood, they're a couple. They also wanted to stop. Yeah, Mom. Come on, Mom. The slight rivalry with Stephen King. Stephen wrote a dig in his newest book, Fairy Tale. Made me giggle. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. That makes it even funnier. Hope the mom dies first. Same. Head parent to the house fire with the puppets. Come in when they're joking, having a good time. Slightly raise volumes. They stop fighting. What's wrong with you? Out of nowhere, yeah. The mom deserves the worst. I hope the mom has the day she deserves, you know? Two minutes for instigating. Hockey reference. My mom growing up. I knew there was gonna be a Mr. Wood in the closet joke. I just knew it. Coming out of the closet. Mr. Wood finds love later. Agonistic relationships, like we greet each other flipping the bird. Yeah, my brother and I are similar. Hey, Vincent. Literally. Laura, actually. I'm like, what am I reading? Send me the screenshots. Can't confirm. They're both dummy thick. Mr. Wood and Slappy are in the same book. R.L. Stein knows what he's doing, yeah. Oh, trust me, he knows exactly what he's doing. R.L. Stein and Stephen King. I love this. They alter egos. Dangerous game from Jekyll and Hyde, but swap out Lucy with Slappy and... Oh, man. Now I'm picturing it. So cursed. I'm glad my mom died. It's making me cry and laugh. It's a good memoir. Noah's reading it, too. I think. Noah was... What? Noah, weren't you the one that said you were also reading it? Yeah. I know. I just want to give Jeanette McCurdy a hug. Halloween couple idea. Dress up as Slappy Mr. Wood. Someone do it. Someone do it. Dress up. It's a couple's costume. Giving us a rave. Yeah, I'm going to turn off this for a second. I think it's probably overheating. I need to figure out how to permanently fix this problem. Ooh. That's a warm camera. Give it a couple seconds. The R.L. Stein's alter ego, like how Tony. That's hilarious. Read, I'm glad my mother died. I started off at like 200. Oh wow. Made me choke on. Oh, I've heard a couple snippets, and I'm like, ooh, I want to read this, but I need a moment. This is gonna be a lot. All right, let's see. Hello to the people just coming into chat. I hope you know what you just stepped into. But hey, the counter on my phone is mostly keeping up. How many chapters are left? A few. We're about at the halfway point. It's hard to count by chapters because the chapters vary so much in length. It looks like we've got longer to go than we do because a lot of the stuff in the back is like trivia and jokes and Q&A with R.L. Stine. I would love to hear what R.L. Stine has to say for himself. Slappy had said nothing yet, very disappointing so far, but we shall see. Here's a very cursed line I never thought I'd read on live. Now, Mr. Wood, do you go to school? Of course I do. Do you think I'm a dummy? And what's your favorite class? Wood shop, of course. What project are you building in shop class, Mr. Wood? I'm building a girl dummy. What else? Ha ha! I think I want to spend the rest of my life on... your lap? Nope. Children's book. I'm centering myself. Jesus, take the wheel. R.L. Stine. That is a child, R.L. Kris sat in front of the dressing table mirror with Mr. Wood on her lap, studying herself as she practiced her routine for the school concert. Mr. Wood had been well-behaved for 2 days. No frightening, mysterious incidents. Kris was beginning to feel better. Maybe everything would go okay from now on. She leaned close to the mirror, watching her lips as she made the dummy talk. God, even the children are self-aware about how horny this book is. I can't believe that we have already found another book hornier than Stay Out of the Basement. The B's and the M's were impossible to pronounce without moving her lips. She'd just have to avoid those sounds as best she could. I'm getting better at switching from Mr. Wood's voice back to mine, she thought happily, but I've got to switch faster. The faster he and I talk, the funnier it is. Let's try it again, Mr. Wood, she said, pulling her chair closer to the mirror. Work, she made the dummy grumble. I don't know what Mr. Wood sounds like. Carl, I appreciate your reference to versive comedy, but these are children. I know, right? Before she could begin the routine, Lindy came rushing breathlessly into the room. Kris watched her sister in the mirror as she came up behind her, long hair flying loosely over her shoulders, an excited smile on her face. Guess what? Lindy asked. Kris started to reply, but Lindy didn't give her a chance. Mrs. Petrie was at Amy Marshall's birthday party. Lindy gushed excitedly. I feel like R.L. Stine is just the living embodiment now to me of that thing on that sound on TikTok that's like, look, it's a good joke. It's a great joke even, but I'm gonna need you to stop anyway. My gay awakening alongside the Hex Girls. Like, gosh. Where was I? She works for Channel 3, you know, the TV station, and she thinks I'm good enough to go on Talent Search. The show they have every week. Huh? Really? Was all Kris could manage in reply. Lindy leaped excitedly into the air and cheered. Slappy and I are going to be on TV, she cried. Isn't that fabulous? Staring at her sister's jubilant reflection in the mirror, Kris felt a stab of jealousy. I've got to tell Mom, Lindy declared. Hey, Mom! She ran from the room. Kris heard her shouting all the way down the stairs. Ah! Kris couldn't hold it in. She uttered an angry cry. Why does everything good happen to Lindy? Kris screamed aloud. I'm hosting a stupid concert for maybe 100 parents, and she's going to be on TV. I'm just as good as she is, maybe better. In a rage, she raised Mr. Wood higher over her head and slammed him to the floor. Oh, boy. The dummy made a loud clonk, and it hit the hardwood floor. The wide mouth flew open as if about to scream. Oh, Kris struggled to regain her composure. Mr. Wood crumpled at her feet, stared up at her accusingly. Oh, Kris is going to die. Oh, no. Kris lifted him up and cradled the dummy against her. There, Mr. Wood, she whispered soothingly. Did I hurt you? Did I? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Like an abusive parent. The dummy continued to stare up at her. His painted grin hadn't changed, but his eyes seemed cold and unforgiving. It was still night, no breeze. The curtains in front of the open bedroom window didn't flutter or move. Pale silver moonlight filtered in, creating long purple shadows that appeared to creep across the girl's bedroom. Lindy had been sleeping fitfully, a light sleep filled with busy, colorful dreams. She was startled awake by a sound, a gentle thud. Huh? She raised her head from the damp pillow and turned. Someone was moving in the darkness. The sounds she'd heard were footsteps. Hey, she whispered, wide awake now. Who is it? The figure turned in the doorway, a shadow against even blacker shadows. It's only me, came a whispered reply. Kris? Yeah, something woke me up. My throat is sore, Kris whispered from the doorway. I'm going down to the kitchen for a glass of water. She disappeared into the shadows, her head still raised off the pillow. Lindy listened to her footsteps padding down the stairs. When the sounds faded, Lindy shut her eyes and lowered her head to the pillow. A few seconds later, she heard Kris's scream of horror. This is very entertaining. Look, it's a great joke, but you need to stop. Yes. No, but look, Cole is right. Genuinely so invested in chat. The book is starting to sound like Fox in Socks. Nothing is making sense anymore. Edgiest comedian of our time. Oh my god. The other sister. Longer has been trying, but like she has to one-up her somehow, some way. All our ears are just tuned into Puppet Erotica now. Welcome back to the Puppet Erotica channel. All puppets, all the time. God help me. Now you pissed him off. Get it now? Well, the kid gonna die tonight. R.I.P. kid. South Park has nothing on Arlstein when it comes to boundary-pushing comedy. Jesus Christ. What ended Lindy all his problems would go away. If Lindy dies, does his boyfriend die, though? That's my question. I think we all need therapy, low-key, yes. High-key. I know I high-key need therapy. Puppet Erotica, brought to you by a children's horror classic. Oh my god, somebody Photoshop a picture of Slappy and Mr. Wood with the puppet hub over it. I mean, even therapy is not built for this. They're children's books, right? At least these have great entertainment. Yes, they're supposedly children's books. There's no strings attached. Welcome, Russell. Fourth referring to Mr. W as Pine for the sake of my last house. I can't even. Robert Stein, what have you done? Like, oh, there goes my last little bit of sanity. There it goes. Say goodbye. Oh, the only thing that would make this crazier is if Maddie was here. Don't hug me, I'm scared was trying to tell us that R.L. Stine was a menace. Oh my gosh. I feel like I can't even move this arm from the shot. Side note. Her heart pounding, Lindy struggled out of bed. The sheet tangled around her legs, and she nearly fell. Kris's blood-curdling scream echoed in her ears. She practically leaped down the dark stairway, her bare feet thudding hard on the thin carpet of the steps. It was dark downstairs except for a thin sliver of yellow light from the kitchen. Kris, are you okay? Lindy called, her voice sounding small and frightened in the dark hallway. Kris? Lindy stopped at the kitchen doorway. What was that eerie light? It took her a while to focus. Then she realized she was staring at the dim yellow light from inside the refrigerator. The refrigerator door was wide open, and the refrigerator was empty. Uh-oh. What's going on here? She took a step in the kitchen, then another. Something cold. Wait, let me go back to test cam. Sorry. Why is this book actually... R.L. Stine! So tempted to see his Q&A in the back of this. We're not going to have time. Something cold and wet surrounded her foot. Lindy gasped and looking down saw that she had stepped into a wide puddle. An overturned milk carton beside her foot revealed the puddle with spilled milk. Do you guys remember Ethan is Online's video that he recently put out, which is this subreddit is obsessed with milk? God help me, that's all I'm thinking about. Cold and wet, excuse me. Maddie would be offended she wasn't called sooner. I just text Maddie, I'm like, get on stream now, we're reading puppet erotica. She raised her eyes to Kris, who was standing in darkness across the room, her back against the wall, her hands raised to her face in horror. Kris, what on earth? The scene was coming into focus now. It was all so weird, so wrong. It was taking Lindy a long time to see the whole picture. But now, following Kris's horrified stare, Lindy saw the mess on the floor and realized why the refrigerator was empty. Everything inside it had been pulled out and dumped on the kitchen floor. An orange juice bottle lay on its side in a puddle of orange juice. Eggs were scattered everywhere. Fruits and vegetables were strewn over the floor. Oh, Lindy moaned in utter disbelief. Everything seemed to sparkle and gleam. What was all the shiny stuff among the food? Kris's jewelry. There were earrings and bracelets and strands of beads tossed everywhere, mixed in with the spilled, strewn food like some kind of bizarre salad. This is like Don't Look Under the Bed. That's what this is. Kris is being framed. Oh no, Lindy shrieked as her eyes came to rest on the figure on the floor. Sitting upright in the middle of the mess was Mr. Wood, grinning gleefully at her. He had several strands of beads around his neck, long dangling earrings hanging from his ears, and a platter of leftover chicken on his lap. No use crying over spilled milk. Hopefully she's live. Apparently she's live, I think. Hey, we're talking puppet erotica and therapy. Want to just jump on the stream? Yeah. Screaming in fear, something is finally happening. Maybe she got a splinter or something. And he would be offended. Nope. I'm with 2D Nation. It's like, nope. It's empty. It's literally just one carton of milk spilled out. It wasn't. It was everything. His parents really do. We just... R.L. Stine. Yeah, it's like every time something is just like... weirdly boundary pushing for a kid's thing, which happens more than you would think. I know, I've been covering this shit for over 2 years. Why, Mr. Wood? Why? What's he doing? Sanity is off the chat. Can I get it? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Mr. Wood on RuPaul's Drag Race would be fantastic. Like Lindy tried to blame Kris. It does, yeah. I heard the tagline, "You're in for a scare." I didn't think it would go this way. I did not either. I did not picture this kind of a scare. Oh my god. I just can't. I can't with R.L. Stine. Kris, are you okay? Lindy cried, turning her eyes away from the grinning, jewelry-covered dummy. Didn't seem to hear her. Are you okay? Lindy repeated the question. What's going on? Kris stammered, her back pressed against the wall, her expression taut with terror. Who did this? Did Mr. Wood? Lindy started to reply, but there... Oh, wow, we still have 22 concurrents in chat. I wonder how. Can't imagine why you're so invested in this, guys. But their mother's howl of surprise from the doorway cut off her words. Mom, Lindy cried, spinning around. Mrs. Powell clicked on the ceiling light. The kitchen seemed to flare up. All three of them blinked, struggling to adjust to the sudden brightness. What on earth? Mrs. Powell cried. She started to call her husband, then remembered he wasn't home. I don't believe this. Barky came bounding into the room, his tail wagging. He lowered his head and started to lick up some spilled milk. Out you go, Mrs. Powell said sternly. She picked up the dog, carried him out, and closed the kitchen door. Then she strode into the center of the room, shaking her head, her bare feet narrowly missing the puddle of milk. I came down for a drink, and I found this mess, Kris said in a trembling voice. The food, my jewelry, everything. Mr. Wood did it, Lindy accused. Look at him. Stop it, stop it, Mrs. Powell screamed. I've had enough. Mrs. Powell, okay, so now we're screaming at our children, all right. Surveyed the mess, frowning and tugging at a strand of blonde hair. Her eyes stopped on Mr. Wood, and she uttered a groan of disgust. I knew it, she said in a low voice, raising her eyes accusingly at the two girls. I knew this had something to do with those ventriloquist dummies. I mean, they literally said it did, Mom. Are you not listening? Mr. Wood did it, Mom, Kris said, heatedly, stepping away from the wall. Her hands tensed into fists. I know it sounds dumb, but stop it, Mrs. Powell ordered, narrowing her eyes. This is just sick. Sick. She stared hard at the jewel-bedecked dummy, who grinned up at her over the big platter of chicken. I'm going to take the dummies away from you both. Why do I have this awful feeling that she's more upset that the dummy is wearing girls' clothing than anything else? That sucks. I like the mom, okay? Maybe I'm being too hard on her, but I don't like her already, so, you know. I'm going to take the dummies away from you both, Mrs. Powell said, turning back to Lindy and Kris. This whole thing has just gotten out of control. No, Kris cried. That's not fair, Lindy declared. I'm sorry, they have to be put away, Mrs. Powell said firmly. She let her eyes move over the cluttered floor, and she let out another weary sigh. Look at my kitchen. But I didn't do anything, Lindy screamed. I need Mr. Wood for the spring concert, Kris protested. Everyone is counting on me, Mom. Mrs. Powell glanced up from one to the other. Her eyes stayed on Kris. That's your dummy on the floor, right? Yeah, Kris told her, but I didn't do this, I swear. You both swear you didn't do it, right? Mrs. Powell said, suddenly looking very tired under the harsh ceiling light. Yes, Lindy answered quickly. Then you both lose your dummies. I'm sorry, Mrs. Powell said. One of you is lying. I really can't believe this. A heavy silence blanketed the room as the three Powells stared down in dismay at the mess on the floor. Kris was the first to speak. Mom, what if Lindy and I clean everything up? Lindy caught on quickly, her face brightened. Yeah, what if we put everything back right now? Make the kitchen just like normal. Make it spotless. Can we keep our dummies? I mean, the food is still wasted. Mrs. Powell shook her head. No, I don't think so. Look at this mess. All the vegetables are spoiled, and the milk. We'll replace it all, Christy said, with our allowances, and we'll clean it up perfectly. Please, if we do that, give us one more chance. Mrs. Powell twisted her face in concentration, debating with herself. She stared at her daughter's eager faces. Okay, she replied finally. I want the kitchen spotless when I come down in the morning. All the food, all the jewelry, everything back where it goes. Okay, both girls said in unison, and I don't want to see either of those dummies down here in my kitchen again, Mrs. Powell demanded. If you can do that, I'll give you one more chance. Great, both girls cried at once. And I don't want to hear any more arguments about these dummies, Mrs. Powell continued. No more fights, no more competing, no more blaming everything on the dummies. I don't want to hear anything about them, ever. You won't, Kris promised, glancing at her sister. Thanks, Mom, Lindy said. You go to bed. We'll clean up. She gave her mother... Oh, a very short chapter, next chapter. She gave her mother... She gave her mother a gentle shove toward the doorway. Not another word, Mrs. Powell reminded them. Right, Mom, the twins agreed. Their mother disappeared toward her room. They began to clean up. Kris pulled a large garbage bag from the drawer and held it open while Lindy tossed in empty cartons and spoiled food. Kris carefully collected her jewelry and carried it upstairs. Neither girl spoke. They worked in silence, picking up, scrubbing, and mopping until the kitchen was clean. Lindy closed the refrigerator door. She yawned loudly. Kris inspected the floor on her hands and knees, making sure it was spotless. Then she picked up Mr. Wood. He grinned back at her as if it was a big joke. This dummy has been nothing but trouble, Kris thought. Nothing but trouble. She followed Lindy out of the kitchen, clicking off the light as she left. The two girls climbed up the stairs silently. None of them had spoken a word. Pale moonlight filtered in. Can't lean on that arm. Filtered in the room through the open window. The air felt hot and steamy. Kris glanced at the clock. It was a little past 3 a.m. Slappy sat slumped in the chair in front of the window, moonlight shining on his grinning face. Lindy, yawning, climbed into bed, pushed down the blanket, and pulled up the sheet. She turned her face away from her sister. Kris lowered Mr. Wood from her shoulder. You're nothing but trouble, she thought angrily, holding him in front of her and staring at his grinning face. Nothing but trouble. Mr. Wood's wide, leering grin seemed to mock her. A chill of fear mixed with her anger. I'm beginning to hate this dummy, she thought. Fear him and hate him. Angrily, she pulled open the closet door and tossed the dummy into the closet. It fell in a crumpled heap on the floor. Kris slammed the closet door shut. Her heart thudding, she climbed into bed and pulled up the covers. She suddenly felt very tired. Her entire body ached from weariness. She buried her face in the pillow and shut her eyes. She'd just about fallen asleep when she heard a tiny voice. Let me out of here, it cried, a muffled voice coming from inside the closet. Fuck. I think it was the dad who bought the second movie. She's such a bad mom, it doesn't really matter. Yeah. Whatever you're saying that in reference to, agreed. Goosebumps, honey. You were the original monster fucker that they're always talking about on Tumblr. It's called Night of the Living Dummy, but Slappy isn't the villain. No, it's Night of the Other Living Dummy, but Slappy's gonna become the villain real soon. Do you think the editors were like, look, Slappy is a more marketable name than Mr. Wood for your series? I always saw R.L. Stein as a bit of a goofball. I see that he really was a boundary-pushing artist with the things to say. Jesus Christ. I'll draw by Slappy a bit tomorrow. Yes, please send me all of the Night of the Living Dummy fan art, please. Just make it safe for YouTube enough so that I can post it on the tab. We're fans of, yeah, you guys are just here for the jewelry and chicken, obviously. Fuck somewhere, I fully believe it. He'll pull an If You See Me, like Britney Spears did. Right, 50 Shades. He's some good stuff for Goosebumps, right? I urge the parent goes into the house fire. We have not had a single book yet without shitty parents. I don't know that we ever will. No, this is a joke. Inspired by Twilight, but she was actually inspired by Goosebumps. It was Slappy x Mr. Wood fanfic all along. Oh God, I hate this mom. Yes. Ends with the mom running away with Slappy and... No, the mom doesn't deserve Slappy or Mr. Wood. Yeah. But she's like mad at her kids for having to be involved in their lives. It's like, come on, lady. Let them have the dummies for the actual events, but in the free time, just take them away. Yeah. I don't think $5 would cover all that food. Stupid kids know nothing about the economic situation. Even in the 90s economy, I still think you need more than $5. But one of them has $20 from a party, from a gig. Kris was on the jewelry before the mom freaked out. Yeah, I don't like that. I mean, the mom sucks, so maybe, like, she's transphobic because she sucks. Because she's also, like, screaming at her kids and doing a bunch of other shitty stuff. But I don't know. I get the feeling that the mom is definitely transphobic. I wanted to add a whole conversation with the economic situation at the time, but his dumb editors wouldn't allow it, saying, it'll be boring. Yeah, the dad bought the second dummy. The mom was just apathetic to what her children wanted. WandaVision reveal and Slappy will get his own monsters. Adam's feeling right. It was Slappy all along. The story is actually about learned homophobia. I would also be vaguely homicidal if someone named me Mr. Wood. Yes, agreed. Sorry, I suddenly was dozing in and out listening to stream. You're good. See you later. I have to go to bed. Work in the morning. Good night, Patrick. Some fun facts about Night of the Living Dummy 2. Slappy and Miss. Okay. Interesting. See, I think there's almost like these vaguely, like, it almost feels like there's like these vaguely, like R.L. Stine has this like brand of feminism where like, because you notice the dad's like unable to cut onions. The boy kid is always the one that's like the least helpful. It's just like, was R.L. Stine doing the whole Once Upon a Time, the women are the heroes thing? I think he was trying to at some points. Subversive gender roles or something. I don't know. My brain is mush at this point. I don't know anything. All right, let's just keep going. The only way to end this is to just keep on keeping on. I'm gonna, I think, send the other streams live for the like overnight, so that it hopefully won't bother you guys as much, so that your like inboxes won't be super clogged up in the morning. Hopefully, that's my strategy anyway. Once Upon a Time, that was a chore to get through, especially the 8th season. I love Once Upon a Time, but it's a lot. Like, it's a comfort show for me, but it's a lot. Let me out! Let me out! The high-pitched voice called angrily. Kris sat up with a jolt. Her entire body convulsed in a shudder of fear. Her eyes darted to the other bed. Lindy hadn't moved. Did you hear it? Kris stammered. Hear what? Lindy asked sleepily. The voice, Kris whispered. In the closet. Huh? Lindy asked sleepily. What are you talking about? It's 3 a.m. Can't we get some sleep? But Lindy, Kris lowered her feet to the floor. Her heart was thudding. Her chest in her chest. Wake up. Listen to me. Mr. Wood was calling to me. He was talking. Lindy raised her head and listened. Silence. I don't hear anything, Kris. Really. Maybe you were dreaming. No, Kris shrieked, feeling herself lose control. It wasn't a dream. I'm so scared, Lindy. I'm just so scared. Suddenly, Kris was trembling all over, and hot tears were pouring down her cheeks. Lindy stood up and moved to the edge of her sister's bed. Something horrible is going on here, Lindy, Kris stammered through her tears. And I know who's doing it, Lindy whispered, leaning over her twin, putting a comfortable hand on her quivering shoulder. Huh? Yes, I know who's been doing it all, Lindy whispered. I know who it is. Who? Kris asked breathlessly. Just going to keep going to the next chapter. Who? Kris repeated, letting the tears run down her cheeks. Who? I have, Lindy said, her smile spread into a grin almost as wide as Slappy's. She closed her eyes and laughed. Huh? Kris didn't understand. What did you say? I said, I've been doing it, Lindy repeated. Me. Lindy, it was all a joke, Kris. I got you again. She nodded, as if confirming her words. Kris gaped at her twin in disbelief. It was all a joke? Lindy kept nodding. You moved Mr. Wood during the night. You dressed him in my clothes and made him say those gross things to me. You put him in the kitchen. You made that horrible mess. Lindy chuckled. Yeah, I really scared you, didn't I? Kris balled her hands into angry fists. But, she sputtered, why? For fun, Lindy replied, dropping back onto her bed, still grinning. Fun? I wanted to see if I could scare you, Lindy explained. It was just a joke. You know, I can't believe you fell for that voice in the closet just now. I must be a really good ventriloquist. But Lindy, you really believed. Lindy might be the next Jane. Can we agree? All in favor say aye. You really believe Mr. Wood was alive or something? Lindy said, laughing, enjoying her victory. You're such a nit. What is it? What? Nit? Half a nitwit, Lindy burst into wide laughter. It isn't funny, Kris said softly. I know. Lindy repeated, it's a riot. You should have seen the look on your face when you saw Mr. Wood downstairs in your precious beads and earrings. How did you even think of such a mean joke? Kris demanded. It just came to me, Lindy answered with some pride, when you got your dummy. You didn't want me to get a dummy, Kris said thoughtfully. You're right, Lindy quickly agreed. I wanted something that would be mine for a change, so I'm tired of you being a copycat, so you thought of this mean joke, Kris said accusingly. Lindy nodded. Kris strode angrily to the window and pressed her forehead against the glass. I can't believe I was so stupid, she muttered. Neither can I, Lindy agreed, grinning again. You really made me start thinking that Mr. Wood was alive or something? Kris said, staring out of the window to the backyard below. You really made me afraid of him. Aren't I brilliant? Lindy proclaimed. Kris turned her sister. I'm never speaking to you again, she said angrily. Lindy shrugged. It was just a joke. No, Kris insisted. It was too mean to be just a joke. I'm never speaking to you again. Never. Fine, Lindy replied curtly. I thought you had a sense of humor. Fine. She slid into bed, her back to Kris, and pulled the covers up over her head. I've got to find a way to pay her back for this, Kris thought. But how? Lindy makes Jane look like a sweet, innocent child. Oh, what didn't happen in the book, Hannah? Yeah. Women, yeah, there's a lot of women in horror. Slasher horror can be very misogynistic as a genre, I feel like, but there is a lot of good, positive women in horror for sure. R.L. Stine has so many gay characters in the series, yeah. Maybe Mr. Wood. Maybe the real bride of Slappy was the Mr. Woods we met along the way. How many times is it going to force it back into the closet? Which puppet is alive now? Hey, women, can you shut up and let R.L. Stine give a speech about feminism? You're part of the problem. Oh, a big troll. This reminds me of the line of that girl who farts and tries to play it off that it was a ghost. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the Vine with the one kid shooting off the gun in the house and the other one falls off the couch and screams and then looks up and goes, this is why mom doesn't fucking you. Lindy is terrible, yes. Yeah. As disappointing as Monster Blood. Not quite. I do know a little bit more about this. I don't know how this ends, but I do know that this is not the end of... We are not at the end of the story yet. The story is barely just beginning. Brr. This is a perfect Goosebumps show because it's almost clever, but it's not clever at all. It's like dressed up as clever for Halloween. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Oh, happy midnight, everybody. Move over, Jane. Lindy is getting into that trench coat with you. I don't get mad, I get even. Yeah, this is way better than Monster Blood. Absolutely. I think if we call it Monster Blood, then one or both of the puppets will kill us just for insinuating. Alright, let me get... Oh my god. Oh, Monster Blood. It's times like these that I almost miss you, and then I remember what it was like to read you. School, this is chapter 16, by the way. After school, a few days later, Kris walked home with Cody. It was a hot, humid afternoon. The trees were still and seemed to throw little shade on the sidewalk. They're throwing shade before it was cool? I don't know when we started throwing shade. The air above the pavement simmered in the heat. Wish we had a swimming pool, Kris muttered, pulling her backpack off her shoulder. I wish you had one too, Cody said, wiping his forehead with the sleeve of his red t-shirt. I'd like to dive into an enormous pool of iced tea, Kris said, like in the TV commercials. It always looks so cold and refreshing. Cody made a face. Swim in iced tea with ice cubes and lemon? Forget it, Kris muttered. They crossed the street. A couple of kids they knew rode by on their bikes. Two men in white uniforms were up on ladders, leaning against the corner house, painting the gutters. Bet they're hot, Cody remarked. Let's change the subject, Kris suggested. How are you doing with Mr. Wood, Cody asked. Not bad, Kris said. I think I've got some pretty good jokes. I should be ready for the concert tomorrow night. They stopped at the corner and let a large blue van rumble past. Are you talking to your sister? Cody asked as they crossed the street and bright sunlight made his white blonde hair glow. A little, Kris said, making a face. I'm talking to her, but I haven't forgiven her. It was such a dumb stunt she pulled, Cody said sympathetically. He wiped the sweat off his forehead with the sleeve of his t-shirt. Just made me feel like such a dork, Kris admitted. I mean, I was so stupid. She really had me believing that Mr. Wood was doing all that stuff. Kris shook her head. Thinking about it made her feel embarrassed all over again. Her house came into view. She unzipped the back compartment of her backpack and searched for the keys. Did you tell your mom about Lindy's practical joke? Cody asked. Kris shook her head. Mom is totally disgusted. We're not allowed to mention the dummies to her. Dad got home from Portland last night and Mom told him what was going on, so we're not allowed to mention the dummies to him either. She found the keys and started up the drive. Thanks for walking home with me. Yeah, sure. Cody gave her a little wave and continued on toward his house up the street. Kris pushed the key into the front door lock. She could hear Barky jumping and yipping excitedly on the other side of the door. I'm coming, Barky, she called in. Hold your horses. Oh, is this where the dog dies? She pushed open the door. Barky began leaping on her, whimpering as if she'd been away for months. Okay, she cried, laughing. It took several minutes to calm the dog down. Then Kris got a snack from the kitchen and headed up to her room to practice with Mr. Wood. She hoisted the dummy up from the chair where it had spent the day beside Lindy's dummy. A can of Coke in one hand, the dummy over her shoulder. She headed to the dressing table and sat down in front of the mirror. This was the best time of day to rehearse, Kris thought. No one was home. Her parents were at work. Lindy was at some after-school activity. She arranged Mr. Wood on her lap. Time to go to work. She made him say, reaching into his back to move his lips. She made his eyes slide back and forth. A button on his plaid shirt had come unbuttoned. Been hanging out with Slappy again, I see. Kris leaned him down on the dressing table and started to fasten it. Something caught her eye, something yellow inside the pocket. Weird, Kris said aloud. I never noticed anything in there. Slipping 2 fingers into the slender pocket, she pulled out a yellowed sheet of paper, folded up. Probably just the receipt for him, Kris thought. She unfolded the paper and held it up to read it. It wasn't a receipt. The paper contained a single sentence, handwritten very clearly in bold black ink. It was a language Kris didn't recognize. Did someone send you a love note, Mr. Wood? She asked the dummy. It stared up at her lifelessly. Kris lowered her eyes to the paper and read the strange sentence out loud. Oh no. Oh God, this is going to be one of those ancient curse things, isn't it? Oh dear God. Love note from Slappy. Slappy did it. All right. All right. She read the note. She read the strange sentence out loud. Oh my God, that scared the hell out of me. That was Perry. Hang on. Perry. Hang on, guys. Slappy's Love Note new TV show. Heavy when one of my arms is kind of out of commission. I do this. Hi, Perry. I know. I'm going to drop you. I know. Okay, Slappy, run. You know what? Slappy can just put me out of my misery at this point. It's fine. I've seen too much. Hi. Hi. It's fucking Slappy. Hi. You know you have knife mittens, right? Kitty break. Kitty cat. Kitty cat. Kitty cat. All right, Perry. The queen has arrived again. Everybody knows this is Perry's channel, really. All right, so she read the sentence. She's like doing a biscuits. Oh, she loves to do that. The air biscuits. It always does. All right. So she read. Oh, hi. Yes, hi. We're at the part where she's about to bring the dummy to life, I think. Kris lowered her eyes to the paper and read the strange sentence out loud. It's probably just a sentence in another language. Karumari Odana Loma Milanu Karana. I feel like I'm pronouncing all of this wrong. What? I think. I couldn't tell if it was just like another, I guess it is, but maybe, but I was just like, imagine if it was just like a real language and the kid's like, this weird sentence. I know, right? There's a part of me that's just like everything comes to life. It's like I did the thing. I said the thing out loud. If I'm wrong, I apologize to God. Love mother. Love has left the chat, Perry. I'm sorry to tell you. She's curled up under the chair. This curtain moving, it's probably Perry and not a haunted doll. Magic words of him, but Mr. Wood, very much like with who the killer is. The first not being patient. That is interesting. What language is that? Kris wondered. She glanced down at the dummy and uttered a low cry of surprise. Mr. Wood appeared to blink, but that wasn't possible, was it? Kris took a deep breath, then let it out slowly. The dummy stared up at her, his painted eyes as dull and wide open as ever. Let's not get paranoid, Kris scolded herself. Time to work, Mr. Wood, she told him. She folded up the piece of yellow paper and slipped it. A haunted doll? You don't know. Maybe I placed a curse on the Sanderson sisters. They seem to be fine for now. Folded up the piece of yellow paper and slipped it back into his shirt pocket. Then she raised him to a sitting position, searching for the eye and mouth controls with her hand. How are things around your house, Mr. Wood? Not good, Kris. I've got termites. I need termites like I need another hole in my head. Ha ha! Lindy! Kris, could you come downstairs, please? Mr. Powell called from the foot of the stairs. It was after dinner, and the twins were up in their room. Lindy was sprawled on her stomach on the bed reading a book for school. Kris was in front of the dressing table mirror, rehearsing quietly with Mr. Wood for tomorrow night's concert. What do you want, Dad? Lindy shouted down, rolling her eyes. We're kind of busy, Kris shouted, shifting the dummy on her lap. Perry? The Millers are here. They're dying to see your ventriloquist acts, their father shouted up. Lindy and Kris both groaned. The Millers were an elderly couple who lived next door. Oh my God, they're going to kill an old lady? They're going to kill an old elderly person? They were very nice people, but very boring. Rude. The twins heard Mr. Powell's footsteps on the stairs. A few seconds later, he poked his head into the room. Come on, girls, just put on a short show for the Millers. They came over for coffee, and we told them about your dummies. Misfiring! Hi! Mr. Wood walks so Slappy could run. Salt the elder. Oh, God. Okay, hang on. I gotta let Perry out again. She's very demanding, the cat. Yeah, Perry has visited us twice. Checking in to make sure we have our sanity, which we don't. Okay, I'm back. Now things are going to ramp up. Oh, Jesus. Took forever. This is why you should keep the door open. I can't because then it'll be like the noise polluted for a stream. And also I will keep everybody in the house up. Nice but boring was my nickname in high school. Oh, no. All right. Go back to desk cam. But I have to rehearse for tomorrow night, Kris insisted. Rehearse on them, her father suggested. Come on, just do 5 minutes. They'll get a real kick out of it. Sighing loudly, the girls agreed. Carrying their dummies over their shoulders, they followed their father down to the living room. Mr. and Mrs. Miller were side by side on the couch, coffee mugs in front of them on the low coffee table. They smiled and called out cheerful greetings as the girls appeared. Kris was always struck by how much the Millers looked alike. They both, again with the old people look alike, they both had slender pink faces topped with spongy white hair. They both wore silver-framed bifocals, which slipped down on nearly identical pointy noses. They both had the same smile. Mr. Miller had a small gray mustache. Lindy always joked he grew it so that the Millers could tell each other apart. At least he said he didn't say they looked like siblings. So maybe the editor was like, that's a little too far, but everything else is good. Or will people pseudo-incest? What's happening? Oh, streamception with this. Yeah. Sorry, I don't quite know how to set this up so that doesn't happen. Because to tilt it down, I can't see. Um, that what happens to you when you've been married a long time, Kris found herself thinking. You start to look exactly alike. The Millers were even dressed alike in loose-fitting tan Bermuda shorts and white cotton sports shirts. Lindy and Kris took up ventriloquism a few weeks ago, Mrs. Powell was explaining, twisting herself forward to see the girls from the armchair. She motioned them to the center of the room, and they both seemed to have some talent for it. Have you girls ever... Oh, I see now, Mom. Now you care about it now that we have to entertain your friends. And they both seem to have some talent for it. Have you girls ever heard of Burgeon and McCarthy? Mrs. Miller asked, smiling. Who? Lindy and Kris asked in unison. Before your time, Mr. Miller said, chuckling. They were ventriloquist act. Can you do something for us? Mrs. Miller asked, picking up her coffee mug and setting it in her lap. Mr. Powell pulled the dining room chair into the center of the room. Here, Lindy, why don't you go first? He turned to the Millers. They're very good, you'll see, he said. Lindy sat down and arranged Slappy on her lap. The Millers applauded. Mrs. Miller nearly spilled her coffee, but she caught the mug just in time. Don't applaud. Just throw money, Lindy made Slappy say. Everyone laughed as if they never heard that before. Kris watched from the stairway as Lindy did a short routine. Lindy was really good. She had to admit, very smooth. The Millers were laughing so hard their faces were bright red, an identical shade of red. Mrs. Miller kept squeezing her husband's knee when she laughed. Lindy finished to big applause. The Millers gushed about how wonderful she was. Lindy told them about the TV show she might be on. And they promised they wouldn't miss it. We'll tape it, Mr. Miller said. Kris took her place on the chair and sat Mr. Wood in her lap. Not going to say anything. This is Mr. Wood, she told the Millers. We're going to be the host of the spring concert at school tomorrow night, so I'll give you a preview of what we're going to say. That's a nice-looking dummy, Mrs. Miller said quietly. You're a nice-looking dummy, too, Mr. Wood declared in a harsh, raspy growl of a voice. Kris's mother gasped. The Miller's smiles faded. Mr. Wood leaned forward on Kris's lap and stared at Mr. Miller. Is that a mustache, or are you eating a rat? He asked nastily. Mr. Miller glanced uncomfortably at his wife, then forced a laugh. They both laughed. Don't laugh so hard, you might drop your false teeth, Mr. Wood shouted. And how do you get your teeth that disgusting shade of yellow? Does your bad breath do that? I don't know what voice I'm doing, but I'm sticking with it. Don't laugh so, where was I? Kris, Mrs. Powell shouted. That's enough. The Millers' faces were bright red now, their expressions bewildered. That's not funny. Apologize to the Millers, Mr. Powell insisted, crossing the room and standing over Kris. I didn't say any of it, Kris stammered. Really, Kris, apologize, her father demanded angrily. Mr. Wood turned to the Millers. I'm sorry, he rasped. I'm sorry you're so ugly. I'm sorry you're so old and stupid, too. Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. Sorry, you might collapse a lung. Jesus. The Millers stared at each other unhappily. I don't get her humor, Mrs. Miller said. It's just crude insults, Mr. Miller replied quietly. Kris, what is wrong with you? Mrs. Powell demanded. She had crossed the room, standing beside her husband. Apologize to the Millers right now. I don't believe you. I gripping Mr. Wood tightly around the waist, rose to her feet. She tried to utter an apology, but no words would come out. Sorry, she finally managed to scream. Then with an embarrassed cry, she turned and fled up the stairs, tears streaming down her face. Oh boy. I don't think Life Alert covers birds. God damn it. Jesus. Monkey's starting to turn things back around. Darth Sidious is like, ooh, insulting the older people. Oh, this is anxiety-inducing? Yes, it is. I'm with Ellery. Human AU Pine, and I've come to realize Arlstein has warped my brain. I accidentally made the Sims of Pine and Slappy pretty. R.L. Stein comes across the stream, and a single tear goes down his eye. He just says, I never meant it like that, man. It's just a dyslexia test that. Oh gosh, not the banned episode of Sweet Life. Then there's the other banned episode of Sweet Life with Chris Brown, because it aired a week before the everything happened. Stein hates old people. Oh no. Oh, not R.L. Stein. Not sure why I'm coming to his defense after this that we've been put through. Not sure if it's just Avery reading my comment in her head. Not sure if it's just Avery. I've been reading everyone that I see. I've been trying not to skip anybody. Not sure if it's just Avery reading comments. I was noticing that I saw you disappear from chat and I was like, oh. Sanity, Perry, in the same sentence? Yeah, you're right. Last name is from Miller before they got married. Sweet Home Alabama. You think the children reading this stopped at this point and thought, well, this is just too far. How dare he make fun of senior citizens like this? One pedantic child. It's like when my friend's parents would make him dance to look dumb in front of their friends. Oh, that's so sad. Parents making their kids look silly for their own entertainment boils my blood. Literally never watched them perform. How can you know? That's right, she's never seen them. Here we go. Treat them to filth, Mr. Wood. When the fun begins. Don't laugh so hard, you might collapse a lung. These aren't even roast, these are just mean. I know. This. Oh, do they give? So they give a lot of this too. Okay, I get it. So is that why they didn't make this first book? Because they didn't want to deal with Mr. Wood? They just wanted to cut straight to Slappy? I don't think Life Alert covers Burns is amazing. Sorry, you're just so ugly and old. This guy needs a Twitter. More or less, yeah. He's like a fusion. Oh, okay. Reminds me of that meme. It goes, when you have a thought, but then sounds really mean when you say it out loud. Yeah. Your Wood needs to work at one of those restaurants where the servers insult you. Yes. More fun facts are revealed as we go on. Okay. Let's just keep on keeping on. I'm almost out of my tea. These poor kids are getting gaslit by dummies. This is so sad. Chapter 17 on page 86, by the way. Insert character. Mr. Wood is R.O.'s insert character. Oh, yeah. Everybody's going to give their 2 cents when we write the review. The review for this is going to be hilarious. You have to believe me, Kris cried, a trembling voice. I really didn't say any of those things. Mr. Wood was talking by himself. Lindy rolled her eyes. Tell me another one, she muttered sarcastically. Lindy had followed Kris upstairs. Down in the living room, her parents were still apologizing to the Millers. Now Kris sat on the edge of her bed, wiping tears off her cheeks. Lindy stood with her arms crossed in front of the dressing table. I don't make insulting jokes like that, Kris said, glancing at Mr. Wood, who lay crumpled in the center of the floor where Kris had tossed him. You know that isn't my sense of humor. So why'd you do it? Lindy demanded. Why do you want to make everyone mad? But I didn't, Kris shrieked, tugging at the side of her hair. Mr. Wood said those things. I didn't. How can you be such a copycat? Linda asked disgustedly. I already did that joke, Kris. Can't you think of something original? It's not a joke, Kris insisted. Why don't you believe me? No way, Lindy replied, shaking her head, her arms still crossed in front of her chest. No way I'm going to fall for it. The same gag. Lindy, please, Kris pleaded. I'm frightened. I'm really frightened. Yeah, sure, Lindy said sarcastically. I'm shaking all over, too. Wow, you really fooled me, Kris. Guess you showed me you can play funny tricks, too. Shut up, Kris snapped. More tears formed in the corners of her eyes. Very good at crying, Lindy said, but it doesn't fool me either. And it won't fool Mom and Dad. She turned and picked up Slappy. Maybe Slappy and I should practice some jokes after your performance tonight. Mom and Dad might not let you do the concert tomorrow night. She slung Slappy over her shoulder and, stepping over the crumpled form of Mr. Wood, hurried from the room. They're twins and they have similar-looking dolls, so if one of them were to just steal the other one's gig, would the person who hired them notice, do you think? Just a question. What did Nightbot? What did misfiring do, Nightbot? Jesus. Oh. How can you be such a copycat? Wait, I already read that. Where am I? My brain is melting. She slung Slappy over her shoulder and, stepping over the crumpled form of Mr. Wood, hurried from the room. It was hot and noisy backstage in the auditorium. Kris's throat was dry, and she kept walking over to the water fountain and slurping mouthfuls of the warm water. The voices of the audience on the other side of the curtain seemed to echo. Oh, they did pull her from the competition. I know it wasn't her fault, but I would have expected they would have. Seemed to echo off all 4 walls and the ceilings. The louder the noise became as the auditorium filled, the more nervous Kris felt. How am I ever going to do my act in front of all those people? She asked herself, pulling the edge off the curtain back a few inches and peering out. Her parents were off to the side in the 3rd row. Seeing them brought memories of the night before flooding back to Kris. Her parents had grounded her for 2 weeks as punishment for insulting the Millers. They almost hadn't let her come to the concert. Kris stared at the kids and adults filing into the large auditorium, recognizing a lot of faces. She realized her hands were ice cold. Her throat was dry again. Don't think of it as an audience, she told herself. Think of it as a bunch of kids and parents, most of whom you know. Somehow that made it worse. She let go of the curtain, hurried to get one last drink from the fountain, then retrieved Mr. Wood from the table she had left him on. The room suddenly grew quiet on the other side of the curtain. The concert was about to begin. Break a leg, Lindy called across her as she hurried to join the other chorus members. Thanks, Kris replied weakly. She pulled up Mr. Wood and straightened her shirt. Your hands are clammy, she made him say. No insults tonight, Kris told him sternly. To her shock, the dummy blinked. Hey, she cried. She hadn't touched his eye controls. She had a stab of fear that went beyond stage fright. Maybe I shouldn't go on with this, she said, staring intently at Mr. Wood, watching for him to blink again. Maybe I should say I'm sick and not perform with him. Are you nervous? A voice whispered. Huh? At first she thought it was Mr. Wood, but then she quickly realized that it was Mrs. Berman, the music teacher. Yeah, a little, Kris admitted, feeling her face grow hot. You'll be terrific, Mrs. Berman gushed, squeezing Kris's shoulder with a sweaty hand. She was a heavy-set woman with several chins. Oh, This is getting into fatphobic territory. A red lipsticked mouth and flowing black hair. She was wearing a long, loose-fitting dress of red and blue flower patterns. Here goes, she said, giving Kris's shoulder one more squeeze. Then she stepped on stage, blinking against the harsh white light of the spotlight to introduce Kris and Mr. Wood. Am I really doing this? Kris asked herself. Can I do this? Someone stop me from doing this. Her heart was pounding so hard she couldn't hear Mrs. Berman's introduction. Then suddenly the audience was applauding, and Kris found herself walking across the stage to the microphone, carrying Mr. Wood in both hands. Mrs. Berman, her flowy dress flowing around her, was heading off stage. She smiled at Kris and gave her an encouraging wink as they passed each other. Squinting against the bright spotlight, Kris walked into the middle of the stage. Her mouth felt as dry as cotton. There it is again. He loves that phrase. She wondered if she could make a sound. A folding chair had been set up for her. She sat down, arranging Mr. Wood on her lap, then realized that the microphone was much too high. This drew titters of soft laughter from the audience. Embarrassed, Kris stood up, holding Mr. Wood under one arm, struggling to lower the microphone. Oh, honey, if you think that's the most embarrassing technical difficulty that's going to happen in your career, wait till I tell you some stories. Are you having trouble? Mrs. Berman called from the side of the stage. She hurried over to help Kris. But before the music teacher got halfway across the stage, Mr. Wood leaned up to the microphone. What time does the blimp go up? He rasped nastily, staring at Mrs. Berman's dress. Oh my God. What? She stopped in surprise. Your face reminds me of a wart I had removed. Mr. Wood growled at the startled woman. He growled at her. Her mouth dropped open in horror. Kris, if we count your chins, will it tell us your age? Oh, sorry, no! No! Mr. Wood is fatphobic now. He's canceled. Cancel! Barky. You know, like a tree. I know. I get it. It's just like, Jesus Christ. There goes your icon, folks. There was laughter floating up from the audience, but it was mixed with gasps of horror. Kris, that's enough, Mrs. Berman cried, the microphone picking up her angry protest. You're more than enough. You're enough for two. Oh my God, Mr. Wood declared nastily. If you got any bigger, you need your own zip code. Wow, I've never heard that one before. So this is why Slappy broke up with him. R.L. tied. Okay, puppets don't have the right to judge others' appearances, right? Jesus Christ. Damn. I know, everybody's like, oh, shit. Yes, really, I'm going to ask you to apologize, Mrs. Berman said, her face bright red. Mrs. Berman, I'm not doing it, Kris stammered. I'm not saying those things. Please apologize to me and to the audience, Mrs. Berman demanded. Mr. Wood leaned into the microphone. Apologize for this, he screamed. The dummy's head tilted back, his jaw dropped, his mouth opened wide. And thick green liquid came spewing out. Yuck, someone screamed. It looked like pea soup. It's like The Exorcist. It spurted, oh gosh. It spurted up out of Mr. Wood's open mouth like water rushing from a fire hose. I'm feeling nauseous now. Voices screamed and cried out in surprise as the thick green liquid showered over the people in the front row. Christ almighty. Cameron, no! No, Cameron! It's the Goosebumps goo! Roll credits! Oh no. Stop it! Help! Somebody turn it off! It stinks! Kris froze in horror, staring as more and more of the disgusting substance poured from her dummy's gaping mouth. A putrid stench, the smell of sour milk, of rotten eggs, of burning rubber, and decayed meat. Ugh! Rose up from the I hope nobody's eating right now. It rose up from the liquid. It puddled over the stage and showered over the front seats. Blinded by the spotlight. Now the song Blinded by the Light is in my head by the Weeknd. Sorry. Kris couldn't see the audience in front of her, but she could hear the choking and the gagging, the frantic cries for help. Clear the auditorium! Clear the auditorium! Mrs. Berman was shouting. Kris heard the rumble and scrape of people shoving their way up the aisles and out the doors. It stinks! I'm sick! Somebody help! Kris tried to clamp her hand over the dummy's mouth, but the force of the putrid green liquid frothing and spewing was too strong. It pushed her hand away. Suddenly, she realized she was being shoved from behind, off the stage, away from the shouting people, fleeing the auditorium, out of the glaring spotlight. She was backstage before she realized that it was Mrs. Berman who was pushing her. I don't know how you did that, or why, Mrs. Berman shouted angrily, frantically wiping splotches of the disgusting green liquid off the front of her dress with both hands. But I'm going to see that you're suspended from school, Kris. And if I have my way, she spouted, you'll be suspended for life. Oh, God. What if she said she's suspended from life? That's a heavy metal insult. Really getting good? Yeah, this book is genuinely getting good. Yes. All right, I left off a while back in chat. Give me a second. Almost out of my tea, said no gay ever. There's also cat fur in it, because of course there is. Everyone in this book, except for the puppets, isn't so... Except for the puppets. Oh, God. I already called old people ugly and told them how old they are. Be original, Kris. Sorry, misfiring. I'll tell you all now anyways. In a later book, Slappy's Nightmare, I think. It's revealed that he and Mr. Wood were made from the coffin of an evil wizard. Of course they were. You've all been shipping incest. No! Their hair is different enough, I suppose. In Game of Thrones, it read the Deep South. Look, so did all of the Star Wars fandom for a while. Can we burn the dummy, please? Action from you guys in retrospect. We're in too deep at this part, Cameron. Everyone gets insulted. This should be a riot. They call me sick, Chucky. Stolen teeth or tail, can't quite tell. I can. Wait. Oh. Are we talking about this? Are we talking about Dragon Bean? Say hello, Dragon Bean. No, Mr. Wood cannot be polite. Maybe not. Fat phobic Mr. Wood, so disappointed. R.L. Stein! She doesn't get the joke. She went 2 times. Oh no. It's so horrible. He may be evil, but he has standards. We're getting weird goos, yes. Just imagine it as Nickelodeon slime. Sure. Some evil been sipping for folks. Throwing up love Slappy. Oh! Children's book! Children's book! Eating underbaked cookies. Oh, I want some underbaked cookies. You know, for kids. I literally had to remove my headphones because this is too stressful. I feel it. I want to just remove myself from this whole stream, I think. Adam's family Fillmore when St. Pugsley are doing their act and have fake blood go everywhere. Yes, that was less stressful than this. Remember that time Katy Perry got KO'd by that nickel? Oh yeah, she got like hit hard with that slime. It was a lot. Look, for comedians as subversive as Arlstein, you have to be ready to be offended. Part of the act. Jesus. I'm pretty sure being suspended for life is called expelled. Yes, I think what she meant to say was expelled. She can't think over the stench of all the goo. Yeah, she is overreacting a bit. Jesus Christ. Excommunicated from society. I think she meant deleted, Control-Alt-Deleted from life. I think she was gonna kill her. That's it, I'm grabbing my flamethrower. Get it now! Getting my mallet. So Hannah's got a mallet, Rex has a flamethrower. I believe in the two of you. Does anyone else want to bring any weapons to this party? Oh yeah, the 2012 Kids' Choice Awards. Yeah, if you search Katy Perry slime, it will come up. It was set today, we get a cameo of Will Smith. Oh god. I have fire, I guess. Witch powers. I'm also getting a keyblade. Okay, so we got a whole arsenal coming. That's good. Alright. Alright, chapter 18. God help me. My dad has an electric handsaw in the garage I could borrow. Okay, cool. Now we're in angry mob territory. I like it. I just have a feeling that if an afterlife exists, I'm going to get there. You know, if heaven is real, I'm going to get there one day, and God's going to look down and say, no. And I'm going to say, why? And he's going to say, do you remember when you read Night of the Living Dummy on stream? And I'm going to go, I will see myself out. His head will spin off and he'd still be talking. That's right, close the door, Mr. Powell said sternly, glaring with narrowed eyes at Kris. He stood a few inches behind her, arms crossed in front of him, making sure she followed his instructions. She had carefully folded Mr. Wood in half and shoved him into the back of her closet shelf. Now she closed the closet, making sure it was completely shut, and as he ordered. Lindy watched silently from her bed, her expression troubled. Does the closet door lock? Mr. Powell asked. No, not really, Kris told him, lowering her head. How do you not know? It's your house. You spend that little time with your children? Well, that will have to do, he said. On Monday, I'm taking him back to the pawn shop. Do not take him out until then. But Dad, he raised a hand to silence her. We have to talk about this, Kris pleaded. You have to listen to me. What happened tonight, it wasn't a practical joke. Her father turned away from her, a scowl on his face. Kris, I'm sorry. We'll talk tomorrow. Your mother and I were both too angry, too upset to talk now. But Dad, ignoring her, he stormed out of the room. She listened to footsteps, hard and hurried down the stairs. Then Kris slowly turned to Lindy. Now do you believe me? I don't know what to believe, Lindy replied. It was just so unbelievably gross. Lindy, Dad's right. Let's talk tomorrow, Lindy said. I'm sure everything will be clearer and calmer tomorrow. But Kris couldn't sleep. She shifted from side to side, uncomfortable, wide awake. She pulled the pillow over her face, held it there for a while, welcoming the soft darkness, and then tossed it to the floor. I'm never going to sleep again, she thought. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the hideous scene in the auditorium once again. She heard the astonished cries of the audience, the kids and their parents, and she heard the cries of shock turn to groans of disgust as the putrid gunk poured out over everyone. Sickening. So totally sickening. And everyone blamed her. My life is ruined, Kris thought. I can never go back there again. I can never go to school. I can never show my face anywhere. Ruined. My whole life ruined by that stupid dummy. In the next bed, Lindy snored softly, a low, steady rhythm. Kris turned her eyes to the bedroom window. The curtains hung down over the window, filtering the pale moonlight from outside. Slappy sat in his usual place, in the chair in front of the window, bent in two, his head between his knees. Stupid dummies, Kris thought bitterly. So stupid. And now my life is ruined. She glanced at the clock, 1:20. Outside the window, she heard a low, rumbling sound, a soft whistle of brakes, probably a large truck going by. Kris yawned. She closed her eyes and saw the gross green gunk spewing out of Mr. Wood's mouth. Will I see that every time I close my eyes? She wondered, what on earth was it? How could everyone blame me for something so... The rumbling in the truck faded into the distance. But then Kris heard another sound, a rustling sound, a soft footstep. Someone was moving. She sucked in her breath and held it, listening hard. Silence now, silence so heavy she could hear the loud thudding of her heart. Then another soft footstep. A shadow moved. The closet door swung open. Or was it just shadows shifting? No, someone was moving from behind the open closet. Someone was creeping towards the bedroom door, creeping so softly, so silently. Her heart pounding. Kris pulled herself up, trying not to make a sound. Realizing that she'd been holding her breath, she let it out slowly, silently. She took another breath, then sat down. The shadow moved slowly to the door. Kris lowered her feet to the floor, staring hard into the darkness, her eyes staying with the silent, moving figure. What's happening? She wondered. The shadow moved again. She heard a scraping sound, the sound of a sleeve brushing the doorframe. Kris pushed herself up to her feet. Her legs felt shaky as she crept to the door, following the moving shadow. Out into the hallway, even darker out here because there were no windows. Towards the stairway, the shadow moved more quickly now. Kris followed the bare feet moving lightly over the thin carpet. What's happening? What's happening? She caught up to the shadowy figure on the landing. Hey, she called, her voice a tight whisper. She grabbed the shoulder and turned the figure around and stared into the grinning face of Mr. Wood. Point something out. I feel like streams like this are very indicative of my experience covering nostalgic media on the internet for the past over 2 years. Because there's a thing where you're like, oh, I'll just, read the Goosebumps series on stream. What a wholesome, nostalgic thing to bring everybody back to their childhood. And then you're like, oh, this is puppet erotica. I forgot about that part from childhood. Jesus. When you touch the doorknob to heaven, but the knob is hot, yes. God's seen worse, all those TV evangelists, true. Kris is grounded for life now, yeah. When you get to the gate and it turns out St. Peter is a ventriloquist dummy. Jesus. Rick Harrison, we get an expert to look over this. Amazing that there always an expert nearby. Kris needs a hug. Yeah, both these kids, honestly, I'm still mad at Lindy, but they both need therapy. Surprised neither of the twins has turned to pat your son, right? The best I can do is $5. Kids have a sleep issue. They shouldn't be up so late at night. Yeah. Slappy's gonna have a rescue mission to get his lover out of the closet. Keep note of that rumbling, folks. I figure that rumbling is important. Slappy deserves better. or nothing because they're both assholes. Nah. Lion King and the Beauty and the Beast were an awakening for a generation of furries. Yeah. Said, I need to go to bed. Oh no, I hope Slappy and Mr. Wood live happily ever after. Oh no. God help me. Well, at least now we have a tab for live streams. I'll keep I said this before, I'll keep the playlist going, but it'll be easier to find the live streams now. At least the ones that didn't have to be re-uploaded. I'm not sure what to do about those, but anyway. My God. We still have 20 concurrent viewers. Everybody's like waiting with bated breath to see what happens. Chapter 19. And it's not a hefty chapter, but it's a few pages. It's a normal size chapter. Mr. Wood blinked, then hissed at her. An ugly sound, a menacing sound. In the darkness of the stairwell, his painted grin became a threatening leer. In her fright, Kris squeezed the dummy's shoulder, wrapping her fingers around the harsh fabric of his shirt. This is impossible, she whispered. He blinked again. He giggled. I don't want to hear a puppet giggling. I don't want to hear that. No, I didn't call you. Heck, mother. How many live streams do I have? I think this is live stream 81, I think. It's a lot of them. Been live streaming on top of posting pretty frequently since summer. His mouth opened, making his grin grow wider. He tried to tug out of Kris's grasp, but she hung on without even realizing she was holding him. But you're a dummy, she squealed. He giggled again. So are you, he replied. His voice was a deep growl, like the angry snarl of a large dog. Oof. You can't walk, Kris cried, her voice trembling. The dummy giggled. Its ugly giggle again. You can't be alive, Kris exclaimed. Let go of me now, the dummy growled. Kris held on, tightening her grip. I'm dreaming, Kris told herself aloud. I have to be dreaming. I'm not a dream, I'm a nightmare. Darling, he's a nightmare dressed like a daydream. The dummy exclaimed and tossed back his wooden head, laughing. Still gripping the shoulder of the shirt, Kris stared through the darkness at the grinning face. The air seemed to grow heavy and hot. She felt as if she couldn't breathe, as if she were suffocating. What was that sound? It took her a while to recognize the strained gasps of her own breathing. Let go of me, the dummy repeated, or I'll throw you down the stairs. Jesus. Tried once again to tug out of her grasp. No, she insisted, holding tight. I'm putting you back in the closet. The dummy laughed, then pushed his painted face close to Kris's face. You can't keep me there. I'm locking you in. I'm locking you in a box or something, Kris declared, panic clouding her thoughts. The darkness seemed to descend over her, choking her, weighing her down. Let go of me, the dummy pulled hard. And Kris reached out her other hand and grabbed him around the waist. Let go of me, he snarled, his raspy, deep rumble. Nobody's hearing this. Poor Kris. In a rumble of voice. I'm in charge now. You will listen to me. This is my house now. He pulled hard. Kris encircled his waist. They both fell onto the stairs, rolling down a few steps. Let go, the dummy ordered. He rolled on top of her, his wild eyes glaring into hers. She pushed him off, trying to pin his arms behind his back. He was surprisingly strong. He pulled back one arm, and then shoved a fist hard into the pit of her stomach. Ow! Kris groaned, feeling the breath knocked out of her. The dummy took advantage of her momentary weakness and pulled free. Grasping the banister with one hand, he tried to pull himself past her and down the stairs, but Kris shot out a foot and tripped him. Still struggling to breathe, she pounced onto his back. Then she pulled him away from the banister and pushed him down hard onto a step. Ah! Kris gasped loudly as the overhead hall light flashed on. She closed her eyes against this sudden intrusion. The dummy struggled to pull out from under her, but she pushed down on his back with all her weight. Kris, what on earth? Lindy's startled voice came down from the top step. It's Mr. Wood, Kris managed to cry up to her. He's alive! She pushed down hard, sprawling over the dummy, keeping him pinned beneath her. Kris, what are you doing? Lindy demanded. Are you okay? No, Kris exclaimed. I'm not okay. Please, Lindy, go get Mom and Dad. Mr. Wood, he's alive. He's just a dummy, Lindy called down, taking a few reluctant steps toward her sister. Get up, Kris. Have you lost your mind? Listen to me, Kris shrieked at the top of her lungs. Get Mom and Dad before he escapes. But Lindy didn't move. She stared down at her sister, her long hair falling in tangles about her face. Her features twisted in horror. Get up, Kris, she urged. Please, get up. Let's go back to bed. I'm telling you, he's alive, Kris cried desperately. You've got to believe me, Lindy. You've got to. The dummy lay lifelessly beneath her, face buried in the carpet, arms and legs sprawled out to the sides. You had a nightmare, Lindy insisted, climbing down step by step, holding her long nightshirt up above her ankles. Still, I feel like that's just a nightgown. Is that not just a nightgown? Cert Flow Ride is welcome to my house. Until she was standing right above Kris. Come back to bed. Kris, it was just a nightmare. The horrible thing that happened at the concert. It gave you a nightmare, that's all. Grasping for breath, Kris lifted herself up and twisted her head to face her sister. Grabbing the banister with one hand, she raised herself a little. The instant she lightened up on him, the dummy grabbed the edge of the stair with both hands and pulled himself out from under her. Half falling, half crawling, he scrambled down to the rest of the stairs. No, I don't believe it, Lindy shrieked, seeing the dummy move. Go get Mom and Dad, Kris said. Hurry. Her mouth wide open in shocked disbelief. Lindy turned and headed back up the stairs, screaming for her parents. Kris dived off the step, thrusting her arms in front of her. She tackled Mr. Wood from behind, wrapping his arms around his waist. His head hit the carpet hard as they both crumpled to the floor. He uttered a low, throaty cry of pain, and his eyes closed. He didn't move. Almost done. Dazed, her chest heaving, her entire body trembling, Kris slowly climbed to her feet. She quickly pressed a foot on the dummy's back to hold him in place. Mom and Dad, where are you? She cried aloud. Hurry! The dummy raised its head. He let out an angry growl and started to thrash his arms and legs wildly. Kris pressed her foot against his back. Let go, he growled viciously. Kris heard voices upstairs. Mom, Dad, down here, she called up to them. Both her parents appeared at the upstairs landing, their faces filled with worry. Look, Kris cried frantically, pointing down to the dummy beneath her foot. What are Mom and Dad gonna do? They're useless. I know, right? Call an exorcist. Hope we have a few more chapters. This boom has been so slow. Yeah, I think this is stream... Yes, this is live stream 81, according to my past live streams playlist. Happens. Checks to Little's convertible and run away to be married in Hawaii, where gay marriage was legally recognized. Sweet Home, Alabama. Taylor Swift song too, yeah. Spoken up with padded snow. You don't understand. The puppets were alive and maybe incestuous cackles madly since the night. I'm gonna lose. I'm about to commit arson. I'm so stressed out right now. Closet, what a familiar place. Going to do, they're useless. Yeah, they are useless. This is so stressful. R.L. Stein, what the fuck, my guy? He was going through something. Repeats 3 times. Don't sexualize the puppets. This is a kid's book. This is a kid's book. This is a children's book. Everybody, stay calm. It's like the Michael Scott meme. Stay fucking calm. I already have to explain my comments about Captain Hook if my parents ever see that live stream. I don't need to explain more to them, but I suppose now I absolutely do. Our top story. Mr. Wood commits... Oh, no. No. It's not that dark. It's just a fucked up puppet. Oh, you're poor folks. Luckily, I don't think they watch the live streams. Watch, I say that. They're watching right now. Hi, Mom and Dad. Go to bed. It's all a dream. How is this going to wrap up? That's what I want to know. It always waits until the very, very last page to finally wrap up. He draws it out into that last page. Avery, we love you and your chosen career and hobby. But what the fuck? Can you imagine they're just like telling their parents, like, yeah, Avery, she's got her own channel going. It's going really well. And she sees like a career path forward in the industry. You should check it out sometimes. It's really cute. They just talk about nostalgical stuff. And their friends log in and it's just like, and then Slappy gripped, and then Mr. Wood gripped Slappy's neck. Oh my God. Okay. Chapter 20. Look at what, Mr. Powell cried, adjusting his pajama top. Kris pointed down to the dummy under her foot. He's trying to get away, she stammered, but Mr. Wood lay lifeless on his stomach. Is this supposed to be a joke? Mrs. Powell demanded angrily, hands at the waist of her cotton nightgown. I don't get it, Mr. Powell said, shaking his head. Mr. Wood, he ran down the stairs, Kris said frantically. He's been doing everything. This isn't funny, Mrs. Powell said wearily, running a hand back through her blonde hair. It isn't funny at all, Kris. Waking everyone up in the middle of the night. I really think you've lost your mind. I'm very worried about you, Mr. Powell added. I mean, after what happened at school tonight... Listen to me, Kris shrieked. She bent down and pulled Mr. Wood up from the floor, holding him by the shoulders. She shook him hard. He moves, he runs, he talks, he's alive. She stopped shaking the dummy and let go. He slumped lifelessly to the floor, falling in an unmoving heap at her feet. I think maybe you need to see a doctor, Mr. Powell said, his face tightening with concern. No, I saw him too, Lindy said, coming to Kris's aid. Well, about time, Lindy. Kris is right. The dummy did move, but then she added, I think it moved. You're a big help, Lindy, Kris thought, suddenly feeling weak, drained. Is this just another stupid prank? Mrs. Powell asked angrily. After what happened at school tonight, I think that would be enough. But Mom, Kris started, staring down at the lifeless heap on the floor. Back to bed, Mrs. Powell ordered. There's no school tomorrow. We'll have plenty of time to discuss punishments for you two. Me? Lindy cried outraged. What did I do? Mom, we're telling you the truth, Kris insisted. I still don't get the joke, Mr. Powell said, shaking his head. He turned to his wife. Were we supposed to believe her or something? Go to bed, both of you now, their mother snapped. She and their father disappeared from the upstairs landing, heading angrily back down the hall to their room. Lindy remained, one hand on top of the banister, staring down regretfully at Kris. You believe me, don't you? Kris called up to her. Yeah, I guess, Lindy replied doubtfully. Lindy, goddammit. Lowering her eyes to the dummy at Kris's feet. Kris looked down too. She saw Mr. Wood blink. He started to straighten up. Whoa, she uttered an alarmed cry and grabbed him by the neck. Lindy, hurry, he called. He's moving again. What should we do? Lindy stammered, making her way hesitantly down the stairs. I don't know, Kris replied, as the dummy thrashed his arms and legs against the carpet, trying desperately to free himself from the two-handed grip on his neck. We've got to. There's nothing you can do, Mr. Wood snarled. You will be my slaves now. I'm alive once again. Alive. Oh, God. But how? Kris demanded, staring at him in disbelief. I mean, you're a dummy. How? The dummy snickered. You brought me back to life, he told her in his raspy voice. You read the ancient words. The ancient words? What's he talking about? And then Kris remembered she had read the strange-sounding words from the sheet of paper in the dummy's shirt pocket. I am back, thanks to you, the dummy growled. And now you and your sister will serve me. As she stared in horror at the grinning dummy, an idea popped into Kris's mind. The paper. She had tucked it back into the pocket. If I read the words again, Kris thought, it will put him back to sleep. Is that how that works? She reached out and grabbed him. He tried to jerk away, but she was too quick. The folded sheet of yellow paper was in her hand. Gimme that, he cried. He swiped at it, but Kris swung out of his reach. She unfolded it quickly, and before the dummy could grab the paper out of her hands, she read the strange words aloud. Karumari Odana Loma Malonu Karano. Just in case I put a spell on the Sanderson sisters. Hopefully that undoes it. RL loves a twist even when it's unnecessary, yes. Smash Mr. Wood's head in, that should take care of him. These parents seem to listen to their kids. Yes, I think R.L. Stine was trying to make a commentary about parents not listening to their children or being there for them ever. Because all the parents are horrible. He either had horrible parents or had a deep fear of being a horrible parent. Or both. They never listen. That's why these kids have trauma, right? Just like in real life. This is giving me Troll 2 flashbacks, right? Your dummies. That too brings trauma. Burn him with fire. Burn the house down, you stupid idiots. That's what you should do, yeah. The words were from him, not Slappy until later. Interesting. In the fireplace. Yeah. Oh my god, I feel tired, and not just because it's after 1 a.m. in my time zone. Like, I feel tired of spirit. Every now and again, the screen glitches. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I have to figure out exactly what I can do to fix it. I think I know what the problem is, but it would just require getting a different port to plug into. I'm not exactly sure, but I'll have to figure it out. Both sisters stared at the dummy. Wait, this is chapter 21. I don't know if anybody's counting anymore. Both sisters stared at the dummy, waiting for him to collapse. But he gripped the banister and tossed his head back in a amused, scornful laugh. Those are the words of the ancient sorcerer to bring me to life, he proclaimed. Those aren't the words to kill me. Kill him? Yes, Kris thought frantically. She tossed down the yellow paper disgustedly. We have no choice. We have to kill him, Lindy. Huh? Her sister's face filled with surprise. Kris grabbed the dummy by the shoulders and held on tightly. I'll hold him. You pull his head off. Oh, boy. Lindy was beside her now. She had to duck away from Mr. Wood's thrashing feet. I'll hold him still, Kris repeated. Grab his head. Pull it off. You sure? Lindy hesitated, her features tight with fear. Just do it, Kris screamed. She let her hand slide down around Mr. Wood's waist. Lindy grabbed his head in both hands. Let go of me, the dummy rasped. Pull, Kris cried to her terrified sister. Holding the dummy tightly around the waist, she leaned back, pulling him away from her sister. Lindy's hands were wrapped tightly around the dummy's head. With a loud groan, she pulled hard. The head didn't come off. Mr. Wood uttered a high-pitched giggle. Stop, you're tickling me, he rasped. Pull harder, Kris ordered her sister. Lindy's face was bright. Therapist, so why did you call me in the middle of the night? Avery, it was Slappy. Therapist, I understand. My therapist is just like watching, some therapist out there right now is just like watching the stream and it's just like, give it time. She'll call me in time. Dina, oh well, you see, a wizard did it, yeah. Lindy's face was bright red. She tightened her grip on the head and pulled again, tugging with all her strength. Dummy giggled, his shrill, unpleasant giggle. "It won't come off," Lindy said, sighing in defeat. "Twist it off," Kris suggested frantically. The dummy thrashed out with his feet, kicking Kris in the stomach, but she held on. "Twist the head off," she cried. Lindy tried to turn the head. The parents aren't hearing any of this. They're just chilling. Burn the house. I like how Darth Sidious is just like, burn the house down. Just the whole house. Throw out the whole house. The dummy giggled. "It won't twist," Lindy cried. In frustration, she let go of the head and took a step back. Mr. Wood raised his head. Stop it, camera. Mr. Wood raised his head, stared up at Lindy and grinned. "You can't kill me. I have powers." "What do we do?" Lindy cried, raising her eyes to Kris. "This is my house now," the dummy rasped, grinning at Lindy as it struggled to wiggle out of Kris's arms. "You will do as I say now. You will put me down." "What do we do?" Lindy repeated. "Take him upstairs. We'll cut his head off." "Oh, boy. It's just a book. It's a children's book. YouTube, please don't ban the stream. We're almost done. We've got like 12-ish pages left. Well, maybe more like 20 pages left, but we were almost done." Mr. Wood swung his head around, his eyes stretched open in an evil glare. "Ow!" Kris cried out in surprise as the dummy snapped his jaws over her arm, biting her. She pulled her arm away and, without thinking, slapped the dummy's wooden head with the palm of her hand. The dummy giggled in response. "Violence! Violence!" he said in a mock scolding tone. "Those sharp scissors in your drawer. The scissors aren't going to do it. It's a ventriloquist dummy." Kris instructed her sister. "I'll carry him up to our room." Her arm throbbed where he had bitten her, but she held on to him tightly and carried him up to their bedroom. Lindy had already pulled the long metal scissors from the drawer. Her hand trembled as she opened the closet, opened and closed the blades. Below the neck," Kris said, holding Mr. Wood tightly by his shoulders. He hissed furiously at her. She dodged as he tried to kick her with both sneakered feet. Holding the scissors with two hands, Lindy tried cutting the head off the neck. This is so violent. The scissors didn't cut, so she tried sawing motions. Mr. Wood giggled. "I told you, you can't kill me." "It isn't going to work," Lindy cried, tears of frustration running down her cheeks. "Now what? We'll put him in the closet. Then we can think," Kris replied. "You have no need to think. You are my slaves," the dummy rasped. "You will do whatever I ask. I will be in charge from now on." "No way," Kris muttered, shaking her head. "What if we won't help you?" Lindy demanded. The dummy turned to her, casting her a hard, angry stare. "Then I'll start hurting the ones you love." "Oh boy," he said casually. "Your parents, your friends, or maybe that disgusting dog that's always yapping." No. He tossed back his head. A dry, evil laugh escaped his wooden lips. "Lock him in the closet," Lindy suggested, "till we figure out how to get rid of him." "Set the doll on fire. Come on, useless children." Unlike Mr. Wood, Slappy has standards, yeah. "You can't get rid of me," Mr. Wood insisted. "Don't make me angry. I have powers. I'm warning you." I'm like fidgeting extra with the back of this book because I'm just like stressed. "I'm starting to get tired of your stupid attempts to harm me. The closet doesn't lock, remember?" Kris cried, struggling to hold on to the wriggling dummy. "Oh, wait, how about this?" Lindy hurried to the closet. She pulled out an old suitcase from the back. "Perfect," Kris said. "I'm warning you," Mr. Wood threatened. "You are becoming very tiresome." With a hard tug, he pulled himself free of Kris. She dove to tackle him, but he darted out from under her. She fell face down onto her bed. The dummy ran to the center of the room, then turned his eyes to the doorway, as if trying to decide where to go. "You must do as I tell you," he said darkly, raising a wooden hand towards Lindy. "I will not run from you two. You two are to be my slaves." Stop saying slaves. "No," Kris cried, pushing herself up. She and her sister both dove at the dummy. Lindy grabbed his arms. Kris ducked to grab his ankles. Working together, they stuffed him into the open suitcase. "You will regret this," he threatened, kicking his legs, struggling to hit them. You will pay dearly for this. Now someone will die. He continued screaming after Kris latched the suitcase and shoved him into the closet. She quietly closed the closet door, then leaned her back against it, sighing wearily. Now what? She asked Lindy. That's your dummy. Prepare to die. See, an evil wizard. I believe you, Cam. I believed you the whole time, Cameron. It's the dummy's fault for giving them that idea. Yeah. Bye, dummy. Leave the parents. Leave the parents. Their insurance will cover it, yeah. They seem like yuppie people. They probably have... Well, they're not super rich. We've established this, but they give off the vibe of having decent insurance for the house. It's like the Twilight Zone episode about the talking doll. I'm gonna have to cover that one soon, aren't I? Dog. Oh, the dog has to... Poor dog. The dog didn't ask for any of this shit. Insurance company. So how did this happen, family? You got a light. See the doll, set the doll on fire. Yeah. No, anything but the dog, not the dog. Guess what, Mr. would be defeated by random bullshit, you dummy. Yes, random bullshit always comes in clutch at the end. You put the suitcase in the ocean. Yeah. He never Slappy will insult you and hurt you, but he has never resorted to murder. That is true. Set suitcase on fireplace, bagpipes, like a Norse funeral for Mr. Wood. So I assume like the big twist end that happens at like the last line of like every one of these books is that Slappy comes to life in the end. I assume. It does say introducing Slappy the Dummy, which isn't a lie, but that's interesting. Interesting way to phrase it. Oh, no, I did already cover the talking doll episode. I was thinking about that. There's a different one with a ventriloquist dummy. It's on fire and the police come. The kids start singing. It's start the fire. And blame it on the dummy. And blame it on the parents. It was always burning since the world was turning. But you played in like a sad melody on the bagpipes. All right, chapter 22. We'll bury him, Kris said. Huh? Lindy stifled on. They had been whispering together for what seemed like hours. As they tried to come up with a plan, they could hear the dummy's muffled cries from inside the closet. We'll bury him under that huge mound of dirt, Kris explained, her eyes going to the window. You know, next door at the side of the new house. Yeah, okay. I don't know, Lindy replied. I'm so tired I can't think straight. She glanced at the bedside table. It was nearly 3:30 in the morning. I still think we should wait. Oh, their sleep cycle is all messed up. Take it from me. I still think we should wake up Mom and Dad, Lindy said, fear reflected in her eyes. We can't, Kris told her. We've been over that 100 times. They won't believe us. If we wake them up, we'll be in even bigger trouble. Be in bigger trouble, Lindy demanded, gesturing with her head to the closet, where Mr. Wood's angry cries could still be heard. Get dressed, Kris said with renewed energy. We'll bury him under all that dirt. Then we'll never have to think about him again. Lindy shuddered and turned her eyes to her dummy folded up in the chair. I can't bear to look at Slappy anymore. I'm so sorry I got us interested in dummies. Shh, just get dressed, Kris said impatiently. She's like, I don't care about that. Okay, camera, calm down. Mr. Wood started the fire. Buried in like werewolf skin, and it explodes somehow. Oh my gosh, I cannot. I have no words. Reloading this. We have 24 people watching. It is 1:21 in the morning where I am. How? Oh, I know how, but still. I just caught the end of it, haha. Yeah, it's been a lot, Basilius. You have no idea. You thought, stay out of the basement was horny? You have no idea. A few minutes later, the two girls crept down the stairs in the darkness. Kris carried the suitcase in both arms, trying to muffle the sound of Mr. Wood's angry protests. They stopped at the bottom of the stairs and listened for any sign that they had awakened their parents. Silence. Lindy pulled open the front door, and they slipped outside. The air was surprisingly cold and wet, a heavy dew that had begun to fall, making the front lawn glisten under the light of a half-moon. Blades of wet grass clung to their sneakers as they made their way to the garage. As Kris held onto the suitcase, Lindy quietly, pulled open the garage door. When it was halfway up, she ducked and slipped inside. A few seconds later, she emerged carrying a large snow shovel. "This should do it," she said, whispering, even though no one was around. Kris glanced down the street. You don't want the puppet to hear how you're going to kill him. Kris glanced down the street as they headed across the yard to the lot next door. The heavy morning dew misted the glow of the street lamps, making the pale light appear to bend and flicker like candles. Everything seemed to shimmer under the dark purple sky. It wasn't purpley. It was purple. Kris set the suitcase down beside the tall mound of dirt. "We'll dig right down here," she said, pointing toward the bottom of the mound. "We'll shove him in and cover him." Jesus. "Morning, you," Mr. Wood threatened, listening inside the suitcase. "Your plan won't work. I have powers. You dig first." I have powers is his version of my father will hear about this. Truly the Draco Malfoy of puppets. You thought stay out of the basement was horny. You have no idea. I hope that goes in the book review. Yes! Somebody remind me to put that in the book review. It's going to go in the book review. It's going to go in the big video that I do once I've read all 62 of these. It's gonna be a lot. You dig first, Kris told her sister, ignoring the dummy threat. "Then I'll take a turn." Lindy dug into the pile and heaved up a shovel full of dirt. Kris shivered. The heavy dew felt cold and damp. A cloud floated over the moon, darkening the sky from purple to black. "Let me out," Mr. Wood called. "Let me out now. And your punishment won't be too severe." "Dig faster," Kris whispered impatiently. "I'm going as fast as I can," Lindy replied. She had dug a pretty good-sized square-shaped hole at the base of the mound. "How much deeper do you think?" "Deeper," Kris said. "Here, watch the suitcase. I'll take a turn." She changed places with Lindy and started to dig. Something scampered heavily near the low shrubs that separated the yards. Kris looked up, saw a moving shadow, and gasped. "Raccoon, I think," Lindy said with a shudder. "Are we going to bury Mr. Wood in the suitcase, or are we going to take him out?" "I think Mom will notice the suitcase is gone," Kris asked, tossing a shovelful of wet dirt to the side. Lindy shook her head. "We never use it." "We'll bury him in the suitcase," Kris said. "It'll be easier." "You'll be sorry," the dummy rasped. The suitcase shook and nearly toppled on its side. "I'm so sleepy," Lindy moaned, tossing her socks onto the floor, then sliding her feet under the covers. "I'm wide awake," Kris replied, sitting on the edge of the bed. "I guess it's because I'm so happy we got rid of that awful creature." It's also weird," Lindy said, adjusting her pillow behind her head. I feel like I just disassociated from the past, Jesus Christ, the chat. Children's book! The past two chapters. What? Nothing. Oh my gosh, chat, stop. Hannah is about to combust. I am about to commit arson. It's all so weird, Lindy said, adjusting her pillow behind her head. I don't blame Mom and Dad for not believing it. I'm not sure I believe it either. You put the shovel back where you found it? Kris asked. Lindy nodded. Yeah, she said sleepily. And you closed the garage door. Shh, I'm asleep, Lindy said. At least there's no school tomorrow. We can sleep late. I hope I can fall asleep, Kris said doubtfully. I'm just so pumped. It's like some kind of hideously gross nightmare. I just think, Lindy, are you still awake? No, her sister had fallen asleep. Kris stared up at the ceiling. She pulled the blankets up to her chin. She still felt chilled. She couldn't shake the cold dampness of the early morning air. After a short while, with thoughts of everything that had happened that night, whirring crazily in her head, Kris fell asleep too. The rumble of machines woke her up at 8:30 the next morning, stretching, trying to rub the sleep from her eyes. Kris stumbled to the window, leaning over the chair holding Slappy, and peered down. It was a gray, cloudy day. 2 enormous yellow steamrollers were rolling over the lot next door behind the newly constructed house, flattening the land. I wonder if they're going to flatten that big mound of dirt, Kris thought, staring down at them. That would be really excellent. All right, Bill and Ted. Kris smiled. She hadn't slept very long, but she felt refreshed. Lindy was still sound asleep. Kris tiptoed past her, pulled her robe on, and headed downstairs. Morning, Mom, she called brightly, tying the belt to her robe as she entered the kitchen. Mrs. Powell turned from the sink to face her. Kris was surprised to see an angry expression on her face. Were you? She followed her mother's stare to the breakfast counter. Oh, Kris gasped when she saw Mr. Wood. He was seated at the counter, his hands in his lap. His hair was matted with red-brown dirt. Why is his hair matted? It's painted on. And he had dirt smears on his cheeks and forehead. Kris raised her hands to her face in horror. I thought you were told never to bring that down here, Mrs. Powell scolded. What do I have to do, Kris? She turned angrily back to the sink. The dummy winked at Kris and flashed her a wide, evil grin. Gave up on hurting the cats that make up chat a long time ago, Hannah. Yeah. Life is easier when you accept the chaos will happen. Yeah. Welcome to my reality. The dummy's name is usually Slappy. It's a technically different puppet in this one. This has been a hell of a stream, emphasis on hell. Yes. Yes, it has. Stream is still going. Yeah, it's almost done. On a spaceship. We're going on a trip in our favorite rocket ship. Congrats, moderator, guys. Yes, thank the moderators who are very kindly wading in the waters of crazy with us. Make sure that we don't get botted or anything. Question is not how, but why. And the why is because we are all dummies, yes. And they live in somewhere where there is an ocean in Ohio. Or wherever they live. Not sad. So I'll set up like the Courage the Cowardly Dog episode. Yes. Currently working with Nate on the video for the Scooby-Doo Courage the Cowardly Dog crossover movie. Very excited about it. Keeps threatening with powers. We have seen Diddley Squad of powers. It's howling. I get some of the powers, yeah. It's not going to be your franchise, Mr. Wood. Harry, I'm not falling for that this time. There is one more chapter. It's not over. Yeah. Excellent air guitar. Oh, come on. He's back. I freaking knew it. Said it wasn't over. I'd have to toss him in space. He needs to be yeeted. Different puppy, too. Yeah, there's no spam. I think it feels threatened by the fact that there's mods tonight. Time to retire Nightbot. Well, I was hoping that Nightbot... The hope was that Nightbot would catch it so the mods didn't have to, but yeah, we might retire Nightbot. And we never see Mr. Wood again because he mysteriously disappears. Olive is the new sheriff in town. It's like how in Friday the 13th, the killer wasn't Jason until the sequel, not getting the mask until the third one. I actually don't remember any of the Friday the 13th movies. I don't think I saw more than the first one, so I don't know that I fully comprehended that. It's never over when you use Goosebumps. Oh, it's never over. Thank you, Knights of Bot, for protecting us. And all the moderators shall be dubbed Knights of the Bot. All right. Technically 3 more chapters, but they're short chapters. We have 12 more pages. Who's ready for the last 12? How mad would you be if I stopped right here? Okay, let's wrap it up. I'll finish this next time. 12 pages left. Back again. Welcome back. I just watched Jason X. Slappy, I bet, will be teased at the end, like some Marvel movie end credit scene. The second book is where he shines. Yes. Knights of the Bot Table. I love it. As Kris stared in horror at the grinning dummy, I need a sip of my drink. I swear my cats are learning how to say hello, and that's just creepy. As Kris stared in horror at the grinning dummy, Mr. Powell suddenly appeared in the kitchen doorway. Ready? He asked his wife. Mrs. Powell hung the dish towel on the rack and turned around, brushing a lock of hair off of her forehead. Ready? I'll get my bag. She brushed past him into the front hallway. Where are you going? Kris cried, her voice revealing her alarm. She kept her eyes on the dummy at the counter. Just doing a little shopping at the garden store, her father told her, stepping into the room, peering out to the kitchen window. Looks like rain. Don't go, Kris pleaded. Huh? He turned toward her. Don't go, please, Kris cried. Her father's eyes landed on the dummy. He walked over to him. Hey, what's the big idea? Her father asked angrily. Boots. No, the book is not longer. There's just a lot happening in it. The book is pretty much exactly as long as all the other ones have been. Boot. But you wanted to take him back to the pawn shop, Kris replied, thinking quickly. Not till Monday, her father replied. Today is Saturday, remember? The dummy blinked. Mr. Powell didn't notice. Of course he didn't. Do you have to go shopping now? Kris asked in a tiny voice. Before her father could answer, Mrs. Powell reappeared in the doorway. Here, catch, she called and tossed the car keys to him. Let's go before it pours. Mr. Powell stared at the door. Why don't you want us to go? He asked. The dummy, Kris started. But she knew it was hopeless. They'd never listen. They'd never believe her. Never mind, she muttered. A few seconds later, she heard their car back down the driveway. Then they were gone. And she was alone in the kitchen with the grinning dummy. Mr. Wood turned toward her slowly, swiveling the tall counter stool. His big eyes looked angrily on Kris's. I warned you, he rasped. Barky came trotting into the kitchen. No. Toenails clicking loudly on the linoleum. He sniffed the floor. He ran, searched for breakfast scraps or that someone might have dropped. Oh, God. Oh, no. Barky, where have you been? Kris asked, glad to have company. The dog ignored her and sniffed under the stool Mr. Wood sat in. He was upstairs waking me up, Lindy said, rubbing her eyes. She walked into the kitchen. She was wearing a white tennis shorts and a sleeveless magenta t-shirt. Stupid dog. Barky licked the spot on the linoleum. Lindy cried out as she spotted Mr. Wood. Oh, no, I'm back, the dummy rasped, and I'm very unhappy with you two slaves. Oh, God. Lindy turned to Kris, her mouth open, surprise and terror. Kris kept her eyes trained on the dummy. What does he plan to do, she wondered. How can I stop him? Burying him under all the dirt hadn't kept him from returning. Somehow, he had freed himself from the suitcase and pulled himself out. Wasn't there any way to defeat him? Any way at all? Grinning his evil grin, Mr. Wood dropped down to the floor, his sneakers thudding hard on the floor. I'm very unhappy with you two slaves, he said. He repeated in his growly voice. What are you going to do? Lindy cried in a shrill, frightened voice. I have to punish you, the dummy replied. I have to punish you. I have to prove to you that I am serious. Wait, Kris cried, but the dummy moved quickly. He reached down and grabbed Barky by the neck with both hands. As the dummy tightened his grip, the frightened terrier began to howl in pain. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Not Barky. Buried the dummy in cement, but it came back. Yes, he did body shame a teacher and projectile vomit everywhere. Literally smacked these parents like when he smacked Sarah and Hocus Pocus too. Simpleton, yes. I think I remember the ending too, but I won't spoil it for anyone who doesn't remember it. I never read this one. Bye Bye Dog. Oh God. One way to defeat him. Set him on fire. Bye, dog. No, oh God, not the dog. Oh, no. We finally get our dog death. 12 out of 10. No, Arnold's time. Yay. Oh my God, very mixed reactions from the chat. Why the dog? Anything but the dog. Now we need to see versus Slappy. More glorious than Freddy versus Jason. And I reiterate, what the ever-loving fuck R.L. Stein? I have no idea. Probably not, but a close second. Hello, PETA. My dummy killed my dog. He's an animal abuser. Oh, the parents are going to think they killed the dog. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is so dark. Let it be over. 8 more pages. I warned you, Mr. Wood snarled over the howls of the little black terrier. You will do as I say, or one by one, those you love will suffer. No, Kris cried. Barky let out a high-pitched whelp, a bleat of pain that made Kris shudder. Let go of Barky, Kris screamed. I feel like I want to cry. The dummy giggled. Barky uttered a hoarse gasp. Kris couldn't stand it any longer. She and Lindy leaped at the dummy from two sides. Lindy tackled his legs. Kris grabbed Barky and tugged. Lindy dragged the dummy to the floor, but his wooden hands held a tight grip on the dog's throat. Barky's howls became a muffled whimper as he struggled to breathe. Let go, Kris shrieked. I warned you, the dummy snarled. I hate this. I hate this so much. Just shredded Mr. Wood. And in a Goosebumps book too, there's dog abuse. Fuck. Jesus Christ. Shit. Here's my theory. R.L. Stein's dog pissed on the rug, and R.L. Stein said, oh, I'll show you, and killed him in the book. Okay, hang on. Give me a second. I don't know what his thing is with hurting dogs. Lindy held tight to his kicking legs. The dog must die now. No! Kris let go of the gasping dog. She slid her hands down to the dummy's wrists. Then, with a fierce tug, she pulled the wooden hands apart. Barky dropped to the floor, wheezing. He scampered to the corner, his paws sliding frantically over the smooth floor. You'll pay now, Mr. Wood growled, jerking free from Kris. He swung his wooden hand up, landing a hard blow on Kris's forehead. She cried out in pain and raised her hands to her head. She heard Barky yipping loudly behind her. He's alive! He's alive! He's alive, you guys. It's dogs to calm his darker urges and protect real dogs. Oh, Jesus Christ. The dogs need to win in these books. Well, after Welcome to Dead House, I never know what to expect. Darth Sidious is disappointed. Jerking free from Kris, he swung his wooden hand up, landing a hard blow on Kris's forehead. She cried out in pain and raised her hands to her head. She heard Barky yipping loudly behind her. "Let go of me!" Sorry, my nose really itches. Mr. Wood demanded, turning back to Lindy, who still held on to his legs. "No way!" Lindy cried. Kris grabbed his arms again. Her head still throbbing, Kris lunged forward to grab the dummy's arms, but he lowered his head as she approached and clamped his wooden jaws around her wrists. Lindy lifted the dummy up by the legs, then slammed his body hard against the floor. He uttered a furious growl and tried to kick free of her arm. Then he lowered his head to bite once more, but she dodged away and pulled his arms tight behind his back. "I'm warning you," he bellowed. "I'm warning you." Barky yipped excitedly, hopping up on Kris. But what do we do with him? Lindy cried, shouting over the dummy's angry threats. "Outside," Kris yelled, pressing the arms more tightly behind Mr. Wood's back. She suddenly remembered the 2 steamrollers she had seen moving over the yard next door, flattening the ground. "Come on," she urged her sister. "We'll crush him." "I'm warning you, I have powers," the dummy screamed. Ignoring him, I don't have it in me to scream right now, sorry, Mr. Wood. Ignoring him, Kris pulled open the kitchen door as they carried their wriggling captive outside. The sky was charcoal gray, a light rain had begun to fall, the grass was already wet. Over the low shrubs that separated the yards, the girls could see the 2 enormous yellow steamrollers, one in the back, one at the side of the next door lot. They looked like huge lumbering animals, their giant black rollers flattening everything in their path. "This way, hurry!" Kris shouted to her sister, holding the dummy tightly as she ran. "Toss him under that one." Let me go, slaves!" the dummy screamed. "This is your last chance!" He swung his head hard, trying to bite Kris's arm. Thunder rumbled low in the distance. The girls ran at full speed, slipping on the wet grass as they hurried toward the fast-moving steamroller. They were just a few yards away from the enormous machine when they saw Barky, his tail wagging furiously, scampering ahead of them. "Oh no, how'd he get out?" Lindy cried, gazing back at them, his tongue hanging out of his mouth, prancing happily in the grass. The dog was running right into the path of the rumbling bulldozer. "No, Barky!" Kris shrieked in horror. "No, Barky, no!" Oh my God. I'm so tired. It gets good here. I need popcorn for this. Jesus Christ. Oh shit, I forgot about this. Oh, Johnny goes bad. God damn it, Barky. Going from 0 to 100 real fucking quick. Oh no. No. Oh no! I'm done. This is the reason why I don't read these books out. Sorry. I forgot about the dog getting out. Pancake dog. Oh God, son of a bitch. Why? Everybody's like, fuck. He did commit to the dead dog bit, Vincent. At least Barky made it, though. Oh, no. There is the barking ghost. There is the barking ghost. Lindy and the parents don't perish, I swear. I don't know, I don't need this image in my head. Thinking calming thoughts. Let's form a calming circle. Oh my God, 4 more pages, if you can believe it. Mr. Wood being his namesake, a dick. Yes, I love this. I like that it got temporarily, I like that somebody was able to, it got held for review, and then one of the mods was able to approve it before I could. That's actually been a huge help. I'm not just now realizing, but registering at the end of the stream. just you guys being able to be there to approve so that I don't have to like manually approve like half of the comments. I appreciate you guys. I don't need popcorn anymore. I need a drink. Slappy broke up with Mr. Wood. Yes, this is why Slappy did it. Slappy would never cause harm. Never. Letting go of Mr. Wood, both girls dove towards the dog, hands outstretched. They slid their stomachs in the wet grass. Unaware of any problem, enjoying the game of tag, Barky scampered away. Lindy and Kris rolled out of the path of the steamroller. He got away from there, the angry operator shouted. Hey, get away from there, the angry operator shouted through high windows of the steamroller. Are you girls crazy? They leapt to their feet and turned back to Mr. Wood. The rain began to come down a little harder. A jagged streak of white lightning flashed high in the sky. I'm free, the dummy cried, hands raised victoriously above his head. Now you will pay. Get him, Kris shouted to her sister. The rain pelted their shoulders. The two girls lowered their heads, leaned into the rain, and began to chase after the dummy. Mr. Wood turned and started to run. There's literally 3 pages left. He never saw the other steamroller. The gigantic black wheel rolled right over him, pushing him onto his back, then crushing him with a loud crunch. A loud hiss rose up from under the machine, like an air escaping from a large balloon. The steamroller appeared to rock back and forth. A strange green gas spurted up from beneath the wheel into the air, spreading out an eerie mushroom-shaped cloud. Barky stopped scampering. He's still alive. He's okay. The double fake-out, though. Barky stopped scampering and stood frozen in place, his eyes following the green gas as it floated up against the nearly black sky. Lindy and Kris stared in open-mouthed wonder. Pushed by the wind and the rain, the green gas floated over them. Yuck, it stinks, Lindy declared. It smelled like rotten eggs. Barky uttered a low whimper. The steamroller backed up, the driver jumped out and came running towards them. He was a short, stocky man with big, muscular arms bulging out from the sleeves of his t-shirt. His face was bright red under a short, blonde, flat top. His eyes were wide with horror. A kid? He cried. I ran over a kid. Oh, Jesus Christ, this poor guy. No, he was a dummy, Kris told him. He wasn't alive. He stopped. His face faded from red to flower white. He uttered a loud, grateful sigh. Oh, man, he moaned. Oh, man, I thought I was a kid. Jesus Christ. Poor construction worker. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Then he bent to examine the area beneath his wheel. As the girls came near, they saw the remains of the dummy crushed flat inside its jeans and flannel shirt. Hey, I'm real sorry, the man said, wiping his forehead with his t-shirt sleeve as he straightened up to face them. I couldn't stop in time. That's okay, Kris said, a wide smile forming on her face. Yeah, really, it's okay, Lindy quickly agreed. Barky moved close to sniff the crushed dummy. The man shook his head. I'm so relieved. It looked like it was running. I really thought it was a kid. I was so scared. No, just a dummy, Kris told him. Phew, the man exhaled slowly. Close one. His expression changed. What are you girls doing out here in the rain anyway? Lindy shrugged. Kris shook her head. Just walking the dog. The man picked up the crushed dummy. The head crumbled to powder as he lifted it. You want this thing? You can throw it in the trash, Kris told him. Better get it out of the rain, he told them, and don't scare me like that again. Better get out of the rain and don't scare me like that again. The girls apologized, then headed back to the house. Kris cast a happy grin at her sister. Lindy grinned back. I may grin forever, Kris thought. I'm so happy, so relieved. They wiped their wet sneakers on the mat, then held the kitchen door open for Barky. Wow, what a morning, Lindy declared. They followed the dog into the kitchen. Outside, a flash of bright lightning was followed by a roar of thunder. I'm drenched, Kris said. I'm going up to get changed. Me too. Lindy followed her up the stairs. They entered their bedroom to find the window wide open, the curtains slapping wildly. Ah, slapping, I see what you did. Rain pouring in. Oh no, Kris hurried across the room to shut the window. As she leaned over the chair to grab the window frame, Slappy reached up and grabbed her arm. Hey, slave, is that other guy gone? The dummy asked in a throaty growl. I thought he'd never leave. Jesus Christ. My heart. Jesus Christ. It's Slappy. He's here. I guess for the word dick, yeah. It makes you approve. It makes us approve a lot of them. It's weird. Again, we're into very, very mean pranks. He's got class. The dog lived, as far as we know. Slappy trying to lecture Mr. Wood about morality. It'd be like that scene in The Good Place where they're trying to teach, where Eleanor's trying to teach Michael how to pass Chidi's morality test. He did get Judge Doomed. Or construction worker. A child. Oh my god, Paolo. Chat, what do we say about wishing death on fictional children? Yeah, the protagonists are insufferable. Pray to R.L. Stein instead of God. I need a votive candle, you know, where they have ones with the celebrities on it. I need one with R.L. Stein on it. Just realized Slappy should be voiced by Devil's Voice actor from the Cuphead show. Shit, I still need to do season 2 of the Cuphead show. Thank you for saying that. I completely forgot. Hello, Slappy. It's Slappy. There's a little song I wrote. You might want to sing it. No, don't worry. Be happy. Could always go with 3 little birds sat on my window. That's how happy I am. Well, that was a slog to get through. Lordy, that was a slow burn. Good riddance. Took a sweet time getting there, yeah. What did we say about wishing death on virtual children? That they must be 12 or older, and we want. Oh, we went over this at the start of the stream. No, guys, no. No, I know that it ends like every R.L. Stein book ends. I can sleep easy knowing the world is still ordered. Yeah. Be let on scares, but honestly, chat made this a very fun stream. Oh my god. What was that good quote Avery wanted to remember for the review? Oh, you thought Stay Out of the Basement was horny. You ain't seen nothing. Stay Out of the Basement's got nothing on Night of the Living Dummy, the original. This is gonna wait till next time. Yeah, this can't wait till next time. Fuck, you're right. Asked. You better say Arlstein. Thank you. Thank you, Paolo. Let's switch to... Damn, Jesus Christ. What if I... How did I get here? You know, like how... This is what I do now. How did this happen? Can't imagine how boring reading it would be without her. I'm so glad I decided to read these on stream instead of reading them on my own volition alone, because it's going to be such a better video when we finally... It's going to take longer, but it's going to be such a better video, and it's going to be so... And it's been so much more fun. Oh, I need to take cleansing breaths. 12.1k people want to read this, and 1,209 people are currently reading this. This is a really This has really high ratings. It has it has almost 10,000 5-star ratings. Where do I write my review? Glad I made it to this stream. I'm glad you made it here too. R.L. Stine is a horny man trapped in Bless R.L. Stine. Well, the funny thing is he just has such dad vibes. And Slappy. Did fuck all to move the plot along. I'm telling you. There will be so much B-roll. Oh, you have no idea. Popular book, and thus it's probably going to be the most likely of our reviews thus far to get seen by other people. Oh, you're right. We do. Vincent, we do. We always do. All right, where do I enter? I always lose it. How do I lose it every time? There we go. You guys know the drill, the reading of this book. Italian is piccoli. That's Little Shivers. Interesting. In front of a live studio audience. I'm so dead. Audience. I'm just gonna start off with you thought we thought stay out of the basement was weirdly horny. We had no idea how to handle this book. All right, guys. What are your thoughts? Go count. Yeah, for sure. What? Here we go. What's our rating, right? Here, I'm going to give us an option between 3, 4, and 5 stars. Guys, tell me what to feel. I don't know what to feel. 5, 4. Oh, whoop. Go back. Stop it. 5 of 5. There we go. Heading for bed. Good night, Hannah. See you next time. Good story, but slow. Yeah, Mr. What? Yeah, that's good. That's good. Simultaneously, a slow burn and building of tension ramped up to 100 real quick. By the end, leave you breathless. Yeah, that's good. Should we put in some examples of some of the like with Stay Out of the Basement, we put in examples of why we were so concerned. Voting 3 out of 5, slow plot. Very unlikable characters, maybe 4 out of 5 at max. It's mid. Very difficult. It was a simultaneous burn and of tension that went from 0 to 100. Quick. Anticipation here will grow newcomers. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh, I was wrong the first time. There we go. I was wrong the first time. Or a loop. Satire was dead, but this book showed me it's alive in R.L. Stein. Oh, that's good. I'll put that in a second. The culprit is much like Friday the 13th. What was I going to read from? Okay, so let me put in Vincent's. I used to think satire was dead. Now, wait. But this book, oh gosh, showed me it's a lie. I'm so showed. I feel like this has taken years off my life. R.L. Stein. All right. Let's see. Darth Sidious. I can feel myself aging through this reading. Book takes 10 years to get where you want it to go, but once it's there, it's very good. Yeah, that's good. I could feel myself aging. Years through this reading. Wait. Oh, I mixed up where the 10 years goes. Hang on. Right, the book takes silver and stuff. Oh, sorry, I think I missed. Made grown adults highly anxious, but not in a fear response way. Yes. Made grown adults fully anxious, but not in a let's get back. Trying to make sure I don't. I'm gonna put Paolo's up here. Good story, but very slow in the beginning. Let's see. Once the spring I've not been swooped by magpies. That's good. The subversive. Being boring as hell. It's masterful. Alright. Let's see. The subversive nature. This book. Cool. Oh, we're gonna get read for filth by all the people who are like, this is the best. Oh, yeah, okay, let me add this in. Slappy is a icon, and we love him. But Mr. Wood is phobic, so we're canceling him. I don't have that much to add. I'm just putting stuff in. Night Russell. Oh yeah. He's also a terrible boyfriend. Also, the mom is transphobic, ? And just like every book in the series, the parents stuck. Oh wait, yeah, I missed a couple things. People are just gonna read this and just think, so wait, is this a positive or negative? I'm so confused. Definitely subverts expectations. You think it's about Slappy, but he has very little to do in the book. It's clever, but also kind of disappointing because of how iconic he is. Yeah. Which, to be fair, I think is a retrospective criticism, because when this book first came out, he wasn't iconic yet, you know? Where's the subverts expectations? Yeah, Vincent, if you haven't seen yet, this is exactly how every single one of these goes. Subversive in the something like that. Once again, the parents are awful and borderline abusive. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Once again. Abusive. massive shit to work through. All right. Yeah, I guess I could do that. Let's see. Well, I won't do that this time because I'm in too deep and exhausted, but I will do it next time. Oh yeah, this is crashing. Hang on. Hang on. Give me a second. Oh my god. Is everybody else as dead as I feel right now? I've picked this up. Definitely too. Yeah, sorry. I would have done that if I was thinking. Cameron, I'll do it from now on. I'm just exhausted. And I'm not really thinking. But I do want to go back to this and see. It's streaming for over 6 hours. Oh my god. As if we haven't streamed for longer than that. We are getting a 4 out of 5, so I'm going to go comfortably with 4 out of 5. Yikes, I look worse than I feel. I'm going to try to stay up all night. We'll see how that goes. Oh, good luck. I still have some stuff to do before I go to bed. And that's if this... I can also feel the vaccine kind of side effects kind of kicking in. Like it's about to kick my ass. So I'm just like, let's see if I can get my work done or collapse first. All right, I'm going to give this 4 stars. Also, I'm on pain meds. Moment, so I can't be sure I'm the best person to ask. I feel, I'm sorry. All right, I'm giving this 4 stars, and I'm just going to sign it off here. I know I missed some people's stuff, but this is the longest review we've ever written. Set to today. Yes, I own a copy of this post. Oh dear God. Look. Most people are just like, great book, great for my childhood. We're like, let me bring you notes. That made me feel like an old man. I was so achy, and I felt so feverish and ill. It was great. A few days after, oh gosh. Oh my god, imagine finding this whole stream. R.L. Stein, if you ever see this stream, we appreciate you so much. Please don't be afraid. Writer beware, you're in for a scare. We literally just roast Goosebumps books. Keep it real here. All right, well, I don't know why it's... oh, this is my all books. That is not where I want it to be this current second. Oh, no, we're back up to 22. I don't know why it was telling us that we had read less books than we did before, but it was really bugging me, and I'm glad that it straightened itself out. Anyway, we appreciate you. It's just we appreciate in a unique way. We really do. Stay up once every weekend, or at least try to. Yeah, so with that all being said, I think I'm going to leave you guys here. Thank you guys for hanging out, as always. I will see you very soon. Yeah, good luck staying up, Darth Sidious. I might One of these days I'm going to have to just stay up all night just to try to reset my sleep schedule because it's just a mess right now. But thank you guys for hanging out. This stream is quite possibly by numbers up there with the most popular streams we've done. So thank you guys for all participating. This was very fun. Thank you for the video. Hope everyone has a good night. Good night, you guys. I appreciate your time and your engagement and you being here. I will see you next time. I'm probably not going to stream for a couple of days because I've got some stuff going on this weekend. But I will see you guys really soon. And I'll have a video out hopefully really soon. So I'll see you guys. Hopefully hopefully the next Scooby-Doo book is less traumatizing. Have a good day /night /unit of time. Bye. Oh, and sorry, by the way, if you get a bunch of old streams in your feed, I'm going to try to update that, like, since we're in the middle of the night now, so we'll bother the least amount of people. Sorry. But yeah, I'll see you guys. Bye.